Hey gamers, welcome to another DSP video. This will be quite the video because, man, it just seems we will now be getting unhinged rants from DSP randomly or whenever. Before, there would have to be some circumstance to get him to go on a rant or whatever, but now we just get a rant, just unprovoked. And it's insane. Like, now it's just the littlest thing will just set him off on a rant. And it's nuts. It's nuts. But let's get going. We're gonna watch the first clip from Hate Army about the Alone in the Dark rant he went on. And then we'll get to the podcast that was even more crazy. So this is like the prologue to the main course. So let's go. Let's get started. Bro.
Shout out for hate.
Shout out to hate.
I received a $1 tip.
A $1 tip?
From Kirk. Are you excited to see Fallout? It only lasted 15 minutes. I turned it off. Yes, I am.
Yeah,
I don't know why you turned it off after 15 minutes.
He turned it off because it's woke, man. It has a woman and she holds a gun. Okay, pretty woke, man. This is the age we live in. A woman can now carry a gun.
I'm excited to see it tonight.
Well,
I'm gonna watch
political
some of it
humor
tonight with my wife, and we'll probably watch it more over the week. It is 8 episodes, correct? I'm assuming each episode is probably like 45 minutes.
It's not a bad show.
So we'll probably watch it.
I will say it's kind of mid. It's not bad. It's not great either. I've never played a Fallout game in like any meaningful way. I only played like the first 5 minutes of a game and then got bored. I do want to go back and try playing them again, and maybe I'll have a better opinion. But the show is okay. I think that my favorite video game adaptation I've seen, and I don't think any other like medium is gonna compete, is Cyberpunk Edgerunners. It's a great show. It's one of my favorite animes from Studio Trigger. Now, of course, I'm a fanboy of Studio Trigger, but it's still a good show nevertheless. It's a fantastic art style, fantastic story, just perfect. Fallout, so far, I'm like, what, 4 episodes in? It's not bad. But I feel like some of the humor, it just kind of doesn't feel like it's in place. Because I kind of feel like Fallout's humor is usually like the posters or the commercials for like, the vaults and all that kind of stuff. Like that kind of stuff I think is like where the humor is. Not so much as with character dialogue or with character interactions. Sure, there's comedic moments, but not like this. I feel like this show is a little too much on the comedic side. And I kind of am like, it kind of feels like a Wes Anderson movie. If you've seen Atomic City, I think this is called Atomic City. That's the one that I feel like it's kind of close to Fallout. And it's like, I don't know if this is like a good representation of what Fallout is, in my opinion, but whatever. That's my little cursory review, preview, impression, whatever on the Fallout TV show. It's not bad, but it's not like I'm not like, oh wow, this is great. It's probably a little bit better than the Last of Us TV show, but whatever.
Two episodes a night, maybe 3 over the course of the week, and I'll probably maybe this weekend review it. We'll see, depending on time.
Well, he didn't review it this weekend because he just finished it Sunday night.
Time for a break. We'll be back
Monday morning
with more Alone in the Dark. Okay, guys, I have to pee, so I am going to go pee. Now listen up.
He's 42 years old, and he's telling us he has to pee, man.
Tonight, if you like my content, please support the stream.
Guys,
it doesn't even matter if particularly you like this game. Please support the stream. This is my final stream of the week.
It doesn't matter if you like this game. Please support it. Now, this fucker literally tells us every day, people support a game that they like to see, man. Support what you like. But now he's just telling him, hey, man, just support. Just support. You don't have to like the game, man. But what about the reciprocation? This dude, I hate how flimsy he is about this. It's so fucking annoying.
It would be great to have it be a good one. Right now, I have $3, and they're all from Kirk. That's it. Literally nothing.
It would be great if you got more. It would be great if you got more, and all I got is money from Kirk. Everyone's favorite chatter.
No gift memberships, no super chats, just $3 from Kirk. So, there's lots of you here. All right? It would be great if you like the content, if you could support it. I'm only doing a few streams of this to wrap it up through the second half. We're almost done, actually. I think right now we're more than halfway through my first run. We're to get to chapter 4. We're in the home stretch. So, and I think we're going to get to chapter 4 tonight, actually. So, please support it. I'll be right back. I just got to use the bathroom.
Okay, now we gotta say use the bathroom. We had to say pee before, but now it's bathroom, of course. I like that when he walks out, it's like he's struggling to like leave. Just kind of lingers a little bit, but it's probably him opening the door. Okay, come on, come on, man, much better.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. I was like, people the whole time I played this game were saying you should make it a night stream. Well, guess what? I made it a night stream, and look at what's happened, right?
Look at what's happened. This is so fucking stupid. I hate these little like. Everybody told you to make it a night stream, and I did, man. Look what happened. He always blames his audience. He loves blaming them. What if it's just a bad stream?
This is why I didn't have this as a night stream, because I try to bring in
more. So this is why you didn't have it to be a night stream, was because he would get slow streams. But isn't the point to balance the slow streams with a successful stream in the morning? He always says these weird rants, but he never means it. Because yet again, DSP doesn't mean what he says.
Viewership.
He doesn't believe in what he says at all.
By having games like this be a day stream.
What?
Well, guess what? I made it a night stream, and look at what's happened, right? This is why I didn't have this as a night stream, because I try to bring in more viewership by having games like this be a day stream. This game would...
Oh, what?
Probably been a dead playthrough.
It would have been a... Oh my god. Okay, listen to this.
Look at what's happened, right? This is why I didn't have this as a night stream.
This is why he didn't have it as a night stream.
Because I try to bring in more viewership by having games like this be a day stream.
He uses it as a day stream, but if he did that, it would be a dead playthrough. So then why didn't he do this on the day stream then? This is so dumb. He wanted this to be a nice stream anyway. I guarantee you, deep down he wanted it, but he wanted his chat to say it so he could blame them. This dude is so stupid. I hate this guy, man.
This game would have probably been a dead playthrough. Sadly, if I played it as night streams. I knew that too from the get-go, which is why I played.
So then why did he make it a night stream then?
The first run fully on the daytime shift, so
then why... If the first run got the most views on the day stream, why put it on the night stream? This is a guy with a business degree, by the way. And he tells everyone they don't know how to run a business. They're a bunch of idiots. No one knows anything. He sees that this was successful as a day stream, makes it a night stream, sees it's not successful. Well, what can you do? And he keeps it as a night stream. Why then, stupid?
Alright guys, please support the stream if you can tonight. I'm not going to keep bringing it up. But man, it would be great to get some more support. Thank you.
The way he does these streams, by the way, it's so clear. He does it. He stretches these playthroughs out because he doesn't know what to do. Because he probably knew if he put this on the day stream, he'd beat it fast. And if that were to happen, he would have to find another game to play, which he doesn't want to do because that would require a little more brain power than he wants. So he just stretches these playthroughs out. Because he's terrified at the idea that people may ask for Final Fantasy VII, which he doesn't want to play. He wants to say we're going to play it later this year. And this is the same bullshit he does all the time. And he gets mad when you call it out, because the thing is, he doesn't really understand. He has done that with other games. Disgaea 5. Go to the end parts of Disgaea 5, Yakuza Kiwami, just to name a few. He ends those parts saying, we'll get back to it later. And then these playthroughs don't continue. They don't continue. And he's like, why are you guys worried? I'm going to go back to Final Fantasy VII. I don't know, Phil. I'm still waiting for Disgaea 5. I'm still waiting for Dying Light 2. I'm still waiting for this. And the thing is, that is insane, is that he gets mad that people keep asking for it. But look at Dying Light 2. He gets annoyed that people are asking for it, to the point where they stopped asking for it. Then he's like, see, no one seemed to care. People stopped asking for it. Yeah, you got mad about it, stupid. But see, he orchestrates his audience to behave in certain ways to get to what he wants to do, instead of just being honest. This guy cannot be honest in how he wants to do anything. Because this guy is terrified of making any fucking decisions. And it kind of happened yesterday during the pre-stream, I think, where someone asked him about Ask the King, and he said, "Well, it's retired, but I'm not gonna say no. But I can bring it back." But it's like, just say no. Just say it's dead. Why does this guy keep things in limbo all the time? Just so that he can't say no, so people can be like, "Oh, you said no, man." What? Fuck off. Just say you don't want to do Ask the King. You answer questions every day. But he can't just say no. He always has to be like, "Oh, well, it's retired, but it could come back. I don't know. We can wait for a special moment." What are you talking about? What special moment are you gonna sit there like, "I should do Ask the King"? What sense does that make? This dude is so stupidly lame, and he can't, like, stand up for anything. It's a constant issue I've had with this fucker all the time, because he always pretends that, "Oh, I stand up for what I believe in, man. I say, you know, that means it's no." He said that about Helldivers 2. He's playing Helldivers 2 now, and that got more random-ass rants. That I'm probably gonna do a video about it because I kind of wanted to. Then he did this other weird fucking rant. So this dude is so fucking insane about everything. He can't make a decision. He can't stick by a decision he makes. He can't do anything. This dude runs a business and he can't be bothered to make a decision about anything. And when it does, it has to be at the expense of his fans. They have to be the reason for something to be done. And so that way, if people are upset with it, he could blame the viewers. What kind of sense is that? Okay,
we're gonna head downstairs. From Kirk, next eclipse is 2044. You and me might be dead via stress or nuclear apocalypse or something. I hope not. I hope to still be alive in 20 years. Thus, can't you find it in your heart to forgive me for saying?
Yes, we're just, people are gonna, well, you know what? I'm not gonna say
the quiet part out loud, like.
Wait, what?
2044. You and me might be dead via stress or nuclear apocalypse or something. I hope not. I hope to still be alive in 20 years. Thus, can't you find it in your heart to forgive me for saying the quiet part?
20 years, he's gonna be what? 60? We're not in, like, the 1930s or 20s or whatever the fuck, where the life expectancy was, like, well, maybe even earlier than that, to be honest, was, like, 30s, 40s, whatever the fuck. I mean, that might be, like, during the medieval time. Anyone could be, like, 60 years old without even trying at this point. But, okay, Phil. Let's hope you'll be alive by then.
Out loud like Vivek does. No. What? Thanks for the $1 tip.
See, the quiet part out loud, like what? Whatever. And he laughs. I like that he this dude, oh my god. He's like, I'm not a racist anymore. I don't like racial humor and this and that, blah 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 blah. He was forced, by the way, to ban Kirk. He didn't ban him because he didn't like what he was saying. He was forced to. His hand was forced to ban him. Still takes his money on PayPal. I don't know if you could block. You could probably block payments on PayPal, probably. But whatever. He still gets his money and laughs at the stuff Kirk says. And acts as like he's still his friend or whatever. Again, no one is saying that DSP is like a KKK member. No one is saying that. It's mostly that this dude is an ignorant person that has ignorant thoughts and doesn't understand why the things he says can come off as ignorant or bigoted at all. He has no, like, comprehension of that, and then when people bring it up, he gets really uncomfortable and gets mad about it. If you're, like, genuinely not a bigoted person or ignorant or whatever, and someone says that something you said is offensive, you're probably just gonna say, "Oh, sorry, my bad. I didn't know. I'm sorry that offended you," or whatever, and then you move on like a normal fucking person. But DSP gets like mad immediately about it. Like, come on. Okay.
I also received a super chat. First super chat of the night. From
Whoa.
Big Boss. When you were deciding to make the documentary, were there any preliminary questions that got you to remember being good, interesting, or new? See, here's the thing. Like, there's nothing that I'm going to say or do that I think would be super interesting. It's more about the angle. And Essentially, this
What?
documentary that was going to be made about me.
So nothing would be interesting about what he says or does, but the angle. But he's the subject matter. Okay.
I already said all this publicly, by the way. This is no new information. But the documentary...
By the way, the question was there anything that was asked? Like, any questions that Mike Klum was proposing to him was interesting. And this is how he's answered that question.
He's going to attack it from the angle of, well, here's everything everyone says about Phil. Here's all the reasons people hate Phil, right? But in reality, are any of these even that bad? Even if they all were true. All right.
Are these things really that bad if they're all were true? Okay, so okay. I mean, you can have whatever opinion about it, but I want to highlight the fact that DSP has said e-begging is bad. He's against people who go online and beg for donations or whatever the fuck. He has complained about multiple streamers like Bad Bunny, for example, that said Twitch subs are $5 and shames their audience, blah blah blah, like all these things. If he considers that being bad, then it should be bad if those things were true. So him saying, if what people said are true, then like, is it really that bad? DSP would get so mad if a big time streamer, let's say Ninja, right, was found out, exposed that all the money that he made did not go into the business and it went into buying drugs, prostitutes, shit like that. DSP would go on stream saying, so this guy, Ninja, he got all this money and look what he did with it. He bought hookers and drugs. Like, that's so fucked up, and these are the top streamer. He would get so upset about that. But saying that DSP might have bad spending habits, well, is it really that bad? DSP, what are your morals that you hold other people to then, stupid? Okay.
Let's assume everything's true that everyone ever said about Phil. Is that
people said that he was a groomer, and I don't think people have a very positive opinion on groomers. I'm just gonna throw that out there.
Really that bad that people should really be hating him so much and wishing him harm and doing the things they've done to him and his family members and all of that, right?
Right.
And going through all of that, saying, look at all this stuff that happened to Phil, and analyzing it in that perspective, what's really going on that people hate Phil so much? What is the reason? And it was by
the way, this was a documentary about DSP's life, but now this documentary is about why do people hate Phil. I'm just gonna put this out there as well. If you need a documentary to explain why people hate this guy, then you weren't paying attention. I mean, there's so many things to not like about him. I don't understand why. He yells at his audience all the time. He told someone to eat shit out of his ass. He called people bitches. He did not he didn't want to apologize to Lavinia for being wrong and yelling at her about it. He has all these unpaid interns, all this stuff, all this shit. There's just bad behavior on a basic level. On a base level, let's just assume let's say he never begs. He doesn't beg. He's not a begging guy and all this stuff. But he still gets mad. The anger and bad attitude he has towards his audience is enough for people to not like him. Because he has such bad energy and bad vibes going in, and he refuses to do any work. He always complains about modding his chat. Oh, I don't want to mod chat, man. But if you see people are causing shit, you're supposed to time them out or ban them. And he bellyaches about it. But then he says, guys, calm down, man. But if someone is sitting there in chat doing harassment to another chatter, why are you telling them to calm down? Ban the person, right? Correct? Okay.
Basically look at it from that perspective. Which would have been a new one, because most people have never attacked it. It's just, oh, here's all the things people hate Phil for. Are they true or not? Instead of, well, you know what? Whether or not they're true or not, maybe it doesn't even matter.
So
right?
Then what's the... This is stupid. This is so stupid. It's like a snowball of stupidity. He starts off saying, well, this documentary is attacking, why do people hate Phil? Then right after that says, well, let's discredit all of that and say that it doesn't matter. So it's already kind of putting all the criticism as it doesn't matter. So you're trying to build the case that we hate you for no reason. All the reasons we hate him for are not relevant, so therefore we hate him for no reason. Are you stupid? Oh my god. I just want to hear this again.
Which would have been a new one, because most people have never attacked it. It's just, oh, here's all the things people hate Phil for. Are they...
So, why do people hate Phil? Okay, so these other videos focus on why people hate Phil. That's already been done.
True or not, instead of, well, you know what, whether or not they're true or not, maybe it doesn't even matter.
If they're true or not, it doesn't matter. This guy has hated and bitched about other streamers off of speculation alone. And he's saying that we should not focus on the stuff that's speculative and see if there's any reason to hate Phil. And again, you could still hate him if you take out champions, if you take out begging for money, and stuff like that. He still has a bad attitude. He's a narcissist. He discredits people's suggestions. Look at suggestion box. Every time he reads it, he always discredits what the suggestion is and refuses to read it. And this dude is telling us that there's nothing to hate him for. He's a perfect angel. But he's also a fallible human. But he's only a fallible human if you bring up stuff from 10 years ago. This dude is so disingenuous. He always thinks what he's doing now is perfect. Because whatever is wrong, that's past Phil's problem. He's okay to acknowledge past Phil being a shitty person, but present Phil, he's a saint. Future Phil could be cool. That's how he always operates, and it's so fucking lame and disingenuous and fake as fuck. This dude is a fake fuck all the way through, from everything. And he doesn't think that that's an attitude that people can hate him for. This dude is factually two-faced. He's so fake, and he's like, why do people hate me, man? Gee, I don't know, Phil. That is quite the mystery.
Right? Perhaps people should just stop being fucking insane about all this bullshit. Even if it was true, who cares?
Who
None
cares?
of it matters when it comes to him or his content or anything.
My god! This dude has shat on so many people. And then he's like, well, it doesn't matter if it's true or not, Phil. You don't even know. Well, it's wrong, man. These people, they're wrong. They're sick in the head. He doesn't even know half the people who are trolls, and he keeps lumping people in groups all the time. Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? Like, this dude was told, it was during that one PlayStation game he played, like, in the launch of the PS5. It was like that Demolition Derby, whatever the fuck the game was called, whatever. Someone told him that, like, I think it was, like, Wings' wife was, like, trying to drug Wings, or some weird shit like that. That's, like, really, really weird shit that, like, if you read it, you wouldn't believe it off the bat, because it's a very, like, it's a very heavy allegation to throw around, and DSP reads it and believes it, no question, and then goes off on a rant about it. But this dude will sit there and tell you, well, guys, what the trolls say about me, regardless if it's true or not, it's bullshit, and, like, I'm a cool guy. Okay.
And there's going to be many parts to the documentary that were going to be unique and different, and I'm not going to spoil those, because who knows?
Who knows? Because he may go back to Mike Klum and make the documentary, but he made it pretty clear he didn't want to be in the association with EDP for some reason, right? Okay.
Right? I'm not going to spoil all the ideas we had, because we had many different ideas of ways we could attack things, and funny, entertaining segments.
And I don't think that, honestly, the amount of development that this documentary had, I don't think there was a lot of discussion. I think it was just all they talked about was the length of filming, how much time it would take to film, and then he canceled. I don't think they had any like tangible ideas, in my opinion.
Things regarding the various different things that I'm accused of and shit like that. Okay.
Accused.
But in essence, I think that's the truth of the matter, is that the things that people accuse me of or are so angry about aren't actually that bad. Even if they were all true, which, by the way, I've told you guys many times they're not, right? But even if you don't believe me, and you think that everything that's ever been said about me is true, it's not nearly as bad as half the people out there, right? It's
not as bad. This dude, it's the same, like, false equivalency. I might not be using that correctly, but it's some bullshit like, well, you know, people, he's not as bad as Hitler. Like, yeah, of course, he's not committing genocide. I mean, look, you think this guy's capable of doing that? He can't leave his room. So it's like, yeah, of course he's not as bad as Hitler, but it's like, as a person, by his own standards, he's not a good person by his own fucking standards. His own standards. At some point, I'm gonna try to compile a list of things that he says are his standards, and I'm gonna maybe one day wake up and decide to like make a video of him saying, I will never do this, then shows him doing it, that kind of stuff, that kind of bullshit. Because this dude has no standards. This dude is a piece of shit, and he wants everyone to pat him on the head for doing the bare minimum. And he says, oh, I'm not as bad as these other people. We're not talking about these other people. That's the other thing. He always brings up other people. When we're saying DSP's a dumbass, he's like, well, I'm not as dumb as that guy. Yeah, we're not talking about that guy, though. We're talking about you. Every time he keeps deflecting off every criticism. Anyone could do that. He can say, well, my trolls are reflectable. Hey, look, man, I'm just sitting in my room making a video. That other guy, he did something more fucked up, so I'm not that bad. But would he say that's cool? No, because this dude is a piece of shit. He holds everyone to a high standard. Another example, when he's gonna go into another rant of the podcast saying that trolls should be aware when they make a video that they may incite someone else to do whatever, so they should take responsibility. But when a DSP fan does something like that, DSP can't be held accountable for them. But if DSP feels that way, he should. If he does not be held accountable for what Vidar Viking did in the past, then he can hold us accountable for what some other guy does. But no, that's unfair, right? Why? Why is that unfair? This dude wants everyone to walk on eggshells and be a perfect model citizen. But this guy, he can roll around in like mud. He can like spit on you. He can do whatever he wants because he's a fallible human. Fuck off.
Wow, damn, why do people hate Phil so much? Like, what exactly is going on that people hate him so much? Doesn't seem to make much sense. In which case, that's correct. It doesn't.
That's correct. It doesn't make sense.
It's just basically people going crazy.
Going crazy again. I can make a whole argument why this dude sucks at his job, and he will sit there and say, "Oh, that's bullshit, man. Oh, people like what I'm doing because they tell me that every day." But then when someone says, "Hey, I don't like what you're doing," well, then why are you here? Leave. Like, this dude gets so semantics over 10 years of failure when he himself has said that what he did in the past wasn't good. Oh, well, my quality was so bad, man. So, technically, that's saying that you failed in the quality department during that time. Just because he doesn't view himself as a modern-day failure doesn't mean he was a success all those years. And he always talks about people failing upwards. But he can't possibly comprehend maybe he's one of those people who fail upwards. No, of course not. He's a little baby streamer with like 5 viewers, and he's a little guy. But he's not that little. He's not little enough to be on a small-time podcast. He has to get big-time podcast, right? Correct?
Or running with a meme to hate me, rather than it being about, wow, I really hate this guy because he did awful things that are deserving of this level of awful hate. You know, it's a very different situation. Like,
and then he says, like, just because I dislike him now means that I must obviously agree with the extremes that people take on this guy. No, that's a stupid equivalency to say, or a thing to compare me to. I would not agree. If someone were to kill Phil, I would say that's fucked up. But I have opinions that are like, this guy's an idiot and all this other dumb shit. But I wouldn't want any physical harm. I mean, I've always said the fact that, like, if I have to keep saying that in a video, then like, what's the point? Like, why do I have to, like, pussyfoot around just what I want to say about this guy? You should be able to understand what I'm saying, because I'm assuming my audience has a functional brain. I don't think my audience is so stupid I have to spell things out to that degree. Like, but this guy has to explain so much to his audience because he thinks so little of them. He thinks they're so stupid that they need to be handheld through life to understand what fucking produce is.
The other people out there that are considered lolcows or people get harassed all the time on the internet, man, some of the things they've said and did, like, wow, unforgivable, can't believe it.
And this is also really stupid for him to say, because guess what? DSP is Mr. Just because I did something wrong, they should not get harassed online. But now he's saying, well, it's okay to harass people, they did something wrong. Who are you to say that then, Phil? Who are you to determine what is harassable and what's not? If you're saying that what we do to you isn't equivalent, what's equivalent? What deserves the harassment? Who deserves being harassed? The only reason why I say DSP deserves it because this dude is such a piece of shit, has no morals, he has no standards, he can't stand for his own fucking principles. When push comes to shove, he just falls backwards on his back again. This dude is such a piece of shit, and he holds everyone to such high standards. But if you hold him to a certain standard, even to the bare minimum of, hey, Phil, can you at least, like, show up a little bit early? If you have nothing to talk about, can you just end the podcast and start the game? He gets mad. He gets mad about it. You tell him, well, Phil, the co-op streams aren't that good. I think you should, like, improve it in this way. And he immediately gets mad about it. He asks for suggestions. He has a suggestion box. But man, if you think about giving a very thoughtful, long suggestion, you're a fucking idiot. And you're not going to get that suggestion read. And you'll get blocked or ignored or whatever the fuck. But man, this dude is so receptive to feedback.
I mean, it's like, really, that's all Phil ever said? That's it? That's the reason people hate him? But again, I feel like it's just the meme. The meme is overpowering. To the point where, like, you can't stop the meme. The meme has become bigger than the truth, right? Like, honestly, really, let's say, for example, you look at all the things said about me, that I used to be a racist and say horrible things in my commentary, which I don't anymore, but I used to, let's even say I used to be a racist, which I wasn't. But let's say it was true. Let's say I spent...
Let's say he's a racist. Now, DSP has made it very clear that he hates racists. He thinks racists are fucked up. He despises all that shit. And then he shits people for being racist. He says that it's toxic and all this stuff. And now he's gonna argue that it's not that bad. Yet again, DSP cannot stand for a single moral he has in his body at all. Like, this dude leverages his religion. He's a Catholic, and he says, well, I was raised Roman Catholic, and they said that I should not be bragging about charity, or whatever the fuck, blah, blah, blah. But then he shits on so many other people for saying, look, we're contributing to charity, and all this other stuff. Okay.
Ridiculous amounts of money on mobile games and didn't tell anyone, right? Let's say...
This dude has also shouted on people for wasting money and, like, dumping money and all this other stuff that doesn't go into the business and everything else. He doesn't think it may be a little problematic for Mr. I'm a little guy, I need crowdfunding to support, that he ends up spending all the money on mobile games. He just can't, like, understand the problem with that. At all. Like, it's one thing to say, okay, I bought a video game, and that's like $60, $70, or whatever. It's like one-time payment, or whatever. Like, that's one thing. Like, look, if you're, like, struggling to pay your bills and all this stuff, and you buy a video game, that's not the worst thing. Sure, you could have saved that money or whatever, but it's not, like, the worst thing to pay for. But if you're sitting there like, I need money to go to get food and pay my bills and taxes, and then you buy fucking mobile game shit that's like thousands and thousands of dollars, like that's a little different. That's like, you're gonna get people to look at you funny. Like that's where it's at. And this dude has said that Boogie is an idiot for wasting all this money on like cryptocurrency and all this stuff. And he can't comprehend the contradiction of this. This dude doesn't understand anything he's talking about.
What's the other ridiculous one? Because there's like 3 or 4 big ones, right? Let's say they're all true, every single one of them. Are any of those a big deal? Right?
DSP, if it's not a big deal, then why did you have to ban Kirk? Why did you have to change your language to not have racial humor anymore? But this dude has always shat on people and saying, "Oh, I want everyone to be happy and this and that." Would it be that bad if I was a racist? I don't know, DSP. You tell me, because if someone's like a very like diehard racist, they're probably not gonna want, you know, people who look different from them to have a happy life if they're that ingrained in racism. Like, come on, man.
In reality, it's funny because you have people who've done entire documentaries about me, like Turkey Tom. And literally at the end of the negative documentary he makes, he says, "But Phil, I don't even get it because Phil's kind of boring. I don't get the big deal." He's right. Like,
this Phil is boring shit. It kind of like, it's mostly about the content he makes, and it's only in a vacuum you can find some entertaining moments, like these little rants, the podcast, having little mini rants, that kind of stuff. But as a person, Phil as a person is a boring person because he has nothing to contribute, nothing interesting. That's why when it's come to Q&A time, he just sits there in silence and waddles around because this dude is boring as fuck.
He's literally 100% right. There's nothing super interesting about the hate against me besides that it exists. I think more fast.
What?
Don't get the big deal. He's right.
Tricky Tom says DSP is boring, and then DSP takes that and turns it saying that the trolls are boring.
Like, he's literally 100% right. There's nothing super interesting about the hate against me besides that it.
There's nothing interesting about the hate against him. This dude already forgot the plot. In this rant, the same rant, he said that the documentary was gonna focus on the hate on him. Like, why do people hate Phil so much? And now he's saying it's not interesting. DSP, can you please just shut up and think before you say anything?
I think more fascinating than whether the hate is warranted or real would be, why are people so obsessed with it, right? Like, what has caused this level of obsession?
Because it's these kind of rants. He's so clueless about his what he believes in. It's so the amount of how this dude is fake is just insane. I've never seen someone be this fake and be clueless about it. It's so weird. Come on.
Right? That's what I would love to hear. People study the people who hate me. Like, why on earth are they so obsessed with me? Out of all the things I've said and done, what is it that triggered them that they want to fucking hurt me and my family?
And it's also like really stupid to say this because he's acting as if like he is the most harassed person ever when that's not factually true. Like, there's so many other people that's getting trolled harder than him, and he's acting as if the whole world's against him. This dude has convinced himself that the entire body of the internet hates him, but everyone on the internet talks to him. They want to do stuff with him, and he's like, "No, man, you're gonna hate me, man. You're a troll, man." This level of paranoia he made for himself is fucking insane.
Shit, it's just fucking bizarre, and it's out of hand, right?
Out of hand, right?
And that's the thing, like, the whole idea of entertaining the hate against me. Like, let's have people come on camera and talk about the hate and why they hate me and what I've done over the years that's warrant that they don't like me, right? But then at the end of the day,
by the way, this is great audio. It's I love when the audio is like this, honestly, because it just personifies the ineptitude of this guy. Like, he can't be bothered to look. Sometimes, like, when I look at my audio, I think it's good because I'm in the green, maybe a little bit in the yellow when I talk like this. I look at the YouTube audio and it's whatever. Some people may say, "Oh, the audio is whatever." Sometimes I do check it and it's like, "Oh, it sounds good to me." I mean, there's something slipped by the cracks or whatever, but I try to like keep an eye on it. But this dude is just like, he doesn't care. He doesn't give a fuck.
Analyze it from perspective of what is really going on here, that got the level of meaning, right? I think that would have been incredible. And again, there were some other fun things we were going to do, some ideas we had that obviously, we're not doing now at this point anyway. That I think people would have really liked with this documentary. Again, different perspectives. People who are going to be there from my past, they talk about me and their interactions with me in the past that you've never seen before.
I kind of feel my other theory, I think why he bailed on the documentary, I think he definitely wants to wait until his parents die. Because I think he kind of started to think that it would be very weird. Like, he doesn't want people to see who his parents are and hear them talk and all this other stuff. It's like he's afraid of what his parents may say, like, you know what I mean? What if that's what it was?
It only goes so far with the same exact information, and right now, literally for 4 to 5 years, people have just been using this same exact information to hate.
And I love that he keeps saying that we use the same information, but there's been new videos. Every video I've seen from trolls is just talking about stuff that's happening the stream they're talking about, and he hasn't really changed. There's so many people who go over his suggestion box segment, and it's like, yeah, this dude is still like, is still not receptive to feedback, and this dude is a piece of shit. And he's acting as if every video is saying he plays WWE champions, and that's all the videos that are being put out, which isn't the case. Like, to a degree, the champion stuff is so like not even like a thing anymore. Like, it's not irrelevant, but it's like, it went from like constant WWE jokes to like, now it's just like, we're just making fun of this guy for being stupid like this. People made fun of the Argentina memberships, bring up how he's begging for memberships, how lame his ideas are for marathons, and all this other stuff. These aren't the same stuff. But it's ironic coming from him because he's doing the same shit. The next event that's in May is a fighting game marathon. And everyone's like, oh, it's because of BB No. In my opinion, because he did this last year. In May, in 2023, he did a fighting game marathon to hype up Street Fighter 6. May this year, he's going to do another fighting game event. And then in July, he's going to do the DSP's DSP again. It's going to be that every year because he can't think of anything new or interesting. He has to be forced to do something for it to be unique and special. He can't just do it.
Right? So now it's the point where it's like, well, something new has to happen to be interesting, but it's not. It's just stagnant. 5 years of bullshit, the same shit. So the whole point of the documentary was, yeah, outline that, but show other things.
But also, how does he know that we're saying the same shit if he doesn't pay attention to what the trolls are saying? And even if you go listen to how DSP talks about the trolls, it's very obvious that they're talking about different things, because he brings up that the trolls were focused on Lavinia stuff because of that. Trolls are trying to sway the vote to vote for Bully and all this stuff. So it's very obvious, even by his own accounting, that trolls are doing a little bit more than just focusing on WWE champions. But okay.
Aren't things that people know, or perhaps would be a different take, right? You lost quite a bit of that because the audio was too loud. Well, sorry about that. I forgot that the game audio gets super loud in these parts. So
he forgot. Okay.
Big Boss has done another super chat. He says, honestly, just off of what you're describing, the documentary sounds incredible and a unique take and perspective you don't often see or get. Right. Would you end up seeing 9 times out of 10 with these documentaries about me?
Okay.
Just reiterating the same shit. The same controversies. The same negative memes. The same shit.
So So look at this bullshit. This is more bullshit nonsense from him. He said that he's only gonna watch the FGC segment of June the King's documentary, but we've already talked about that. It was in the Frederick Knudsen video. And everyone's always afraid to talk about Leanna. No, because he could also just talk about Leanna and say how he was such a nice guy or whatever the fuck he did in the last one. But I think he's also scared to see the modern day stuff because he doesn't want to acknowledge the fact that he has other issues with his character, and he doesn't want that to be the focus. This dude is so fake, and it's that, and it could also very well be he wants to save it for another moment. If he has another lull in support or whatever, he has the other 2 hours of the June the King's documentary to milk. He wants to milk that documentary just as like a back pocket kind of thing. That's because that's the guy he is. He's such a stupid, lame brain person. He acts as if, I'm not gonna do the modern day stuff. No, man. But I know him. He's gonna wait. He's gonna just save it for when he needs it. He doesn't want to burn through it, and then has nothing to do because this dude cannot make a decision every time when he has an open slot in his schedule and he doesn't know what game to play. He starts panicking like, I don't know what to play. What are we gonna play, man? I guess it's Game Pass night, man. Yeah, man, and all this other nonsense because this dude just can't make a decision to save his life.
And there's nothing new. It's just, here's my take on it. Blah, blah, blah. It's like, who cares, though? We've heard the same shit a million times. There hasn't been a new development in 5 years. Let's be honest. There has.
So then why do you want to watch June the King's documentary? And how can you say there's been no development within 5 years? 5 years? Sir, what, Leanna broke up with him in 2017. He got kicked out of the partner program, what, in 2020, 2021? I think 2021 or 2. Whatever. That was recent. He got the Argentina memberships. He got invited to the documentary. The Size Goals thing was last year. I mean, all these things happened within the 5 years. What is he talking about? It's the same weird nonsense he says when he says in the back, like, I used to go on a rant. If I saw you guys doing something, I'd be making a video ranting, when that's not even true. You look at the old vlogs he made, and guess what they were all about? Oh, I can't make money on this anymore. Guys, this happened, and this and that. These were things, blah, 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 right? Like that were about him losing money and losing revenue. And guess what he does when he does a special stream that is him complaining about stuff is when he can't make money. Because that's what he does. And he hasn't changed. He just wants to think he does. It's just that the frequency is different because there's nothing is forcing him. The adpocalypse was a big thing in his life because it was a constant thing. And he kept making videos to pressure Machinima probably. He probably thought the more videos he made would pressure Machinima to act. That's why he did it. But since that blew up in his face, he reduced the amount because he didn't want to piss off Kurz. And all those other nonsense that happened. This dude is so lame and like semantics and bullshit. And he's like, why do people hate me, man? You lie! You lie! You're a liar! Guys, I mean, come on. Where is this?
He'll never change.
Oh my god, the Stream Deck fucked up my audio. It cuts off way too early now.
I want you to speak the truth.
Okay, that one actually played throughout.
In my story, it's been the same repeatable shit for 5 years.
I'll also say it is very, very funny to me. The most relevant sound clip I have on my Stream Deck are all from Better Call Saul. All of them. All of them. I don't think I can find a clip that's not relevant. I mean, maybe this one's not relevant. Where is it?
No, he orchestrated it.
Oh, I think this one had Jimmy, and it doesn't have it.
You do what I do because you're funny and you can make people laugh.
That
What a
was
joke.
That one is also kind of not relevant because you know what I mean.
Since the bankruptcy,
He
when
can't
that
make people
happened,
laugh.
That's where it ends, because the bankruptcy, finances, mobile.
Wait,
It's been
what?
the same repeatable shit for 5 years. Basically, ever since the bankruptcy. When that happened, that's where it ends, because the bankruptcy, finances, mobile games,
But
blah.
but you could still criticize him for spending habits. Literally, you can. Literally, you can. It will never be irrelevant because guess what, dumbass? You never spend money on the business. He spent only what, $500 to get a new fight stick he didn't need, and to rebuy Street Fighter 6 and buy the deluxe edition of Mortal Kombat 1. This dude could not spend that same money on a mini PC because he didn't think about it. He needed that to be gifted to him. He couldn't spend $500 on a new face cam. That had to be gifted to him. The only money that he spends on that's within triple digits is just video game stuff that he doesn't even need. He convinced himself that he needs a fight stick because I'm putting out fighting games. But he didn't do a full review of the Quanba. He doesn't even use it in any capacity. He didn't try the other ball heads on his stick at all. He didn't change the buttons or anything. And he sells every day. I'm not trying to go for tournaments, man. So why do you need the Cadillac of fight sticks? Because the Hori RAP4 he has, literally, I have the same stick. The same fucking stick. It works on PS5 games. It works on it because it's a licensed accessory. The only one that I can't use is the hitbox. The OG hitbox I have, because that only works on PS4 games. So if I use that hitbox on a PS5 version of Guilty Gear, it would not work. I can only play it on the PS5 and I'm playing the PS4 version. So I ended up getting the Razer Hitsune whatever to see how that works, and that works on everything because it's a PS5 stick. But he's like, I need this one because the RAP4 does the work and the PS5 it does. But he claims that the stick doesn't work and it's not as good as the Quanba, man. This is like childish shit. Like, dude, it works just fine. You're just stupid. You're just stupid.
It's all the same. Nothing's changed because I'm not doing anything to cause any drama. I'm literally staying in my lane and just playing games. So there's nothing.
And no one has said he starts drama. That's the other bullshit. I mean, like, you're like, oh yeah, he has a point or whatever. No. He just, because he still does the same action he does in the past. The thing that he claims as him starting dramas, him starting beef with other people, he still does that. As recent as that fucking Street Fighter 6 tweet, a dude said, wow, DSP is being toxic to this new FGC main guy. This guy who plays, he's a known player, whatever. He's like, I don't know, man, he needs to grow up and grow thick skin. He's in the FGC if you are not gonna treat you like Snowflake. Oh my god, okay? Grow some skin, man. So he still does that kind of response where he just shits on people if he doesn't know them. He still does that shit. He never started drama. He never starts drama. The thing is, he just responds to people or reacts to something and then someone responds to that and he thinks that's starting drama. This dude is so lame brain stupid. And it's like, come on, you're not fooling anyone. You're only fooling Derek and Jade and all these other dumbasses in your chat that are so dumb to believe you. If they're not LARPers. If they're not LARPers and they just eat this shit up, they have a very weak head, weak brain. They don't have any critical thought, which is true because I have said this every fucking time I do a video at this point. He has worked so hard to ban anyone who had a critical thought in his chat for years. So all he has left are lame brain people who have no backbone and standing up to this guy. They're all victims of his fucking mental gymnastics. Because all the ones that were like, Phil, this is hypocritical, they would be banned all the time. But all the people that don't want to call him out or are afraid to or whatever, they stay silent. Because this dude has made it work that way. And in a way, this also exemplifies why some people, I mean, this is going to be a little bit, a very wide thing to say or whatever, but it's kind of why a lot of people struggle to report on people being problematic people or harassers or whatever. Like, it takes a lot of, like, that's why that accusation may not come out until years down the line when they get the courage to do it, because if they do it, they may be shunned or be told to shut up or whatever, discredited, whatever. Like, things can just happen that will make people not believe the person who's making the accusation and make them side with the other person. And that's kind of like it's kind of like represented with DSP's community, because all of them are afraid to speak up, because if they do, they'll be banned unless they are willing to, like, waddle back into his little pig pen and say, "I'm sorry, Phil, for saying this stuff."
Else to add to the drama they're trying to create. So what they do is they just go in circles now with the same bullshit over and over. It gets so tiring. It's just exhausting with the level of shit that they just...
Again, he doesn't watch detractor content, yet he knows that we somehow keep talking about bankruptcies and mobile games all the time. You can watch my videos and you can already just know off the bat, I haven't focused on that. I talked about his gaming news segment that is just, has always been stupid. It's been such a terrible segment. And it's like, yeah, there's other stuff to complain about you or criticize about you, dumbass.
Repeat it.
Getting rough out there.
Great stuff. Everyone, thank you so much. Have a good evening. I thank you all for relaxing, hanging out, supporting me this week. Great birthday of celebration we had. And I'm looking forward to another fun week when I get back on Friday. Everyone, also, one final thing. I'll be watching the Fallout TV series with my wife over the next several nights.
My wife?
And if it's good, I'll be reviewing it. If it's bad, I'll probably still review it.
If it's good, I'll review it. If it's bad, I'll probably still review it. Usually when people review stuff, they review it if it's good or bad regardless. You know what I mean? Come on.
On DSP React, so keep your eyes peeled for that as well, okay? Thank you all. Please have a good evening. I hope to see you all on the other end of it on Friday. But in the meantime, be safe and have fun. See you Friday. Peace out, everybody.
I like how he has to do that. He can't just find another way to, like, do this. I mean, not the AI image. That thumbnail. Ah, yes. And now we get to the big bomb, the big bam of nonsense. This segment is insane. To put it into perspective, I was impressed with myself, guys. Usually, sometimes when I catch the podcast, I load up Guilty Gear and I just do some matches. I listen to the background. Sorry, guys. But I was, oh my god, hold on. It must be a Connecticut thing? Anyways. I tried to mute because I didn't know if you could hear that, so I was like, I'll just mute it just in case. Anyways. So, usually I have the podcast playing and I'm playing Guilty Gear during that. I went on a 20-win streak with ABBA, going against all of these players. Some of them were pretty bad, so whatever. But I went on a 20-win streak listening to this dude, and the whole time I was just like, I can't believe he's saying this. I can't believe what I'm hearing, and all this stuff. And I was like, I was still winning. It's like, wow. So that's kind of like impressive in me, because usually if I'm like not, if something's distracting me, I just kind of like just get bodied, and it's kind of like frustrating. It's like, god damn it, I could have won that, and then I lose focus. And I was able to still win and lose focus at the same time. Maybe I'm just getting too good. I'm becoming a pro Guilty Gear player, man. Probably not, though. I still get bodied pretty hard.
Shout out to hate.
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 Shout out for
Shout out for hate.
Okay. All right. Now on to the topic that I want to read to you guys.
And no one could have been prepared for what he was gonna drop. Everyone was like, oh, it's probably gonna, because he did a tweet saying that he will still play Final Fantasy VII. Don't listen to the misinformation from the trolls. So I'm thinking, okay, he's gonna rant about trolls spreading misinformation. But no, we could not possibly be prepared for what he was about to drop on us.
So the other night, when I was playing Alone in the Dark, someone asked a question, and now we could go back to the regular screen. They said, could you just at least maybe give us some ideas of maybe some of the ways that if you had done that Mike Klum documentary, excuse me, the way that maybe it would have gone or it would have been a little different from all the other documentaries about you. And in a nutshell, I'll just summarize. I said, basically, this documentary was going to show all the hate towards me. In fact, it was going to interview some of the people, the top people who don't like me, right?
Like who?
And they were going to get a chance to speak in the documentary about why it is that they don't like me. But then what it was going to do was show my responses to that, to show how I feel about it, or maybe even clap back a little bit.
This is kind of dumb. Just off the bat, to clap back, like, dude, someone's saying like, yeah, I don't like Phil because he snorts, he just treats his audience poorly. What's it gonna say? I do treat my audience pretty good. You see, they said they wanted Alone in the Dark. I gave them Alone in the Dark, man. They wanted The Walking Dead, and I gave it to them, man. Like, is this gonna be semantic bullshit? But it's like, if I say, like, well, Lavinia did this, and, like, you did this. Well, no, man. See, like, this person was just spamming in chat. It would be the same semantic nonsense. And it's like, honestly, if I was sitting there, I would say, no, you're gaslighting me, bitch. Get the fuck away. I know why I dislike you. I don't need you to, like, fucking say shit. I'm not gonna even ask for it. I don't give a fuck what you say. Because I don't trust anything you say, because this dude has been so dishonest all the time. Why would anyone believe him that dislikes him? Think about it. During the quartering interview, he literally, well, you know, like, the tips goal, I picked $1,000. I knew I wasn't gonna hit it, but I picked it out. It was just a random number. He told us before that marathon, this was a calculated number because this was the amount he needed for his taxes or whatever the fuck. It was a calculated number. But now he tells the quarter man, oh, this is just a random number. And then he says throughout the marathon, well, if I don't hit the goal, I can't reveal what it is, man. And he says, I'm going to reveal it anyway. Yeah, I really want to trust the guy that says that, right? Or the guy that says, oh, I'll never go back to Twitch. I'll never go back. Never, ever. It's not a magic bullet. He goes back to Twitch like a week later. And then he leaves Twitch to go back to YouTube after saying YouTube is awful. And now he's back to saying Twitch is awful. Okay.
And then what it was going to do was kind of analyze why so many people hate me. Like, what created this hatred? Is it legit? Does it even make sense? Because let's be honest.
And honestly, it's kind of like stupid. Is the hater legit? Hate legit? Honestly, I don't think anyone's gonna give a fuck if DSP thinks it's legitimate or not, or if Mike Klum thinks it's legitimate or not. People will dislike people for any reason. I think it's really like you can think that the hate's not legitimate all you want. I mean, you can have that opinion. Sure, fair enough. But I kind of don't I don't like the idea that DSP is gonna like use that as a way to tell other people it's not legitimate when it's like, well, how do you know that, man, or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? Like, it's, I guess it depends on who you're talking to and all this other nonsense. I don't know how to describe it.
Hate that I get, the amount of people who stalk my every move, who make so many videos and hateful things about me every day, from a little rinky-dink streamer that I am, a small guy. Right?
Small guy.
Why do I get that level
Phil.
of attention? Right? And we talked about it. It's like, even if everything anyone ever said about me was true, if you believe that back in the day...
But again, a lot of these are not people who are making this because it's like they're this and that. They're doing it to highlight how goofy this dude is. No one online has had these reactions to anything. Like, I have seen awkward moments with other streamers or content creators I watch. Like, I talk about Mega64, like, discussing why Derek has not DSP's Derek, by the way, why Derek hasn't been in the podcast and doesn't want to be in the podcast, it seems. And it's like, yeah, it's awkward, but like, I at least understand it. And it's not, but again, I listen to it and it's like, they're not sitting there. I don't remember the example, but like, they said something that could be taken negatively, but then they walked it back to say like, well, no, because they also understand why people are like, why is Derek not on the podcast, whatever. But it's like, they're not saying that like, guys, you guys are fucking idiots, okay? He's on the fucking podcast, okay? Everyone bitching in chat saying, where's Derek? Where's Derek? They didn't do that. But if it was DSP, he would do that. Every time shit happens, he just goes on a random ass unhinged rants when he doesn't need to. He makes things way more negative than it has to be. So I'm just sitting there like, and he always frames that as, I'm just being real. DSP, being real doesn't mean you have to be an aggressive negative person. Why is it every time this dude talks about being real with people, he has to be negative? All the time. Like this, every time he talks about chill streamers that are, and all this stuff, when they're being positive, they're being fake suddenly. And they can't be real. And when he qualifies being real as being critical and saying something is bad or whatever, but if you say something is good, you're being fake and all that nonsense. Why? Why can't he be a happy guy and just be like, yeah, you know, whatever, and just be positive? Why is that not being real? Sure, I know what he means, but at the end of the day, it kind of goes beyond that. Because if you just say that about chill streamers, that's one thing, but it just seems when he talks about the cat streams, the cat suggestion box moment, just being more uplifting and positive with cat is being fake. But then being bored together is being real and cool. But you could be real and still be a positive person. Why does being real need to be negative or stiff or whatever? It doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense.
A racist and a sexist and an awful person. Well, you can't actually hold that to me now because that's not my content anymore.
But you can, because he Stellar Blade, the most meme fucking game. I still kind of believe some of the outrage is manufactured. I kind of do not get why people are upset about this game that looks fun. Sure, I'm gonna play it, but it just kind of looks mid. At least it could be better than mid, but it's gonna be the starting point will be mid, pretty much. And this dude has already decided everyone's gonna be hounding and ogling the main character. That's kind of sexist because you're just assuming just because there's a woman that it's gonna just automatically be used as a trope or a tool to get people to get hard-ons. And sure, you could make sure that may be the case and whatever, but who cares? Like, I also don't think it's that nefarious. There's nefarious things to use women as to objectify them, sure, but like this is just one game and who cares? Like, there seems to be more stuff about this game that's kind of there and interesting, whatever. I think, honestly, you could have both, like, a dumb game like that and a more sophisticated game that, or is it not sophisticated, but another game that's not trying to do that, whatever. Like, it's just a nothing argument, whatever. So there's that. He sees breastfeeding as sex shit. He just thinks women can't talk about them because it's sex content, sexual content. But we can talk about poop, things going up people's asses, dicks, all that stuff. But that's not sexual? Okay.
But I guess you could still hate me for something I did over a decade ago, correct? Like, I think that's
correct.
What some people would say, is that it's a lot of people.
I feel like there's better art. I'll say I could probably think of better examples. This is not coming to me, so it's whatever. It'll come back to me once he does another weird rant that's like, oh, well, you see, this is blah, blah, blah.
Would say that, right? Now, also, for example, a lot of people with the current day stuff, my bankruptcy, e-begging too much, the mobile game.
So get a load of this, right? We can't complain, we can't shit on him for stuff he did in the past because that's irrelevant. Okay, so then people are like, okay, well, let's talk about the stuff that's going on recently. That's also stupid. It's just obvious that this dude just wants people to stop trolling him and making videos about him, but he has to make it seem like it's a narrative, like it's a natural thing for them to all stop and go away. but doing these rants, talking like this is not going to make them go away, buddy.
And all that nonsense. Even if all of it was true, which again, it's not, and I urge you to understand that the vast majority of crap on the internet that's said about me is not true. Even if all of that crap was...
He keeps saying it's not true and all this stuff, but some of the people that don't like him are subjective reasons. They're just opinions. Like, oh, I don't like him because he has a bad attitude. Tomi Salami could like him for that attitude. But who fucking cares? Who fucking cares?
True.
It's just an opinion.
Why is it that so many people hate me? Because it's relatively tame shit. You know, this is not
He is also kind of inflating people's opinions because they can just generally I don't like this guy, and he's inflating that to saying they hate him. Hate is a strong word. It was like kind of a meme, but I mean, I'm starting to hate this guy because it's just the lunacy of his fucking rants and the hypocrisy of his rants that are driving me up the wall. Like, I've never seen someone go on so many rants that just contradict in the same breath. Before, it was just like, he would say something Monday, then Friday he would say something that would contradict that. Now, it's in the same breath that he'll contradict himself. And he always has this holier-than-thou attitude. And he doesn't think that this is stuff that may put him in a bad light. Of course not.
Of sexual abuse or grooming. This is not like murder. This is not...
People have accused him of grooming. He, in his own debunk stream he did years ago, he even said, I didn't groom Leanna or Kat. But I kind of disagree with that. Leanna and Kat were fans. Kat, he started saying she wasn't a fan, but then he said, well, she watched my Evil Within playthrough. And I was like, okay, so she was a fan. But like, and I kind of think there's some problematic stuff because you know, the thing is, I kind of started thinking about this. When people were watching these old clips of Kat, with Leanna, DSP and Leanna. One thing started to really sit in my mind more and more. There are two occasions where DSP said she's gonna do something, and she would say, I didn't say that. Why do I have to do it? It's like, you said you wanted to do it, honey. Don't you remember? And she's like, I don't remember that. You did, dear. And I was like, thinking, it's once okay. You know, whatever. But this is twice. And I want to say it happened a little bit more. A few more times, in my opinion. And then the other thing, so that's out of my mind a little bit. I think it was in the slushy video. All right, Eddie, you gotta shake it up. Why do I have to do it? You wanted to do it, Leanna. Don't you remember? And he's like, I don't remember that. You did. And then she did it anyway. And then there's the move-in stream where he said that she's gonna do laundry, and he's like, why do I have to do? Oh, I have to do the laundry? What about we? Or whatever the fuck. He's like, you wanted to do the laundry, Leanna. Don't you remember? And I was just like thinking, this dude is gaslighting her. Because what if she didn't say that? Because I don't know. I wasn't there. So who's to say that she did or didn't say it? It just comes off as gaslighting because she doesn't remember saying that. Because that's what people do when they gaslight you. They tell you what you said that you didn't say. It's fucked up. So there's that. And the other thing is, he kind of does that to his audience, so it's a little bit more in line with the idea that he did gaslight her. So I'm a little bit more leaning that DSP did gaslight Leanna those two times, because he gaslighted his own audience. So, you know. So there's that. And then recently, this I was just thinking about recently. The whole Cat co-op was canceled because she was stressed. And DSP describes it. He went down to help her, and he fucked up the laundry. He hit a button he wasn't supposed to, and he's like, I don't know what I'm doing, honey. Oh my god. I'm just sitting there like thinking, this dude, he lived in this house for longer than Cat. He has used that machine longer than Cat. And he managed to fuck up the laundry. And part of me is thinking, I think this dude purposely fucked it up so that Cat would learn to never ask him for help. And I just am thinking more and more about how this dude runs the house, because in 2018 we had every day, okay guys, I gotta end the stream, it's my turn to cook, man, I gotta cook for my wife, and then he would go off and cook. Suddenly, magically, he never has to cook again. Now he cooks very sparingly, it seems. He never had to end the stream and say it's my turn to cook. I thought you're sharing the load. Why isn't he sharing the load with Kat? It's really funny, right? Correct? That suddenly, all the chores have defaulted back to Kat.
I mean, with the level of hatred that I get on the internet, you would think that I've done
that is, to be fair with DSP, if DSP is watching, or DSP spy is watching this, that is speculation, and it is speculative. It could be true, it could not be true. I don't know. It's just a thought. It's just a thought. I'm just saying a factual thought. I'm just stating a thought, okay? Don't thought police me, okay?
Egregious things to warrant it. But in reality, it's just a series of kind of silly, small things over time that accumulated up and up and up and up, to the point where now the running joke is to always say that I'm a bad person who made bad decisions and blah, blah, blah. But it's like...
But you do make bad decisions. And I like how it's like, oh, these little things. So people cannot criticize him for little things. But this dude is like saying, oh, people are taking it too personally. But if I criticize about how he spent his money to buy a fighting game and all this stuff and not an PC, is that too much? Come on.
But can you really justify any of that? Or is it that
so he does this, right? But why does he criticize other streamers then? He criticizes so many streamers for doing sponsorships. He has made the case or the argument that we should not be giving Ninja, for example, money because he already made it. He's a millionaire. Why? Why should you tell us how to spend our money? And then he also criticizes the things you watch and all this other stuff. Like, come on, man.
Mean to not like me anymore, right? So that was going to be one of the things that we were going to explore in this documentary to some extent, because keep in mind, it was only going to be about an hour long and topics were going to move fast. So nothing was ever going to be particularly analyzed for more than just a couple of minutes. And there was actually be some really funny parts and some interesting parts in there, things that people had never heard before. You know, we're going to try to get some people possibly from my past to be a part of it, right? If we could. Some stuff you guys have literally never seen before anywhere on the internet, you know? Because here's the thing. When someone is making a documentary about me, but it's not a documentary, it's literally just, oh, I went through all the detractor shit for 10 years and here it is all in a row. That's not a documentary. Literally, that's not documentary.
But sorry, I'm like, I don't know what's going on. But Drew the King is doing that. Frederick Knudsen did that. Those are cool. Those are fine. But Turkey Tan doing that? Bad. Awful, evil, not a documentary. So why is Drew the King so then why are you calling Drew the King a documentarian? Why did you call Frederick Knudsen a documentarian? But now Turkey Tom did a video, that's not a documentary. If he called it, DSP 10 years of falling down. Would it be a documentary then? And I love that he's saying that that's not a documentary, but who are you to say that? Like, they did research on a subject. You could criticize a documentary for the quality of the research. That doesn't mean it's not a documentary. It just means it's a bad one. But whatever, okay.
At all. You didn't even cover it factually. You just regurgitated what Detractor said for 10 years. You're a drama queen then. And everyone's been there, done that, right? We wanted to take it from a completely different angle than that. Yes, we wanted to absolutely acknowledge all of that and show it all exists and here it all is. Here's the people saying it to the camera. but then finally giving me a chance to, in one place focused, respond to that stuff and then show you what my life is really like.
Now, would it be a two-way conversation? Like, they would say it, then he would respond, and they could respond? Or is it just going to be, they would record why they dislike Phil, and then Phil would just respond? Because if that's the case, why does he do that now, then? Why does he need a documentary to do this?
Like, that it's nothing like what these people say or portray me as. You know, a typical stream, a typical day in my life, how different it is. Here's people from my past who know me, who say, yeah, I don't know what the hell these people are talking about, right?
Dude, the people from his past, they're gonna judge him of what they know of him at the time. He's a different person than he was back then, which, it's so funny. This dude said, oh, I was so toxic back then, I was an awful person, and now I'm way mellowed out. So, wouldn't they say the same? But what if they didn't say that? So then does that mean that he's lying about him being a toxic person? This dude just has no optics on what he says, and it has nothing to do with him having to be honest or lying. It's just, he says such bullshit, and he can't stop. He just can't stop. He just lets it out.
That's what it was going to be. All right. But that wasn't all of it either. You know, again, I'm not giving away every single thing about this documentary because we had other ideas too. And the thing is, it was still in developmental stages, right? Like, this is something that we were working on. It was in development. And I know that it wouldn't have worked because, number one, too much negativity on the internet. Again, these people obsessed.
Wait, what?
The thing is, it was still in developmental stages, right? Like, this is something that we were working on. It was in development. And I know that it wouldn't have worked.
He knew it wouldn't have worked. It was an interesting idea, but it wouldn't have worked. Why?
Because, number one, too much negativity on...
Too much negativity? What does that mean? You're making a documentary that was gonna be a different angle of it, but now it's too much negativity. This dude, I gotta slam that down. This is bullshit. This is some hot nonsense from this fucker. He says this shit all the time. When it's an arbitrary amount, it's not a thing you can tangibly see or feel. It's like a meter in his little pig brain that fills up. Then every year it resets. Because he said the same thing in the middle of last year. I can't do this because of the side scrollers. It's too much negative. I gotta wait for it to die before I do. DSP asks it. And then suddenly in 2024, negativity vanished. It reset. And now there's too much negativity. Like, shut up. Shut up with this. It's not gonna change. No matter how many years pass, it will never change. The one way it can change is if this dude genuinely changes to be a positive person, which will never happen. It will never happen. You wanna know why it won't happen? Remember the New Year's resolution he had in the beginning of the year? Where, oh, I'm not going to be negative. I'm not going to insult the other player when I play a fighting game. I'm not going to rage and this and that. Within a week, maybe two, he already went back to saying, this guy sucks, fuck this game, fuck this, fuck that, during every Street Fighter 6 stream, every Tekken stream. He was still negative. So he already went back on that New Year's resolution, which is so funny to me because for years, every year he has been asked about his New Year's resolution. It has been nothing resolutions. Like, yeah, my New Year's resolution is to stay in the house. My resolution is to keep making content. These are nothing resolutions because yeah, you're gonna make content every day. That's your job. Okay, like, but then the one time he makes a resolution that's a goal and a thing that would make him change as a person or whatever, he can't do it. He couldn't do it. You want to know why? This dude has anger problems. And I guarantee you, he needs a therapist. Because, you know, I had anger problems when I was young. I would bite people. I would just get into fights. I kept getting kicked out of summer camps, by the way. It was a problem. It was a problem. And I did see help back in the day. And since then, it's like, yeah, you know, and I have factually calmed down. I yell and stuff like that all the time, but that's like, you know, But it's just, just whatever, you put a camera in front of me, it's just me acting very, this, like this, it is what it is. But I do recognize at least some of the anger DSP has, because I would get angry, but I at least have the willpower to at least try to like control it better. And sure, I mean, there's nothing wrong with being angry, but to some degree, you have to acknowledge it. This dude doesn't acknowledge it. He thinks he's already over it. Oh, I'm not angry anymore, man. I'm just a human being. But he has no sign of improving his anger at all. If anything, his apologies seem so insincere and not real. He apologizes and it's like, yeah, sure, you're gonna go back to this tomorrow, and he does all the time. He never believes what he means, ever, because this dude is a piece of shit.
And again, these people obsessed with me would have just turned it into their own bullshit party anyway. And number two, scheduling. There was no way.
You know what? That's the other funny thing. When the Mike Clem documentary first was announced, we were like, oh, I don't know if it's gonna do anything. But it was mostly like a very like mid reaction from trolls. Like usually you'd expect, oh, it's gonna be ass pats and this and that. But then people were just like, yeah, you know what, fuck it, let them do it. Who cares? Whatever. And if anything, people were just like, yeah, do it, Phil. Yeah, man. And I guess he saw all the trolls just saying do it, and he's like, oh, now they want me to do it? That must be bad.
Ever gonna make that fucking work at all?
Because yet again, DSP cannot have any faith in anything he puts out. He's afraid of the potential of it being this or that, which again is a very like paralyzing thought to sit there and say, this could fail. This coulda, woulda, shoulda attitude is not gonna do you any favors. You're not gonna move forward if you're thinking, I could fall if I take one step. I could leave the house and get hit by a car, so why should I leave the house?
And now number three, and this happens in retrospect, which I didn't know at the time. Mike was already working on other documentaries, and one of these documentaries he's working on is EDP. One of the most
the EDP documentary was announced like way after DSP canceled the documentary. Way after. It was very clear to me, in my opinion, that Mike Clem was gonna work on DSP's documentary right after Boogie, and then since he decided not to, obviously EDP would be open to doing a documentary, because guess what? The person who got all these accusations, of course he wants to have a platform to say he's innocent or whatever the fuck. Like that's just how it always goes, which is why like everyone is kind of like really gonna do a documentary on that guy. Like, yeah,
reviled people on this planet, because he was basically caught red-handed being accused of pedophilia.
Caught red-handed being accused. Great statement. But it is so funny to me. DSP said this. Like, he wanted to double down on saying, like, fuck this guy, but then said, well, these are accusations and this and that. But, like, the facts that are out there are pretty convincing evidence that he did the things he's being accused of. So a lot of people are already just openly saying fuck this guy, and DSP cannot be bothered. Now, there's nothing wrong, in my opinion, to say fuck this guy is a fucked up person. Then if you get information that's also convincing that he might be innocent or whatever, you could say, oh, my bad or whatever, and that's fine. Like, as long as you're willing to acknowledge that the accusations are wrong or whatever. But if they're right, you're gonna go with it. I mean, there's nothing wrong, like, being wrong about believing an accusation if you're open to the possibility it could be wrong. But since EDP's case is very strong that he's the guy that did the things he did, people are just gonna say fuck this guy. Obviously, I mean, come on.
Okay, so because of that, can you imagine? Big documentary number 1, Boogie. Big documentary number 2, EDP. The next one, Dark Side Phil. No thanks. I don't want to be associated with that shit. I mean, the whole point was that my documentary was going to be very different than Boogie's. But do you really think I want to be the next in line of that string of documentaries? No, I do not.
But it's
So,
funny,
in retro-
he did kind of have this mentality, a little bit though. But yeah, it was gonna be 1 boogie, 2 DSP, 3 EDP. That was the order. And then DSP canceled, so then he got bumped up, dude.
I think I made the right choice.
He
okay?
made the right
I'm
choice.
not saying that I would never do a documentary. I'm saying that right now it makes no sense. My story continues and is not even ready to be done yet. I feel like my documentary, if I ever do one, should be done further down the line, right?
As with everything, it has to be to the point where like he doesn't have to deal with it. Because if he doesn't, when he's done streaming, he'll do it because he won't have to worry about opening a stream and seeing chat talk about it. That's what he wants to do. He wants it. You know, he's this is getting a little ahead of the video, but this dude talks about how everyone, all the trolls are gonna cut and run. They're gonna take the money and run with it. But guess what? That's what DSP's gonna do with a documentary. He's gonna make the documentary, upload it, then run. That's what he's gonna do. That's what he wants. Listen to it. Oh, I'm gonna do the documentary at the end when I'm done doing this. Yeah, I wonder why. Because if he did it now, he would have to deal with the fallout of that documentary, good or bad. But if he does it at the end of his career, hey, he got his money. He got paid for it. He gets to live a comfortable life, and he doesn't have to go online and deal with it. So is that cutting and running? Oh no, because it's at the end of the career. So it's not like he ended abruptly and left. He was already leaving. I knew that's what he was gonna do when he canceled and talked about how he wants to do it later, because he wants to just upload it and then run away. So he doesn't have to deal with it. Because look at the side scrollers. He did it. Then after that, he was in his little hug box, and everyone's like, "Oh, Phil, that wasn't a really good one." And then over time, Deep's like, "That wasn't good." It's kind of like you buy a car or you buy something, you tell your friends, you brag about it, like, "Oh, guys, I got this thing. It's really cool." Then some of your friends said, "Oh man, yeah, that car is fucked up. You got the wrong car. You should have got this other car. That car is stupid." And they're like, "Oh fuck, I bought it. Oh my god." They start to feel really bad because you spent money on a car that is a lemon. You know, you get buyer's remorse because someone else said it was bad. That kind of shit. But hey, if you buy something and you don't see that friend ever again, you don't have to worry about it. You don't have to think about that. You just got your car and you're on your way. That's why DC wants to do at the end of his little career, because he doesn't want to sit through life being remorseful or regretting that he did that documentary with Mike Klum. But if you did it at the end, or he doesn't have to deal with the fallout, hey, it's great. It's great. So that's really funny. Oh man, I gotta get some food. I'll be right back, man. So of course I pause the recording, get lunch, and all this stuff. I come back, and OBS cannot reconnect to my camera, so I had to stop that recording and start again. So I have to edit this video again. I have to edit now. It's bullshit. So whatever. It's a small edit anyway, but I just don't like. I just wish the fucking thing I did just worked as it did before. But whatever. Okay, let's get back into the video. It's not a big deal, but it's a big deal to me because I could have at least saw an accurate representation of how long the video was actually gonna be, and now I have to like kind of guess it's gonna be 5 hours. Okay.
Right? Maybe when it's time to say we're hanging it up, or I'm near the end of my life cycle of doing content, then you make that kind of a documentary. I don't think we're gonna do it now.
Yeah,
I honestly don't think.
So as I said, so he could just upload it and then run. He doesn't have to think about it. He doesn't have to worry about anything. He can just upload it and run. And just run, man. Sound good?
Fit me. I don't think it's gonna bring any newcomers to my content at all. Sadly, I think it would be more for everybody else.
Hyped up that all these documentaries were gonna give him new viewers, and now, it's not gonna give me any new viewers. Okay, dude.
Out there, I don't think it's gonna help anyone. And as you guys know, you guys outright told me, right?
It was just 1 minute, man. By the way,
this was not gonna work. That if I did this, that basically it was gonna backfire and hurt everyone, especially after everything last year with the interview.
But again, the thing that was one of the many reasons why trolls were like, whatever, people, we're just saying this isn't gonna work or whatever, was because guess what? After the side scrollers interview, he told us, I learned my lesson. I'm never gonna do this kind of stuff ever again. I'm just gonna sit here and play games. That's what I want to do. And then he decides he's gonna do a Mike Klum documentary. And it's like, dude, you told us you didn't want to do shit like this, and now you want to do it? Again, it's as I said, he sets a standard, and then when people say, okay, Phil, so then just live by your standards. I can't. He just can't. Because this dude is a piece of shit. He can't stand up for anything.
Everything. And I listened to you, and I think that was the right feedback. Okay. But anyway, we were talking about this as I was playing Alone in the Dark the other night. Someone left a comment on the video. It's an insanely lengthy comment. And I would just like to read this verbatim.
By the way, if this comment happened to be a suggestion and it was that long, he wouldn't read it. He would bitch about it, say it's stupid. But since it's a long comment that is ridiculous, let's read it all.
All right? I'm just going to read the comment verbatim. I'm very curious to hear everyone's thoughts on it. So here's the comment left on my Alone in the Dark video where we were talking about this. Okay?
Here it is.
The majority of the detractors don't hate you for any real reason.
I hate these, like, camera glances. It's worse than Street Fighter because he's literally just like he grabs someone, he's like, it's like, dude, enough. But I just like, they hate you for nonsensical reasons. Like, okay, dude.
They left on my Alone in the Dark video where we were talking about this. Okay? Here it is. The majority of the detractors don't hate you for any real reason. They just monetize their videos.
They don't hate you for any reason. They just monetize their videos. What's the evidence? Now, this is a thing I want everyone to just sit there and think about. As always. When trolls just say whatever, like, oh god, like what I just said about, like, oh, I think DSB gaslit Leanna, I think DSB purposely sucked at laundry so that Kat would want to do it just herself and all this stuff, all that shit. He's like, where's your evidence? Show your evidence. You can't say stuff and not show evidence. Where's the evidence? All this stuff. He would want evidence for everything that we criticize him for. But he reads a comment that has no he has no proof. He cites nothing. Doesn't say anything about anything. Believes it immediately. Believes it. He just believes it because it just so happens to validate his own personal biases or beliefs. It's like a confirmation bias. This dude wants trolls to just not believe. Like, already, people are already more, like, skeptical when things are reported. Like, when the gas station photo dropped, some people believed it. Others are like, I don't know. I don't know if I want to believe this because, you know, it just seems kind of a weird photo. The only time that a big amount of detractors believed false information was the escort saga. And even then, they realized that they should be more careful with what they read on the internet or whatever. And now it's like even WWE champions, even now, people are still like, look, there's at least probably a 99% chance it's him. It could be someone else. I mean, it's not 100% like proven, like super duper, but the evidence is so like thorough enough that there's a reasonable believability that it's him. So it's like, of course we're gonna go with it and run with it, but people are still kind of like critical of information that gets reported from random accounts. There was a Reddit account that claimed that they saw DSP at a mall and DSP was like being rude to him or whatever the fuck, and no one believed it. No, people are like, okay, look, you know, yeah, show us something more than just your statement, okay, or whatever. So already there is at least a thought process going with people saying we should be a little bit more careful with what we believe in, whatever. This dude gets one comment, And again, DSP tells us we need to be careful what we believe in and stop spreading misinformation and find evidence, prove what we say is true, blah, blah, blah. He reads one comment, believes it immediately. This dude is so fucking gullible. It's to the point where it's like, I'm pretty sure at this point, whoever made this comment was a LARPer. And DSP's reading this and believing it because this dude is so dumb. He's so naive and he can't even be bothered to be a little critical of what he's reading and thinking, this might be wrong. Maybe this guy is just saying bullshit. But no, the trolls and everyone else, if this fan watched a detractor video and said, DSP, the troll said that you kidnapped puppies, so I believe him. And DSP would be like, why are you believing that? Does he cite any evidence? It's all speculation, okay? I mean, all this stuff, all this bullshit. But he's reading a comment and it's like, wow, this is pretty true. He doesn't have any critical thought of what he just read. I thought he's supposed to be analytical and Mr. Don't believe everything on the internet. But he believes this comment. I really believe when this dude becomes a 80 to 90-year-old man, he's gonna fall for every phone scam. Everyone is gonna go around saying, guys, this guy, Philip Burnell, he's an easy mark. Go to him. And he's gonna fall for it and lose all his money to a scammer. And Cat's gonna have to deal with that. Because DSP's gonna be too old, so he's not gonna understand. But Cat is the only one there that's gonna be young enough to do anything. And she's gonna be like, where's all the money, Phil? And he's like, oh, I gave it to our son on the phone. And he's like, Phil, we don't have a son. What? Oh my god! The detractor scammed me again! And it's like, no, dude, this is a scammer. Like, that's what's gonna happen. He's gonna fall for all those scams when he gets older. It's gonna be very sad. Or funny.
Duty made videos about Wings of Redemption before he ever came to you. And he was bullied out by the other Wings detractors. So he stopped and started making them about you.
Look at this.
And he was bullied out by the other Wings detractors. So he stopped and started making them about you.
He could have gone to... No, I like that he's like, look at this guy, man. He went from this guy to me. He could have gone to anyone. Like, again, DSP's not the first and he's not the last person to get trolls making videos about him.
It's literally just for money for most of these big ones, and YouTube stopped them. If YouTube had stopped them from monetizing this crap, they would go do something else. The majority of the videos...
How does he know that? How does that commenter know that? What if they still do it? What about the people who are not in it for the money? Like, again, these people wants to insinuate that people are like insane and they're stalkers and all this stuff. I don't think money would stop them. If they don't get money, they're still just gonna do it. You know what I mean?
Are your new content from today with clips from years and years ago spliced in everywhere to try to create a false narrative.
The only channel I think of that does this is Memology, but it's used in a way as a reaction. The old Phil is used to react to what the new Phil is doing kind of shit. That's kind of what it's used for, but whatever, okay.
They don't care about anything at this point but making money, and they will fabricate stuff just to keep their money rolling in. Let's continue. The original detractors were actually just a bunch of crazy and obsessed people who were fanboys of Kojima.
Wait, what?
Rolling in. Let's continue. The original detractors were actually just a bunch of crazy and obsessed people who were fanboys of Kojima.
What the fuck? This is ridiculous. What does Kojima have to do with disliking Phil? And again, this is why he's so annoying about Kojima. So annoying. Kojima could make a new game that is just a game where you just listen to Snake fart, and these people say, oh, it's a beautiful game from Sir Master Hideo Kojima-san. And all this stuff, he'll dick suck Kojima just to think if he dick sucks hard enough, the trolls will go away. But it's not, like, it's such a false reason why people dislike him or whatever. It's just that people are just like, okay, dude, like, you're being really obnoxious with how hard you're going on insulting Kojima. Can you fucking relax? It's like, okay, fine, I'll relax by saying he's God's gift to the earth. It's like, what? So it goes from one extreme to the other. But this is a Mr. Moderate guy. Oh, we gotta do everything in moderation.
You kept saying bad stuff about Hideo Kojima while playing Metal Gear Solid, and that made them get really mad.
No, people get play Metal Gear Solid and say, well, Kojima's stupid. I mean, MGS4 is probably Kojima's like weakest game he worked on, in my opinion, and all this other nonsense. And I like Death Stranding, by the way, so there you go. I don't have to like dick suck Kojima to dislike him or whatever. You know, come on. You don't have to like dick suck Kojima at all. And the reason why people were mocking him for his opinion on Kojima was that it was unnecessarily insane towards him. Like, it really was just like, okay, dude, can you just move on? It's like really grating to hear you just say Kojima's stupid when you're the one that's sucking at the video game. Because he would only shit on Kojima when he couldn't figure out a game mechanic. That's what people were criticizing. Not that he was shitting on Kojima innately. Ugh.
Long gone now and probably on heavy medication of some sort at this point.
Why is he laughing at that? They're on medication, dude. They can control that. I mean, should we laugh at that cat has medication? Guys, cat's on medication. Would he laugh at that? Would that be funny, or would that be personal and awful?
Again, this is a comment on my video. I'm not saying this. This is me reading a comment.
Great defense. I'm not the one saying it. It's the comment. So look at them. But you laughed at it. He laughed at the comment. So that does show either he agrees with it or he thinks it's funny. But so it's not really like he's kind of, you know, not necessarily innocent. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But whatever.
It's literally 90% money based now. They just never really made a career out of it. It would have mostly died out if not for that.
It's money based, but it's not a career. Huh? Okay.
Other spam uploaders make thousands of dollars a month doing this kind of content.
Where's the evidence? Again, Troll said that he makes $10,000 a month. DSP tells us we need to have evidence of that. We need to prove that he gets $10,000 a month. We need hard evidence of him taking that money, holding it in his hand, and putting it to his bank account. We need hard evidence to show that. But this guy can say we make $1,000 a month, and he'll believe it immediately. This dude falls for such easy LARP bait at this point. It's insane. And if this dude isn't a LARPer, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say at that point.
More than they ever would have done doing anything else because they're all untalented morons. They treat making content about you like some people upload clips of their...
Now, isn't this punching down on the little guy? Think about that. He's saying that we're not talented and we're failed streamers and all this other shit. But isn't that punching down then?
Family or of the movie Frozen. I don't know.
The comment said Family Guy and DSP omitted the guy part, so he did. So yeah.
That I guess what they're saying is like obsession. Like I upload all the content about my family. Oh, I'm the biggest.
Again, he mentions family, but it's like there's nothing wrong with like sharing your family online if you want to, whatever, come on.
Fan of Frozen. Well, I'm the biggest hater of Darkside Phil. Monetize that.
This is insane.
Of the movie Frozen. I don't get that. I guess what they're saying is like obsession. Like
I don't get it, but I guess this is what they mean.
I upload all the content about my family. Oh, I'm the biggest fan of Frozen. Well, I'm the biggest hater of Darkside Phil.
So we make videos because we want to make a statement that we're the biggest fan or the biggest hater of Phil. I don't think anyone wants to brag about being the biggest hater. Guys, I'm the biggest hater. Is Cat the biggest lover?
Monetize that shit. I guess that's what he's trying to say. Okay?
Yes.
Let's continue. Most of the detractors are far more racist and sexist and anything else than anything you ever did. It's not valid hate. Now,
this is so lame. Such a lame point he's gonna fall into, because the thing is, just because someone else is racist doesn't mean that everyone in that vicinity is racist. You know what I mean? Like, I dislike DSP. Just because I dislike him, and let's say that I dislike DSP and Jimmy doesn't like DSP, but Jimmy is a raging racist bigot. Like he's just awful, an awful person. Does that mean I'm an awful person with him because he happens to dislike something I dislike? That doesn't make any sense. With that logic, you could say the same about DSP. A racist likes DSP's content. Does that mean DSP's a racist? I don't know.
Before I continue, I'm just going to say something right now.
Right now.
Those people who claim that they hate me because of things that I say and do, the things they say and do are far more vile.
What do I do that's more vile? What do I do? I want to know. Nothing. Maybe I rage at a video game and shit. Maybe. Whatever. Probably. But, like, you know, I don't think I've done anything heinous or vile. I just make a video saying this dude's an idiot. A fucking dumbass, if you will.
You have no idea. Like, no exaggeration, and this is me from my understanding. They call people who are fans of me or supporters of me dense.
That has nothing to do with being a racist or a sexist person. But he brings this up, and it is a wild argument to make. Dense. Okay.
Okay? Do you know?
This is coming from a dude who literally used the R word. Now, it's one thing to say like I used to say the R word too when I was young and all this stuff, like, you know, whatever. But more and more I started seeing people say this is derogatory to people who are mentally not mentally ill, mentally handicapped, whatever, that kind of stuff. And I'm like, okay, if that's a derogatory term, I'm not going to use it, I try not to use it. Sometimes I may say it by accident, but it's like, I do feel bad using it, so I try not to use it. So that's one thing, and I accept that. I accept that the R word is a very bad word, so I try not to use it. But I don't go on a holier-than-thou tirade that DSP does, and then still kind of do the bad behavior, because this dude keeps calling people mouth droolers. So if he's gonna sit there and say that adjacent insults are bad, like dense and all this stuff, then he can't say mouth drooler. This dude, like, I just say, look, I don't want to say the R word. I think that's, that is a slur, and I don't want to use it. That it is what it is. Dent, I don't think it's a big deal, because dent is an adjacent insult that, as far as I know, is not being used, is not a slur. It's an insult, but it's not something that is like specific to a group, to a specific kind of person, using that person as an insult. Dent is just a descriptor or whatever. I mean, if someone, if the language changes, whatever, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there, guys. But the thing is, the point being, dent is as much of an offensive insult as mouth drooler. Like, DSP, just move on. And this dude is Mr. Oh man, like, I have to pussyfoot around what I have to say now. I can't just say the wrong word. But now he's mocking people for using other words to insult his audience. Okay.
What that means? Do you know where that comes from?
And also, as far as I understand, dent comes from the Wojak meme. Of the dent Wojaks, the dumbass Wojak people, whatever. Like, that's as far as I know, that's where it originated. For me, at least, that's what I've seen. Now, if it came from like babies with deformed heads, I mean, that's one thing. But it's like, I'm sure people have described it like that too. You could, but again, it's just an adjacent insult that is on par with mouth drooler. So if he's gonna be drawing the line in the sand at mouth drooler, I mean at dent, he should also include mouth drooler there. Like, this dude, it's so disingenuous that he's kind of like saying that the trolls are so bad because they call his fans dense, but he calls people mouth rulers for far less than why we call them dense. Okay.
They're basically saying that when you were a child, someone dropped you on your head and you have a malformed skull because of it, a dented head, and you have like brain damage.
No one is, well, I mean, that's what dent describes, but people use it to show that DSP's fans are not the brightest in the shed. But they say that about anything. I mean, DSP says that thinks that people are only calling his fans dense, specifically just his fans. But people have been calling people dense all over the place. They've been calling detractors dense. They've been calling it's just an insult. Ugh.
This is a common term they use in their community. They're making fun of brain damaged people, and like that's fine. That's totally acceptable.
Again, if this is such a big deal for DSP and this is a bad thing, like fine. If he wants to sit there and say it's insulting to call people dense and all this stuff, fine. But why does he go out of his way to insinuate people are mentally ill? He brings up mouth droolers. Like he insinuates the same thing. He went on and on about how, oh, my trolls, they are lonely people who have no families and no one loves them, man. They need to get help. But that's not offensive? To insinuate that just because I make a video saying DSP is a doo-doo head, that I'm a lonely person with no family and no one loves me. That's not insulting. That's not. I can't be offended by that. But oh, if you call Slayer a dent head or a denty or dents, whatever, that's awful and vile. But let's insinuate someone's living situation just because they detract on me. Like fuck off. And the other thing is, oh my god, I had it and now I lost it. Well, whatever. It's just so stupid. It's just so fucking ridiculous coming from him, who makes insults. He insulted people for being mouth droolers. And he's like, these guys, they're far worse. They call people dense, man.
Oh, but if Phil says that someone's a mouth drooler because they mash playing a fighting game, that's not acceptable.
He has called people mouth droolers outside of fighting games. And he also went far worse. He fought against Piece of Peace one time, and he kept insinuating that, like, I don't remember the insult, but he kept saying, like, he's gonna go tell his mom that he beat DSP and needs help putting his shoes on or something. Some weird shit like that. But that's not offensive. He made the same insinuations. Again, mouth driller, dent, these are all adjacent to the R word. And if you don't want to say the R word, then use that. Whatever. I think the R word is a little bit more cruel or whatever. It's a slur, so I don't use it. I don't have a problem with mouth driller, dent, whatever, because these are adjacent insults that kind of convey, like, this, that you're an idiot or whatever. But DSP is making a line saying that dent is offensive. Mouth drooler is equivalent, dumbass. It's the same thing. And he goes he makes narratives about people being stupid too. People just say, oh yeah, this guy's a dent. DSP goes out of his way to then make a scenario of why they're so stupid, why they can't be a functional person, and all this other stuff. That's not offensive? And this dude gets so mad when you say, DSP, that's offensive. It's like, if you hold such a value to insults and say insults are fucked up, then don't make insults then.
Correct? But
Correct.
They have a literal term they use in every piece of their content, and that's acceptable, saying people have brain damage. What?
But, dude, it's acceptable. But the thing is, DSP, the big difference between why it's acceptable for the trolls to be toxic and not you is because one brags how they're not toxic anymore and they're accepting and understanding of everyone's walks of life and he's so chill and mellow and all this stuff, and the other never bragged about how they grew up like a big boy. DSP made it literally goes out of his way to brag, to tell you, oh, I understand, people are offensive, and I don't think people should be made fun of for things they can't change, and this and that. But he calls people mouth droolers, insinuates that they're mentally slow, and they need help, and they are lonely people, and all this other shit. But then we're like, DSP, you're going against your own standards. Why is it okay for you to do it, not me? This is the whataboutism that is so aggravating from him. This is a childish argument to sit there and say, well, you think it's bad that I say mouth driller, then why is it okay for you to say that my fans are dense? DSP, you run a stream where you tell your audience every day that you're such an understanding guy, that you're so cool and you're not toxic anymore, and he's not toxic. But he's making an argument saying, why is it okay for you to be toxic and not me? DSP, we're just holding you accountable for the own standards you made for yourself. if you didn't sit there and spend hours on your pre-stream or your life or whatever saying, I am not toxic and I'm amazing and everyone loves me, no one would care. But he always feels the need to brag how he's not toxic like the other YouTuber and he doesn't insult other people. But when he starts insulting people and a troll says, Phil, you're insulting people, that's hypocritical. DSP, you're the one who holds yourself to a standard you don't want to use.
No, it's not only hypocritical, it's worse than what I do.
How is it worse? How is it worse? At least the trolls I watch, I know what I'm getting. They're not telling me, they're not selling me on false promises about how they behave or whatever. They say what they say, and if I agree or disagree or get offended or whatever, that's on me. I can make that decision on my own like a big boy. But I'm not going to sit there and hold them accountable for my own standards. I may disagree with how some people discuss stuff, and I'm not going to sit there and police them. But I police myself because I want to hold myself to what I want to hold myself to. DSP wants to hold himself to all these standards, and then when people call him out, when he goes, and he's not being held accountable to his own standards, that's wrong. But DSP, you're the one who brags how you're such a understanding person that doesn't insult people. But now you're mad that you can't insult people like we can? Okay, you know what? Fine, DSP. If that's the case, then I give you permission that you can say mouth drooler, you can say dent, you could say the R word if you want, I guess, because apparently I can't criticize you not holding yourself to your own standards then. If that's the case, then don't have any standards. Just say whatever. If every time that you're held to a standard that you say it for yourself, if that's such a bad thing, then maybe don't set yourself to your own standards then. Why does this guy go on and on about how he has such standards for himself, that he's such a different guy and all this stuff? If he's just gonna complain and bitch about people saying that he's not being held accountable for his own fucking standards. This dude brags how he does that. It's so aggravating, and that's probably why I'm like kind of repeating myself, because it is not a good look to listen to a dude say that like how he has changed as a person and he's more positive and all this other bullshit, and then he gets mad when people call him out for falling below his own standards. Like, come on. It doesn't make you look like a cool guy. It makes you look like a little bitch that's pretending to be a very understanding guy.
But they're okay doing it.
It is the same shit when he says, I don't make racist humor anymore. I understand that the jokes I made in the past were offensive and wrong. And then when he makes a joke that's offensive or people find offensive and they say, DSP, that's a fucked up joke, he tells them to fuck off and they don't know what they're talking about. But if you're so understanding, Phil, you would be able to understand what they're saying and apologize. But he can't, because he views an apology as weakness. Because this dude is so weak. He's so insecure about himself. It's sad.
It's because they're making fun of me. Get it? It's not. It's insanely hypocritical. It's 100% fucked up the way that they do it. Yeah, that's true. Oh, this is absolutely true. Dax McGain or Dax again, I don't know how to say your name. They also say people are wheelchairs, meaning they're handicapped. Yeah, because we all know that the only people who watch my content must be handicapped. That's why they do it, right? They also say people are wheelchairs, meaning they're handicapped. Yes, because we all know that the only people who watch my content must be handicapped. That's why they do it, right? Like, what? And even if they were handicapped, who cares?
Who cares?
That's insanely offensive and discriminating.
No one's saying he's discriminating against handicapped people, though. This is a weird, like, he had an argument at the beginning, and then he just kind of fell off. He kind of forgot what he was saying.
Discriminatory. Who cares? I don't care who you are or where you are in your life. If you're handicapped or not, who cares? You can't watch someone on the internet and like their content? What are you talking about? Do you see how...
No, the reason why people call his, like, chat handicap and dense and all this dumb shit is because they say dumb shit. Like, you have people sitting there like they're watching DSP like melt down on another viewer, and they're like, "Oh, this guy's cool. This guy's not negative at all." That's kind of stupid. Like again, if I was watching a streamer and they're yelling at a dude like during the Lavinia situation, I would say, "Wow, this guy is kind of fucked up. He's not like apologizing or trying to understand where Lavinia is coming from, and just assumes Lavinia is a sleeper troll. Like, come on."
Stuff this is, and that's their community. That's how they talk in their community. But that I'm worse somehow. How am I worse than that?
But again, none of these trolls or these other people make it make it their business to tell you how positive and cool they are. They're not telling you that my community is so positive and cool and like we don't insult anyone ever. And then they start insulting people immediately. Like they're not doing that. Like they're just doing a stream and they're just talking the way they want to talk and all this other stuff. And if you don't like it, that's for your decision. But if you're gonna start bragging about how you hold yourself to a standard and if someone calls you out for falling below that very standard, that's not hypocritical. This is holding you accountable for your own standards. That's all people are doing when they're saying that DSP is a bad person, because he gets paid way more than me, for example, when I make video content. He brags about how he's a mature adult that's not toxic anymore. Yeah, he has these little tirades about mouth droolers and all this other bullshit. So when people call that out and say, "Hey, Phil, you say you're a positive guy. Why did you call that guy a mouth drooler?" That is fucked up, because I may have just called someone a dent. But that doesn't make sense. I'm not holding myself to a standard and bragging about it. He is. Like, come on. And if you don't agree with other communities, at least understand where the criticism's coming from. You don't have to agree with my lifestyle or who I hang out with to try to understand maybe where I'm coming from with a point. And this is a dude that says, I don't go one way or the other, man. It always be somewhere in the middle. He doesn't do that for anyone. He doesn't even understand. Like, if he's Mr. We gotta meet in the middle and compromise the kind of guy, why do the trolls have to compromise way more than he does? He's not gonna compromise to maybe think to himself, okay, this guy may be a piece of shit, but he did say that I am a very negative person. Maybe that there's something to that, because I do call people mouth droolers. That is an insult. But instead, he's like, well, no, he said that. I can't say that. What the fuck? But this dude does not hold anyone to the same fucking standard he does. He's always, I want to see people happy. I want to do this and that. He's Mr. I do unto others what I would like to be done unto me kind of guy, or whatever, but he never follows through. Every streamer, he shits on them, no matter what. When he begs, I was very stressed out, man. What if Bad Bunny was very stressed out and she just, was a fallible human when she said Twitch sub is $5? But he doesn't care. He still shits on her for that. He still shed on her for saying that to this day, probably. But when he says, guys, I need the members, guys, where's the members? Where's the tips? Let's hit the $50 tip goal, which is more than $5. But that's okay because he's a fallible human. But he doesn't give the same courtesy to anyone. But he demands everyone to give him such a leeway. Why should we give him so much slack when he refuses to give anyone slack? Oh, because he can't trust anyone? He does that to strangers anyway. He gives no one slack. And he wants us to be more careful and all this stuff to him. He's 42 years old. He runs an internet business. And yet he has never once tried to understand the criticism he got. He only takes it to such weird extremes, or he has to be handheld to the point that you have to talk to him like a baby for him to understand the problem.
Times worse than what I say. Anyway, let's continue. They just want to pretend that their hate is valid.
And again, that's not every community. Not every detractor is like that. And he's just saying that we all are. We're all the same person. Okay.
So that sounds valid. You could make yourself into a perfect angel in every way. They would still hate you. They would not miss a beat because this is now their job.
The reason why, fuck that. Fuck this guy. You wanna know why? Because let's say he cured cancer. Guys, DSP cured cancer. He cured it. I would not give that fucker any credit. You wanna know why? He would hang it over your heads till the day he dies. He will die on his gravestone, I cured cancer, Philip Burnell, 50-year legacy, whatever the fuck. He will brag and brag and brag and brag and brag about it. No one who does a good deed brags about their good deeds, but this dude will just keep bragging about it. And he's like, I would not brag. I don't do charity. But every time he did something that was for his community, he would brag about it. Guys, look at my camera. I changed my camera settings. Wow, look at my camera. Now my mic is this. But these are all things he had to be told to do. But it keeps towering as if he's doing you a favor. He's doing you a favor. But it's the same shit he would have done anyway because he got a handheld, but he wouldn't do it anyway. Half this stuff, all of the improvements that he did to his streams are not from him. He didn't do it out of the kindness of his heart. People had to gift it to him. Someone had to gift him the LED lights. Someone had to gift him the ring light, I think. Someone had to gift him the face cam. Someone had to gift him the mini PC. Someone had to tell him how to change his mic settings. All this stuff he had to be told. He couldn't do it with the good kindness of his heart. And when he does something that's kind to his audience, he uses it to leverage against them. Guys, I did this because you wanted it. Like, I'm such a nice guy. I let you do this, and this is how you repay me, and all this other bullshit. Look how we talked about when him and Leanna broke up. I was such a nice guy. I let her use my car. Dude, she had a job. She had to go to work. She had to do all this stuff. She needed a car. And he's bragging, I was such a nice guy giving her a car. Were you gonna let her walk to work? Were you gonna really be that guy? Of course not. Because she also lives in the house. It'd be a little ridiculous to let her use the car to get to her job and responsibilities. But this dude is such a piece of shit. Such a piece of shit. And he's saying, guys, if I did such a kind thing, the trolls would not praise me for it. He can get all the praise he wants, and he'll just be obnoxious about it. It's so obnoxious. Come on.
Okay?
Okay.
As for their viewers, they find it funny to consume this stuff, and they have turned it into a daily routine, and the comments...
And now he's talking about the viewers. Yes, my viewers, they have a daily routine of, like, waking up in the morning, they turn on a Theo video, they watch, like, 5 minutes of it, you know, they have a busy morning, they go to work, they come home from work, and then they watch the rest of it, and then they wake up the next day and finish it, obviously. All this stuff, whatever. We all have our daily routines, I guess.
They're all about money and not being good at games.
Wait, what?
As for their viewers, they find it funny to consume this stuff, and they have turned it into a daily routine, and the comments are all about money and not being good at games.
Okay.
It's mostly people who are jealous that you make money being a streamer, and they can't.
They can. What a nice guy. Look how he's like rubbing it in that we're failed streamers, unlike Phil Burnell, the Chad streamer that can do whatever he wants, right?
Most of the re-streamers literally are just failed streamers. They can only...
Again, this is punching down, correct? Because if we're such failed streamers and we don't pull an audience, DSP is bigger than me. And he's punching down. He's punching down the little guy. My streams get like 3 viewers, 5 viewers maybe, on a good day 10. He's punching down on me, guys. This is fucked up. He's punching down on the little guy. Me. A Greek guy. Not only is he punching down on the little guy, he's also punching down on a Greek. And Greeks, you know, come on, man. Come on now, dog.
Get any attention or make any money if they upload your content. They try to make their own content sometimes, and they get single-digit views on it.
Single-digit views. Then why don't I beg? I don't. And the thing is, like, this insinuation that all trolls make money, like, who cares? For starters, who fucking cares? Secondly, I don't monetize my YouTube videos. I used to. I only monetized my gameplay videos, my reviews, and stuff like that, not my DSP content. But now, I decided I'm not gonna bother because, you know, I get nothing. You know, my views are like, you know, on an original content, I get like 50 views on on a review, on like gameplay, probably like 10, whatever. And that's fine. So it's like, why would I put ads at this point? Like, who cares? Just upload it, whatever. And a lot of them are copyrighted at this point as well because I play like actual music in my pre-stream kind of stuff. So it's like, okay, who cares? So already I do it for money out the door. Come on now, dog. Duh. And again, punching down. He's mocking detractors for having single-digit views. Isn't that punching down? Imagine if we made fun of Kekken for having low views. Would DSP be cool with that?
If you make yourself super clean and super boring, they're just gonna paste in clips from your past and magnify tiny things to push a narrative, because that's their job at this point, and that's what makes it work. Being super clean and boring is not going to stop them. It will just make your content boring for the people who like you. And
dude, I like that this comment is in a way trying to get DSP to be more like free to say whatever, but that's not going to happen, because the thing that is so annoying about DSP being super clean is that he's not doing it for genuine reasons. He's doing it because he's afraid of the SJW boogeyman will come and get him. That's all it is. He's not doing it because he generally feels that it's bad content or insulting or offensive or anything like that. He does it because he's afraid if he did it now, the SJW boogeyman will come and kill him or something, when it's not going to happen. Like, come on. He's not that big of a guy to begin with, to have that happen with. He's not, like, that interesting of a person. It's kind of still boring, even with it. Honestly, even if he were to go back and saying the N-word and all this other stuff, it wouldn't make his content any better. The thing that I said multiple times about his fucking content is the fact that he had to rely on offensive humor, edgelord humor, to be entertaining, and take that away and all he has left is poop, says a lot about his talent. And for him to mock detractors for not being talented is really rich, when his talent is just making poo jokes. Like, I have seen other streamers, other detractors, anyone else for that matter, have more talent in what they put out and more charisma or more effort in what they do than what DSP does. And DSP's been doing this for years, for 15 years or whatever the fuck, and he still has nothing to show for it. He brags about how he's an innovator, but he isn't. All the stuff he has done is just stuff that people would have done anyway. Co-op streams, that's something anyone would have done. People are not stupid enough to not decide, I'm gonna record myself playing co-op with a friend. Like, it's all bullshit. It's all nonsense. Long-form video essays are not from him. Video essays have been a thing before their Homefront video, so it's really not a point to make.
Reporting. This is why people say the meme words, because you said something 6 years or so ago, and that's something that's detractors still splice into their videos daily. The thing these guys hate is any possibility of this gravy train that they're on ending. So if they see you do anything that they think might actually...
I said this before. There was a point where there wasn't anything going on in his content, except for maybe a small little rant about whatever, but these were all ignorable things. And he almost had it. And then after a while, it was like he decided, I need to be more ridiculous. I need to go crazy. Let's get crazy. Let's drink some bleach. And here we are. This dude has progressively lost his mind. And it's terrifying to think where he's going to be next year and the year after that. Because the fact that we got this rant is insane to me. This dude read a comment, believed it, and is reading it as if it's some, like, revelation. Like, holy shit, dude. And he has been getting more unhinged rants every day about other stuff. And it's not logical. This dude is losing his brain. He's losing his mind. His brain is cooked. And the other thing is he keeps bragging. This is a little, further back, I guess, but he brags how he's such a nice guy and cool guy and he could do such good things. He brags about changing his outfits. Oh, look at me, guys. I'm wearing nice clothes. But the thing is, he had to be bullied. He had to be bullied to wear nice clothes. And the nice clothes he changed are not nice. They're just tacky, kitschy fucking shirts that you see an ignorant American tourist wear. Like, the person who would wear this would have like a fanny pack, look like the most like touristy guy that the guy that DSP made fun of in Yakuza Like a Dragon that kept getting swindled by the Hawaii tourist people. Like, oh, here's a hula thing, whatever. That's DSP.
Actually improve your public perception, they're going to try to counter it. Okay?
What does that mean?
If they thought that a documentary would come out that would actually see you in a positive light, and it might change how some people see you on the internet and actually attack the creators of like the detractor stuff.
That I would say that was true at the start, mostly with the Quarterman interview. That's where it began. Then when they saw how stupid it was, it's like, okay, this guy's a fucking idiot. And then people kind of did that with side scrollers when they did that interview. Then the interview happened, and then you saw what happened. Like, at this point, it's kind of obvious. No matter what happens, DSP will just ruin the opportunity. This is why no one should give him another chance. People should just like leave him alone in that regard, because it's just a waste of effort. It's just a waste, because this dude will take any good faith and just step on it and ruin it, because he just can't help himself. He has to be whatever he wants to sound cool. That's all it is.
Well, they're going to try to get you not to do that, and even give you money to try to convince you not to do it.
Like 1 Minute Man, correct? He paid him to not do the Mike Klum documentary.
These people are just protecting their careers at this point. They even copyright strike each other, and they have their own turf wars, and then they blame you for it because they try to get the competition out of the picture because of their money.
Because their money.
They're just a bunch of parasites clawing at each other to try to take money from you. They're like hot dog sellers clamoring around a stadium.
Oh, I bet these people love that. It was a food analogy. He loved it. He was like, hot dog, I know what he's talking about now.
You have no idea. I'm continuing. This is all one comment. You have no idea how sad the detractor community actually is. You think it's legit and has some foundation to it. No, it's actually just really stupid. If you were...
Wow, that's the thing DSP's been saying for years. Except that the trolls that are not around anymore, they were the cool ones. The ones that lingered and persist and endure, they're bad. The ones that don't make videos anymore, that won't call me out on anything, they're cool. They were the cool guys.
A woman, none of this would have...
Oh, let's hear this again.
The detractor community actually is. You think it's legit and has some foundation to it. No, it's actually just really stupid. If you were a woman, none of this would have happened. It would have ended long ago because it's unacceptable in the current climate to do this to a woman. However, because you're a guy, YouTube allows...
Dude. The fact that DSP believes this so hard and, like, loves it is insane, because... To bring back Bad Bunny, the Bad Bunny example, because I remember this, because Bad Bunny had that one clip of saying, Twitch subs $5. Some ordinary gamer, critical, and all these clips on Twitter were all focused on Twitch sub is $5. Like, it was just everywhere. Everyone was talking about it. My friend who is not really, he doesn't have a Twitter account, and all his other shit, called me to talk about it. And he doesn't watch Twitch streams that frequently at all. All these people were talking about it. DSP goes on all these unhinged rants. Nothing. Just detractor communities report on it. But I've not seen nearly as much of a fervor, that just in pure comparison, as Bad Bunny got. And I'm not saying that, Bad Bunny is, like, a great person either. I mean, I don't, sure, the Twitch sub is $5 is a ridiculous thing to say and all that shit, whatever. But DSP just doesn't really quite get the difference between what happens when a woman streams and what happens when a man streams sometimes. It's just some things that just are different. They're just different. Because there's all these stories of all these other streamers that are women that say, look, I have to deal with all this, and this, and this, and this. And it's far worse. Some people have to deal with Derek. But DSP, on a worst day, just gets trolls making song accounts that he just bans anyway. And then he gets like $100 from 1 Minute Man or whatever the fuck. Like, come on.
This to happen. If it was some way that you could get in touch with YouTube and get them to actually look into, ban, and demonetize this as bullying content, which it all is, by the way.
It all is.
I know you choose to ignore it, but most of it is totally against YouTube's terms of service. It would all end. The hard...
But what is bullying? See, this is the thing. This is why I kind of think I understand a lot of these TOSs about trying to, like, curb bullying content and all this other stuff, but what is, like, who's gonna, like, determine what is bullying and what's not? Because if I'm just criticizing someone for the content they make, is that bullying? No, I don't think it is. But if I'm like going out of my way to like just do more like unhinged stuff that just it's like, what are you doing? Like that, whatever. I mean, that's again, it's all different. It's just it's hard to pin down. I think it's a hard thing to kind of like point at, and it's also why bullying is a hard thing to kind of stop at schools because. If you snitch on a bully, the bully will bully you hard. If you say nothing, the bully is just going to continue. So it's like a very difficult situation.
Is making them do this because you are a man, and there is no real.
The thing is, no one deserves being bullied except for DSP because DSP at every opportunity he has gotten to get people on people's good side or whatever, he squanders it and then he shits on people. This dude shits on so many people. On it, like this, just innately, and it's like, and this guy's complaining about being bullied by being made fun of for how he plays the video game. This dude made fun of so many content creators for how they made their content. Oh, this guy, he played God of War and he died as a bear. He died as a bear, and it's so stupid, man. At the beginning of the game, and he dies as a bear. He makes fun of so many people, and he's like sitting there telling us it's so fucked up that trolls make fun of how he plays a video game, but he does the same shit.
PR hit for it. If they allowed this to happen to a woman, YouTube would look bad. But because I'm a guy, they allow it to happen and even promote it and let it be monetized.
How does DSP know that? Did he try to report it as bullying content? Did he try? I thought you're against reporting videos and getting them shut down. Like, the thing is, the line that I kind of draw with bullying is that if someone doesn't like the video and if I can see, like, okay, I'm gonna do something in my own personal experience. There's this one person on Tumblr, hot website, I know, that I did get into a little bit of an argument over fucking stupid anime shit. It's a really dumb thing, honestly, and it was awful. It was a cringe arc in my life. Okay, so. I then found he had a YouTube channel and I watched the video and I was like, oh, this guy's an idiot. So I did a video like this, just kind of making fun of him and being kind of mean. And I did think, I got a community strike for it, by the way. I did get punched for the video and I got it. It's like, okay, yeah, this is, because I could tell the dude was just making a video just on his own. And it's like, yeah, it is kind of fucked up. I just kind of roasted this guy and was being shitty to him, and he was just a dude who's making videos, and it wasn't like anything. So I was like, okay, you know what, I'm just gonna like let it go, and these videos, whatever, like I don't think I think I didn't re-upload them at all anywhere, and they're gone, and they're gonna stay gone because they're not good videos. And I kind of felt bad that I did that to that specific person, because that person is like, he was getting like nothing views. Like he would get like 2 people watching. It's like, okay, yeah, this is, I'm not gonna like fucking do anything to this person because anymore, and I'm just gonna move on. And I moved on. But DSP just is DSP. I mean, come on, this dude has like hundreds of viewers. He gets all this money and all this other stuff. Like come on.
Okay.
This
is why this Mike Klum documentary.
That's where I draw the line with bullying videos. It's like, if you're going after someone that's like doing it as like their own personal channel and they're just having fun doing whatever the fuck or whatever, it's like, yeah, I'm not gonna like, I don't care. But if it's like a dude like DSP that's like, this is my job and like I am very professional and all this other bullshit, it's like, yeah, I'm gonna like look at you a little bit more, because you should be like kind of held accountable as anyone else who's making this their career or whatever. Like, he makes a lot of stuff our business, and then when we call it out, when it's something that contradicts what he tells us, that's just the nature of the beast.
Them a lot. It had the potential to get what is going on noticed by the people at YouTube or maybe outside the current ecosystem, and your detractors definitely do not want that. That's the comment. So here's the deal from my perspective. A lot of this, and when I hear this in a comment, is news to me. Even though I casually know names, like
this is news to him. He said that all the stuff in that comment was stuff he said, by the way.
Duty Streams, or the fuck he is.
Duty.
What a genius to name himself that, huh?
This is coming from a guy who makes poo jokes and defends his poo jokes by saying it's funny because no one can get offended by poo. But he's making fun of duty streams for being called duty streams. Okay.
I know they exist because I know you guys tell me about them, or I see them in related videos and shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
I thought you don't care about trolls.
But I don't know anything about their personal past. I don't know anything about who they are, where they come from, any of that shit. I just don't know.
He doesn't know this, but he's so fast to tell us that we're lonely people who have no families and no one loves us. So fast to say that, but he doesn't know us though. Okay.
Pay any attention to any of it. As you know, my philosophy has been ignore it. Just
ignore
fucking
it.
Move on with my life and my day. Just go forward and keep creating positive content. And I'm successful doing that, right?
Right?
But when you analyze it like this, okay? First of all, this sounds like someone who has inside knowledge, does it not?
Look at this. He reads one comment that cited nothing. No evidence. This guy sounds like he knows what he's talking about. He sounds like he has insight. But if let's say that someone makes a comment saying DSP kidnaps puppies, and I read them like, this sounds like he has insight on Philip Burnell, so he must be kidnapping puppies. I agree. Is that okay? Is that cool? No, because I should demand evidence that DSP kidnaps puppies. But since he reads this long ass comment, it must be true. No, why would anyone write a long ass comment to lie? Right? Correct? This dude falls for such easy bait. It is sad. It is very sad. This dude is 42 years old. He gets one comment and he believes it. And he's 42. What's that gonna say? What does that say for when he gets older? When he becomes 80 or 90? He's gonna fall for like telemarketers, chainmail, all this garbage. He'll probably be the easiest guy to fall for phishing, and it's sad. Because there are times where he kind of fell for it, like Laveria. He literally almost signed with a scam partner company. He almost fell for it. If it wasn't for the trolls that kept drilling, saying, this is a scam, this is a scam, this is a scam, he would have lost his channel probably. He would have gotten hacked. He almost fell for it. And he's sitting there saying, like, reading a comment and acting as if he's so smart, and he believes it off the bat with no question. And he's saying that the trolls are the conspiracy theorist nut jobs. We're like the anti-vaxxers who believe that vaccines will give us a third arm. But this dude read a comment and believed it, no question. No question. He already accepts that he can't report channels for being for bullying. How does he know that they won't listen? Did he try? No. He just accepts it.
This sounds like someone who's in the trenches of this.
The trenches.
And perhaps this is actually someone who knows because they're a part of it. That's my guess. That would be, I mean, maybe I'm completely wrong, but it certainly sounds to me like...
maybe I'm wrong. But you believe it. Like, dude, this dude believed a dude saying, I know for a fact, Phil, that your trolls sent Twitch a package of hate. And all this shit. And now he's saying like, well, maybe I'm wrong. Nah, you believe it, dude. You're not fooling me.
Someone who is well versed in what's going on with that over there, okay?
Over there. But again,
I
What's the difference between that and me saying, well, there's one email saying that DSP kidnaps puppies? Sounds like he's very well versed into DSP and knows what DSP is all about. What's the difference? Come on.
find it funny that this is apparently this guy Duty tried to be a detractor of Wings, but the Wings community already had so many detractors they bullied him out. So he tried.
And listen to this shit. He thinks that Duty got bullied out of detracting from Wings because there's too many detractors. That makes no sense. The reason why he probably got bullied was either the kind of content he made, or they were just a toxic group of people that just don't want people to like get their attention, I guess, or whatever the fuck. I mean, there's a lot of shit that goes on the internet, and it's like it could be whatever. But it's kind of fucked up that you can't just say, I don't like this channel, move on, you know? Like, come on, man. You know what I mean? I don't know how else to describe it, but like, you can dislike a channel and say, this guy's an idiot, all you want, and that's fine. But to bully people out of making content, that's another story. As I said, like, there's one thing to say this dude's wrong and all this stuff, and depending on who you're like talking about, but when you're going after like people who like just are making videos for the fun of it or whatever, like that's completely different as well. Like, I mean, it's all situational and case by case. But like, dude, come on.
To bully Wings, and the bullies of Wings bullied out a potential new bully of Wings.
And this is the other weird thing that goes on in this video that is just really bizarre. It kind of, because he kind of talks about this as if he wishes trolls were more organized and they were a unified body to go after people, which is insane. To like mock people for not being a organized unit. Like, does he want us to all be organized into like destroying his life? Come on.
Oh my god. So then they moved on, right? To me.
Yeah, so like what's he gonna do? Like this is the other dumb thing. If doing one content as like piss people off, of course they're gonna transition to something else because that may not work, so you're gonna try something else to try at. Like, come on, man.
And because I guess I didn't have as organized of a detractor community.
As organized as a community. This dude is a piece of shit. Just sitting there as this casually wishing that the community police itself and where we all control each other. Like, that's fucked up. That's why things fall apart all the time, stupid. Because the moment that people start controlling other people is kind of when things fall apart. Because no one wants to work with or be associated with someone that's a control freak. It really says a lot about DSP as a person, too, if you think about it. Because look at how he controls his own content. If you want to be a mod for DSP, you have to let DSP control all the decisions. If you want to edit, he's the one controlling the opportunity. Like, come on.
As Wings, he's able to make his crap and gets popular doing it. Like, what on earth?
But the thing is,
right?
There are DSP detractors who don't like Duty. But the fact that they just don't like him, that says a lot that they don't try to erase him. And you know, it's also very funny, right? These would have us believe that DSP trolls and all this stuff want to end him, yet that's never the case. None of the trolls go out of the way to end him, and we also don't end other detractors anymore, supposedly. You know what I mean? Come on.
You know, it's just like, that's just funny to me.
It's funny.
And
exactly,
it's funny. You can't make this stuff up. It's just such a fucking joke.
Yeah, because it's so funny that we're not organized, that he doesn't have an organized group of hate. But that's because we're people. Of course we're not going to be organized. We're individuals, stupid. This dude always talks like he's surprised that humanity has the will of their own. Like, he's a surprise. Like, wow, this guy did something different. Whoa.
No. Now, here's the truth. If you watch any kind of this content, this bullying content, you are messed up. There is no one who is like a normal, right-minded person who would watch this shit. The problem is, there's ridiculous amounts of not normal people out there now. They're anti-social.
Ridiculous amount of not normal people. And then he brings up antisocial. So if you're antisocial, you're just bad. You're just negative off the bat. You're just toxic. This is a very like understanding approach, Phil. Right? Correct? Like, this is so stupid to say. Listen to this.
There is no one who is like a normal, right-minded person who would watch this shit. The problem is, there's ridiculous amounts of not normal people out there now. They're antisocial. They sit on the fucking internet, and this is what they do all day. They think it's legit time of their life.
But the thing is, it's like, who's to say I wouldn't do that anyway? You know, let's say that I'm antisocial and I stay on the internet. What's to say that I would detract on DSP all day? I could do anything. I could look at fan art all day. I could like look at other dumb YouTube videos all day. Whatever. But he's sitting there like saying, oh man, antisocial people, they watch troll videos and they like bullying. Antisocial people like to bully people. That's a wild thing to say. Think about it.
One life they have to live on Earth. They're going to die someday.
And I fucking hate this. You're gonna die someday. Okay, who cares? Who fucking cares? Anyone could die someday. You could die tomorrow. Why are you sitting at home? Why is he staying in Seattle? He could die today. He should fly to Japan. He should go to Rome right now. He could die today. So you might as well just live it up, right? Correct?
But they don't have true self-consciousness. It's like a bunch of cows.
So I had to sit, so it's normal, right? Correct? For me to go about my day thinking that I'm gonna die someday. Every day. To just go around and live my life like I'm gonna die tomorrow. That I'm just gonna die knowing that. Okay? And what if I decide this is worth my time? Fuck it. You know, like... Okay.
In front of a computer, right? So people say to hate, I must watch and consume and hate. And I'll even throw money at people who hate. Like, what?
What?
Listen.
But what if people just give people money because they like their content? Like, I just love, right, that if trolls say DSP fans only give money to DSP because DSP, like, begs or puts on glasses, that's incorrect. That's wrong think. But we can openly think that people would only give money to other trolls because they like hating and they want to hate. Why are we insinuating why people give other people money then, if we can't do that with your fans, stupid?
I was a hater in the Street Fighter community 25 years ago. Okay? I say the late 90s into the first half of the 2000s.
This is not comparable. This is factually not comparable. Just listen to this.
I was a hater. At the same time that I was a hater in the Street Fighter community, I played Street Fighter competitively. I was actually a good player. I actually got to the point where I won tournaments. Like,
if he was such a good player, then why doesn't anyone, like, praise him? Every FGC person that sees his gameplay has said this guy sucks. Pretty much. I mean, think about it. Diaphone literally used DSP's content to showcase how he's making mistakes in his gameplay. He's good at games, man, but Diaphone just used him as an example to show how how he sucked. Okay.
Did something productive while I was also being kind of a troll. You understand? Like,
but okay. Hold the phone there, buddy. Hold the phone, man. What about trolls who have a job? Like, every detractor I have seen and watched their content, they usually do other stuff than just shit on Phil. So isn't that them being productive by this own standard? Like, Meerkat does edit videos or remixes time to time. That's pretty talented. That's pretty cool. I do art sometimes. You know, I post some of the figure drawings I do every week. Let's see. Devin did DJ streams and he does other stuff. He just streams stuff in general now. He's just a streamer, man. And all this other stuff. People are productive anyway. Piece of Peace, I think, is in the medical field, or he's a doctor of some kind. I don't know, but I just know he knows something. He's in the medical field, whatever. That's productive. They all have jobs, Phil, and they're contributing to society. So why is that any different? Hold up.
Actually a good player. I actually got to the point where I won tournaments. Like, I did something productive while I was also being kind of a troll.
But also, okay, so I'm a productive person too. I'm good at Guilty Gear. I play Guilty Gear, guys. I got Jack up to level 106. I got biking up to 146 and all this stuff. I can get to rank 10, sometimes Celestial. I'm good at the game. I must be productive. I'm a productive member of society now because I play Guilty Gear. I'm good at it, right? Correct? Like, this is such a weird thing to say. Because he literally is assuming all DSP trolls are just the stereotypical meme neckbeard. That's think the South Park Warcraft episode. He all thinks that's what we are.
You understand? Like, I never wanted to be a crowd follower of hate. Being a crowd follower of anything, you are the lowest form of life on this planet.
And again, he's assuming all of this. off of a comment. But how does he know? Like, how do I know what you, my viewer, do in your life? I don't. I'm not gonna sit here and assume that you guys are like whatever. I'm sure you have a life. Everyone has a life. Everyone does whatever. Why is he fantasizing how other people live? That's all he does all the time. Just assumes anyone that watches the detractor videos, they must be no loads. They must be people who have no life. What makes him say that? But if you say that about his fans, you're wrong. Why?
No intelligent thought for yourself. You're just following along, apparently, a bunch of losers. And the sad fact is, when you look at...
It's really all he's doing this for is so that you feel so bad and get a forced self-reflection, a forced one, and you'll say, wow, Phil's right, I am wasting my life. I'm gonna stop watching the hate and move on. That's what he wants, and that's what he's aiming for when doing this, but sadly, no one cares. So this just comes off more unhinged and just nonsense.
What they say about me, like Phil is an e-beggar, and he asks for support for his content from a bunch of people. Oh, these innocent, ignorant, gullible people who listen to him, and then
they are innocent, technically. They're all these people have no thought. The thing is, honestly, it's not even that. DSP takes them for granted. They all just like Phil, and they all want to support him and all this stuff. They have their own reasons to, and that's fine. My criticism is that DSP's been taking advantage and just taking them for granted, though, for his entire career. He doesn't give a fuck because he just expects it. He expects them to support because he thinks his content is good. So he expects them to support him. But it's never genuine. It's never genuine.
Give him money, and then, oh, he's horrible. He takes advantage of people. Literally.
He does. He does. He does. If these people all started to stand up for themselves, they'd be banned. But he tailors everything. He's afraid to acknowledge anything. To show his phone would be terrifying because he's afraid that his audience will see something. But his audience has been very straightforward, saying we don't care if you buy WWE champions, but he doesn't want to show it because he doesn't want trolls to know what his accounts are. But his fans don't care. His fans clearly do not give a fuck about anything, but he makes it such a big deal all the time.
That's exactly what my detractors do, times 10. They fabricate narratives that don't exist. They reference things from my past that don't apply.
But I can reference something from you last week that apply to my criticisms. Any suggestion box you do is always negative. You write off suggestions. You don't care about any of the content you put out. You don't give a shit. You don't give a fuck.
Create narratives that are fake, and then they get people to believe it, and then they accept your money. They take your money for falsehoods. They do it on...
DSP takes money from his audience with the presumption that the money goes back into the business and all this stuff. But where did the money go, Phil? Did it go to the new face cam you use? No. How about the mini PC? No. What about the LED lights? No. Are you gonna save up for the new PC? No. Are you saving up money to pay your editors? No. So where's the money going? Oh, to bills. Okay, but why did you go to the restaurant then? Why did you go to an expensive restaurant?
It's the biggest scam possible. Dude, the side scrollers did it last year. They had an interview that was staged to be a legit interview. They used that as a grounds to then make tons of negative content about me, and they milked the shit out of my detractors.
Dude, this is the dumbest shit ever. Ever! They did a stream. The trolls were there watching, and they just supported because they liked the content. If we're gonna start saying, well, they only tipped him because they hated Phil, then we could just say, well, DSP only makes money because his fans, they only want to tip Phil because they like the video game and not the guy, or because they feel bad for Phil, or whatever. I could make the same baseless accusations, and that's not really positive, correct? Because every time we talk about support, he always tells us, I don't take sponsorships, I don't do this, I don't do that. So he's getting support. They're giving him money because he's not those things. He tells us every day. So he's using his own standards that he doesn't believe, by the way, to make money. Okay.
They literally, for months on end, had detractors coming to their streams throwing the money. And the people are so dumb that don't like me, they didn't fucking realize it. They went and gave them money.
But what does that mean? They did an interview. They showed up to the interview. They gave them money. And after that, the other streams, they probably were going to give them money anyway. Who cares? He would get so mad if people kept insinuating that the people who tip him only tip him because they feel bad for him. One Minute Man always gives them money because they feel bad for him. Alright, this is some bullshit. Let's keep going.
Money for nothing.
For nothing!
And then guess what? They moved on. They don't care about me. They never did. They only wanted to use that as a launching platform so people would watch their crap content.
This is massive ego moment. Because if you think that side scrollers literally got DSP on board, their little channel, so that they could do political content, you're insane. You're insane. They would have done it anyway. Because the thing is that to an extent, side scroller is a little bit more established as it is, and he could easily just done that content anyway. Nothing was stopping him. I mean, if anything, people are already accusing Craig of being a grifter for just continuing perpetuating culture war bullshit. I mean, that in a sense is their way to get attention. If you want to look at it in a negative light, they don't need DSP to do that. And DSP wants to keep saying, "Oh, it's because of this, it's because of that." I mean, like, dude, you're not that important. I hate to break it to you.
So now they can do politics and other nonsense, and it worked because people were so fucking dumb. They were able to be.
Now, I like that this dude. You know what? No, I'm gonna be more mean to Phil about this one. Because guess what? Guess what, dumbass? So, get this. Side Scrollers was transitioning, according to him, to do more content, to diversify their content and all this stuff. So, they did all this stuff so they can actually do that, so they can actually branch out. Guess what DSP wants to do? He opened 3 channels that he wants to branch out and do a variety with. He has all this other stuff. So, it's yet again another classic example of when they do it, it's wrong, but when I do it, it's okay. Why is DSP having such childish arguments? This is an argument he always says. Why them, why not me? I can do it, but they can't. This dude needs to shut up.
By the side scrollers. And this is literally...
He's so desperate. He really wants it to be, oh my god, they milked me? Oh my god, they're awful people. I'll never watch hater content again. But the thing is, they were doing other content before they got DSP. They got DSP on and all this stuff. And by the way, he said it was fair. He only got talked into hating them, and then the follow-up stream pissed him off. But he's so mad that the side scrollers transitioned to do other content, but he transitioned to other content. He did react content, he did throwback content, he's doing gameplay content. That's not him reaching out and doing all this other stuff. Like, he didn't take the money from people who were supporting from DSP Gaming and trying to extrapolate and expand their reach to other venues like DSP React and DSP Throwback, where he's trying to milk 3 fucking memberships from. Okay.
What the whole other detractor community does. Anyone who restreams me, anyone who makes this negative content about me, that's exactly what they're doing. If you're a viewer of theirs and you like their stuff, they're using you. How do you know?
What about you, though? You know what? Honestly, think about this. He has 3 YouTube channels. You have to be a member to all 3 of them. Mostly 2, at least 2, because there's nothing special about the throwback membership except for you just love giving money away. But DSP Gaming, because you love DSP and his content, that you support the gaming channel for that. you become a member on DSP Reacts to submit videos. So you have to be a member to 3 channels, or just 2, to support Phil. That's not being greedy and milking your audience? Okay.
I understand.
And by the way, he did not lower the standard membership as he said he would because he doesn't want to. So he's still making more money because now he has the base level at $5 and he has the $6 submission fee tier. So and that's assuming that the people who stay at the standard tier did not use the VPN and they didn't want to upgrade. They stayed there, so he's making a little bit more extra money, a little bit more on the top.
That, right? To some extent, and I know how crazy this fucking sounds.
I'll get a load of this.
You actually have to give a little bit of credit to the original detractor groups, as much as I think they were nutty.
This is disgusting. This is really disgusting for what he's about to say. Like, get a load of it.
Guys like the Sons of Kojima, they weren't out to benefit from what they were doing.
Yeah, they wanted to end you, stupid. Dude, there's all this documentation that the SOK tried to ruin, like, you know the big event that DSP talks about all the time that bumped him out of search rankings, that ruined his success on YouTube? You know, that thing that happened in 2015? That was the SOK. The SOK did that. And then, like, supposedly, according to DSP, by the way, that the SOK also led to the swatting. So he wants to give them a little bit of props because they didn't make money on their videos. I mean, honestly, Phil, I think you should be happy that people are just... The worst thing they could do now is make money instead of, like, doing stuff that you said it was akin to murder. I'm just gonna say that. I know if it was me, I would much rather have people make money than have them swat me. I think that's a good trade-off, if you ask me. Come on.
They weren't monetizing their content, and a lot of them.
And by the way, how does he know that? And like, think about it. All we have is just just their word that they didn't monetize their videos. How do we know that? Did someone look at their analytics? What if they did? What if it was monetized and we just didn't know? You know I don't know that charity worked with the well in Africa, because did they give it, like, did they do it where it's like there's a link to a charity and then that's how it worked? Or, like, I don't know. I'm not gonna even talk about that because I'm not, by the time that was going on, I just started detracting, so I wasn't really paying attention. So I don't know. I'm not gonna say anything more than that. But how do we know they weren't monetizing their videos? We actually don't know for a fact yet. I mean, I don't think they did. I will say that, but just for the sake of argument, how do we know?
Actually, we're out to say we just want Phil to improve. We don't like that Phil does this stuff that we don't.
But again, he only is praising the SOK because they don't exist anymore. As always with Phil, if something is not happening currently, that's cool and fun and cool. But if something is going on right now, that's bad and awful. It's going to take another 10 years for him to say that the trolls of today were actually really cool people. And then the trolls in 2040 are all evil people and they're awful. They're monsters.
We want him to improve. We want to call him out. Say, your gameplay sucks. You shouldn't be making fun of the game devs. You should take responsibility when you fail in a game. These were things that were legitimate criticisms of me that they had. And those criticisms were taken to heart over time.
But okay, this is so stupid. When those criticisms were given, he shat on it. He said these are not good criticisms. They're wrong criticisms. They're hateful. They're destructive, not constructive. Blah 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 blah. But to then just say that it took him time for them to read is like, no one's gonna have the patience for that because you didn't care. And the thing is, this whole thing, like, that he listened to feedback. He only did that. He only listened to the feedback because he then decided, I need to make money. And guess what? The things that he said were bad, and he, like, sexist comments and all that, these are things that also just coincidentally would lead to demonetized videos. Wow, what a coincidence that it took him to have videos be demonetized for him to stop saying bad words. It doesn't sound like he took it to heart at all. Because if he took it to heart, he would have done it earlier. I'm sorry, that's not what take it to heart means, dumbass. If you took it to heart, you would have changed then and there. The fact that it took all the way until the apocalypse for you to be on Twitch and believe that Twitch was the SJW Boogeyman website, that's what it took for him to stop saying bad words. That's not taking it to heart. That's just looking out for the money. It's so stupid that he says shit like this.
And if you don't notice today, for the most part, I try to improve based on long-standing criticisms.
Long-standing criticisms. What's the difference? Think about it. The only criticism he'll listen to is long-standing. You want to know why? Because it's a finite criticism. It's a criticism that he can knowingly change, but if it's something that happens now, this second, that's not valid. He's not gonna change. He's not gonna do anything because you love the content now. Why take a suggestion now when you can just wait until it's like a finite amount? Because he says that he only listens to long-standing criticisms because every time he mentioned it, he's like, see, I improved. I listened to everyone's criticism and I changed my content. But then the criticism now is invalid because he changed. But just because you change doesn't mean you change for the better or that you can't change again. Or there's nothing, or maybe what you changed isn't what was the problem. Again, it's like saying, when people were annoyed with him shitting on Kojima, they weren't annoyed that he hated Kojima. They were just annoyed at the amount of times he shat on them for things that was in his control.
A lot of which came out of those communities. Now, we all know the ultimate obsession over Kojima and them infighting.
Oh yes, the obsession of Kojima was what led them to fall apart, not the over-policing and creepy control that they wanted over people. It was really weird. There was stuff that, like, I did some stuff back then that I don't think that I would have done today. Like, I did talk to this one person on Twitter for a while. Then someone told me this person sucks, and I was like, yeah, okay, this guy does suck. And then I shot him. And I was like, you know what? I wouldn't do that now because I would have just made that judgment and look at how I interacted with this person, and I think that was wrong. And I don't know. I don't remember the person's Twitter handle. I don't think that this person's around anymore anyway. But it's like, it's stuff that you live and learn. Because that's what they kind of did. And I remember I said something offhanded in a video, and then I got a DM from Fred saying, like, are we cool? Like, this, and I was like, yeah, I don't remember the comment necessarily, but it was something that I thought was like, this kind of like an offhanded thing. And then he DM'd me like right after. But that was it. It's a stuff like that. Like, there's all these stories that are far worse than what I went through. So I'm not gonna sit there and say, "Well, guys, listen to me." I mean, there's a video about it. Tevin uploaded a video, discussing more about the SOK stuff and all this other shit. And he's sitting there saying like, "Oh, well, it was the obsession of Kojima that led them to their downfall." Oh yeah, just that. That was it. You open that Tevin video and I remember vividly. Tevin was like, "Guys, these guys are a bunch of idiots because, man, they love Kojima a little too much." You know what I mean? It's like, what?
Led to them falling apart, and that's a whole other story. But that was
what
came out of those communities. Now, we all know the ultimate obsession over Kojima and them infighting led to them falling apart. And
why were they infighting, Phil? You want to explain why they were infighting in the first place? It was because, get this, they were over policing other people, and they were just harassing people. I do feel bad for Arnas. Arnas was the original DSP clip uploader, and then Arnas got taken down because people thought that Arnas was monetizing the videos. It was very ridiculous in hindsight how quickly people shut that channel down, and now Arnas is. mean, people think Arnas is now Snorper now, so maybe Arnas is still around. But it's like stuff like that happened all the time back then. And he's saying like, well, yeah, it's just the infighting and this and that. But in the same video, he said, well, look at them. See, I have such organized trolls, man. Yeah, when they were organized, they ended up like falling apart because it was too ridiculous. No one wants to be in a community where people are over policing and controlling them to that extent. Come on.
That's a whole other story. But that was actually legitimate. The stuff that's happening today, the continue.
Guys, the swatting and the copyright strikes he got in 2015, that was legitimate according to Phil. I can't believe he said that. That's crazy.
Of this wave of memeable hate, monetizable hate, is not valid, nor is it in any realm of.
But see how unfair what he just said though. So get this right. So the SOK who supposedly, I'm not gonna blame them necessarily for the swatting, but supposedly according to Phil it was them did the swatting. They did the copyright strikes and all this other shit. They did a lot of stuff that DSP didn't like. He said that the reason why he didn't want to go to the wedding to Leanna's brother's wedding, whatever, was because it was gonna get swatted. Because of the SOK. He said that himself. But then he's saying like so that's legitimate. But all of the detractor videos are not legitimate because there's memeable hate. But what about the channels that don't meme on you for whatever and they just dislike you for actual reasons? Like, am I written off because of someone else clowning on you? No. Everyone has their own opinion. This dude is so stupid. And it's not fair. Because this dude also complains. He cries about how, guys, no one takes me seriously. Everyone thinks that I'm like a joke. It's not fair. But he does that to everyone else. He doesn't listen to anyone's suggestions. There are modern day current suggestions. Detractor videos that have criticisms, that's memeable hate, not valid. But we have to listen to DSP even though this dude fapped on stream. Come on.
Logic. It's there just for people to milk morons on the internet. Just like the side scrollers did last year, and now the side scrollers don't give two fucks about anyone who hates me. Well, it's the same thing. These people are only looking to make money where they can.
He insinuates this to everyone. But man, you say that about him, you're fucked up and you're spreading misinformation. What's the evidence that Craig didn't give a fuck? Or that he was milking them? Because he had some cringe statements like monetize the hate. I mean, that's no different than, guys, the vest streak. Whoa, guys, the vest streak could end any moment now. It's no different. You did the same shit, but in a different flavor.
If all of a sudden this negative content about me was not monetizable, they would be gone in an instant. They would run out the door. Because that's all they're in for it for. Okay,
so, but again, this coming from a dude who stopped making game reviews because it wasn't monetizable, monetizable, is saying this. Like honestly, every time I like say something like that, I get more mad because I just realized like this dude is such a hypocrite. He's mocking people for doing stuff for the money, and if they can't make money, they'll leave. This dude literally left KO Gaming to die because they couldn't monetize video game reviews. He didn't want to do video game reviews at all after that. At all. That sounds like he did it for the money, correct? He dropped games because it wasn't getting support in the past. All this other shit. And he's saying that other people would cut and run, not Phil. The only reason why he's doing video game streams now and react streams and all this stuff is because he has to. He factually has to. Because that's the only way he makes money. But look at that unhinged clip. In the very beginning, when he said he had $3 tips, he was so desperate, he told you, you don't have to like the game to give him money. But he's the one saying that other people do stuff for money. Who are you to say that? Why do you do video game reviews? Oh, this is not monetizable. That's leaving it to hate. And he's gonna say, well, that's in the past, man. Okay, do reviews now then. Oh, you can't because it's not monetizable, right? Oh, you need money. You need the time to stream. Okay.
That's it. And if you fall for that shit, you are literally a grade A gullible loser. You know everything they say about.
Like, look at the festivals. Look at the marathon events. Why doesn't he do these more often? Why doesn't he do a marathon? Like, he did a long-standing marathon with a FromSoft game. I think it was either Bloodborne or whatever, or Sekiro during that time. He did marathons with actual games. But now, when he does a marathon, it has to be nothing games because he doesn't want to make progress in a marathon. The only game he did that with was Like a Dragon, but that was just grinding to get the football gear and to get to Dondoko Island. It wasn't any meaningful gameplay. It wasn't story-based. It was grinding. He doesn't do marathons that were as long as the ones he did on Twitch because because he keeps saying, oh, these were low times. I did these things to get money. But why does he do those marathons for fun? But the marathons he does for fun are all boring marathons that are the same shit he did last year. Nothing interesting, nothing fun. Just junk content that's just him playing 2 video games for 2 hours, then doing a tier maker or reacting to a video, and then calling it a day. And eating food. That's every fucking marathon. And he's like, well, I don't know what to do, man. Tell me what to do. It's your stream. You know, I may not like the side scrolls that much, but I can at least say the videos they put out are their own. They're making content they want to make. I may not like the content they make, but it's content they put up. The content he puts up is the stuff that's his passing time, that's getting money, and that's it. Nothing.
Me and my viewers, that's you. You fell for the trap. Me, I'm providing. You are literally a grade A gullible loser. You know everything they say about me and my viewers, that's you.
But we say your fans are dense, and now you're calling us dense? Is that fucked up? Like, again, look at this. He says that we shouldn't care why people support him and all this other stuff, but he's telling us this. So why do you care why we support? If DSP wants people to not give a fuck about his fans giving him money, he should not give a fuck about people giving other people money. Like, come on. He keeps bragging about these morals he has, he's an ethical man, and all this other bullshit, but he doesn't stand by it when it comes to himself. When he looks at other people, he gives the same people the same criticisms we give him. It's why so many people say that he's a detractor as well to other people. He projects so much.
You fell for the trap. Me, I'm providing free entertainment and content to people who like it.
Who's to say the side scrollers isn't doing that? Who's to say? People who say that they're grifters, they just grift in the culture war stuff. These are subjective takes that people can have. In the same way, someone else can say, "I like their content, I like what they have to say." I mean, these things can be true because people have different opinions. But just like, come on.
You know everything they say about me and my viewers, that's you. You fell for the trap. Me, I'm providing free entertainment and content.
Like, I can go on, say what I say about the side scroll, say that, oh, they're grifters, they're doing culture war stuff, but I can also sit there and say they're probably doing it thinking that they're gonna get at least support from their fans and all that stuff. That's why I don't really like focus that much on people who give them money, because they're not sitting there on stream saying, guys, I need money to pay my bills. But DSP is sitting there saying, I need money to pay my bills, guys. Look, I'm doing this stuff. Reward me. He demands rewards for doing the bare minimum.
People who like it. If they then want to support it, they have the option to do so. You understand?
But how come they don't have but if they support Craig in that same mentality, you just said that that's wrong. Okay. But they say, well, no, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about these other people. But when you have to do that, come on.
But my content is real. My content's not fake. It's not made up. It's not taking things out of reference. It's not creating narratives that don't exist. That's literally what they do on a daily basis.
But he's sitting there creating a narrative that may or may not exist. How does he know that Craig literally just was doing the DSP stuff to milk the money and that he doesn't care about the money he got or the people who watch him? How does he know that the people who gave them money because they hated Phil and not because they liked the content? How does DSP know that that's not spreading misinformation or in creating a narrative? This dude also created a narrative about people who play Street Fighter 6 on PC are using FGC OS. They're cheating online. Oh, they do this, they do that. He invents narratives too. He just read a comment inventing a narrative and he believed it. And he's sitting there like, I don't invent narratives. What is this then?
It's just for the money to keep rolling in because people are so fucking stupid. And this is just getting worse and worse. Seriously, like the internet itself is becoming ignorant. We don't care about the truth behind anything. We just want to jump on what's popular, right? What's the new meme today? What's the new thing to run with? I just saw, listen to this. There was a tweet made about a day ago on Twitter, and I didn't even know it existed. And then all of a sudden it showed up in my timeline as I was looking at Fallout stuff. Someone, I don't know who they are, they made a tweet and they were like, so Bethesda undid the lore of Fallout New Vegas for their new show.
It is so funny. That TV show came out, and my feed has been nothing but it retcons Fallout lore. It doesn't retcon it. It does retcon it. It doesn't. It does. And I'm at the point where I just don't care. Like, at this point, it's a video game adaptation. I think it doesn't need to abide by lore at this point. If we're just arguing nonstop if it does or doesn't, like, come on. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I haven't played the games. I'm probably gonna replay Fallout 3 and try that again, or New Vegas, since everyone loved that game. And I may I think I rebought Fallout 4 because it was like $8 or $2. It was some cheap thing on PS4 because they're gonna get the PS5 update anyway, so it's like a good deal.
By the way, they didn't. It's obvious the person didn't even watch the fucking show. But he said they undid the lore of Fallout New Vegas for their new show. Yeah, and this is an awful thing they did, but the show's ultra popular. So Bethesda is like the DSP of gaming because they just keep making the worst possible decisions, yet they continue to exist and be successful.
Look how mad he is. Like, this isn't the first time he got mad when people use him as a way to describe something negatively. Like, you remember that meme where it's like, the guy who you hate the most made a good point or whatever the fuck? He got so mad at that meme. Because they were saying that about him. He's so petty. Like, who cares?
Like, this is what this guy tweeted. And his tweet has over 10,000 retweets. Or was it likes? It was either retweets or likes. I'm not shitting you. That was the tweet. And I'm looking at it, I'm like, so this guy is so fucking stupid. He's actually this dumb.
So stupid.
That he thinks that someone who's been around for 16 years has done nothing but make bad decisions. Now, where did he get that from?
But the thing that's so ironic about this is that DSP has said multiple times he made bad decisions. I would even be willing to say he would say that about buying Mortal Kombat 1, that he regrets buying the Day 1 edition deluxe version. All this stuff. He makes bad decisions. He got between the mini PC and the fight stick Venture on PS5, he's wasted money on the fight stick stuff. When he could have bought that. That's a bad decision. He said he made a bad decision by doing the side scrollers interview. That's a bad decision. DSP went on and on about how he made bad decisions and he's a fallible human. A tweet is saying that someone did the same thing it's wrong because they watched supposedly he watched a Turkey Tom video. How does DSP know he watched Turkey Tom?
From my detractors, from the memes, from the bunk documentaries that come out.
What if I watched your content, nothing but your content, and I agreed that you made bad decisions and that's what I based it on, Phil? What about that? What if he was a fan and he just said that he's like DSP because he made bad decisions, like not adopting direct capture or this and that. Things, that DSP said that were mistakes and bad decisions. Man, it's almost like he just doesn't like when other people agree with his truth and use it in an argument.
And say things like 10 years of failure. That's where he gets that. And the internet believes that shit because they're dumb fucks. These people don't want to take 5 minutes to learn about reality. They just want to hear the meme, laugh at it, and roll with a common consciousness.
Now, look how mad he is about this. But when Xbox dogged on him, he has it as a chat command. He bragged about it. He was like jumping up and down. But when another average normal person does it, he doesn't care. They have to be a mega corporate company entity for him to be okay with it. But since it's like a normal dude, fuck him. He's an idiot.
We all get the meme, right? What's the truth of the meme? What's the funny part of the meme? I don't care. We just laugh. I acknowledge it.
The only entity that he got mad about using him as a joke was Atlas. Atlas commented, the charm salt is real. And DSP was so mad that Atlas did that. But I wonder if he would have laughed about it today, but I don't think he would, because Atlas is based in Japan, and DSP has quite the opinion of Japanese.
DSP is bad, so I laugh now. It's like Barney the dinosaur. That sounds like. I just did a Barney voice.
What does Barney have to do with this? Don't keep Barney out of your mouth.
And again, I never have ever said that I was free of faults. You know, I know there's the meme. I did nothing wrong. I did everything correct, right? It's a meme. It's a joke.
Okay.
I'm a flawed human. I make mistakes on a daily basis. I do.
So saying that this dude makes bad decisions is bad, but I do make bad decisions, man. This dude is cooked. Cooked!
Big mistakes. And I try to own up to them when I see them happening now.
He only owns up to them when he can monetize it or use it as a PR campaign. Not when the chips are down or just in person. He has to wait until he can monetize it. Like everything else.
Now, I try to learn from them.
Or use it as a PR. If he can use it to use as PR, he'll mention it. But if he can't, it's stupid.
I'm not perfect. I'll continue to make mistakes for the rest of my life. All right?
So then how is that dude wrong then? Making mistakes is part of making bad decisions. DSP thinks it's innately fucked up that people make fun of him making bad decisions, but that's part of life, stupid, and it's part of life to be made fun of for bad decisions. I made bad decisions all the time, and sometimes you just have to laugh at it. Like, it doesn't have to be so serious.
It is absolutely true that the vast majority of people who don't like me today, like the person tweeting about me, don't know two diddly dicks about me. They don't watch my content. They don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. They're just perpetrating or propagating this negativity about me because it's what everyone just knows, when it's actually factually wrong.
How is it wrong? You said you make mistakes. You're a fallible human. You made bad decisions in the past. If I say you make bad decisions, how is that wrong? How?
And it's truthful that these idiots who every day restream me or do these negative videos about me, creating the false narrative, it is bullying. 100%.
How is it bullying? How am I bullying you? This dude is so lame. It's so lame to say it's bullying. If that's bullying, he'd be part of it too. As Meerkat said, he'd be locked up with us and all that shit. We'd be in the same fucking bus of the prison with him. Because this dude has made content similar. This dude is such a piece of shit. Because then you could argue, well, he bullied Bobby Kotick, man. He bullied this guy. Like, look how he reacted to Lavinia. Is that not bullying? He shat on Lavinia the whole time. He shat, and same with King Be Cruel, King Be Bitch. Right? Correct? That's not bullying? He single-handedly highlighted a chatter in his community, pointed at him, said, look at him, he's a bitch. Pretty much. Singling him out. That's not bullying. He does that too. if anything, it's worse because at least like when a troll makes a DSP video, it's focusing on DSP, a dude who's a public figure. A public figure. But this dude will cry about how trolls are making fun of Derek and this and that. But this dude looked at King Be Cruel for saying, this is cringe, pointed at him, and said, look at this guy. This guy's a bitch. He has a video that told his audience to go to this person's PSN account and flood it so it's unusable. And then he had to be forced to make an apology. And this dude is sitting there saying that we're making bullying content. No. Me making, like, sure, you could argue, well, Theo, there could be trolls that are taking things too far, but that is true about anything, and that doesn't mean I agree with it or I support it. Just because bad shit happens in the name of shitting on DSP doesn't mean I support that because I dislike DSP. That's dumb. That's the dumbest argument. And it's ironic coming from the guy who went on and on saying that it's so stupid for people to not play Hogwarts Legacy because they don't like J.K. Rowling and this and that. But this dude does the same shit. He won't play that, was it League of Legends or whatever the fuck fighting game that's coming out with the Cannon Brothers working on it? He won't play that because, he hates the Cannon Brothers. Why doesn't he separate the art from the artist then, stupid? Like, this dude makes bad arguments, and he only wants to focus on stuff that he could benefit from. So this isn't even genuine. This whole thing about bullying content and this, that, it's not genuine because he wants to benefit from these harsher rules against bullying content. But that's what I say all the time when I talk about making videos and content that can be seen as that. It's a very fine line. It's a very hard line to distinguish between content that is made to be mean-spirited versus content that is just being facetious and this and that. And it's hard to make that distinction, which is why if a website makes a rule saying, we're going to crack down on this, the first thing I think in my head is, how are they going to determine that? If you're going to make these laws, it has to be very clear-cut and not be a way to just slam all these creators willy-nilly. That's why I think it should be case by case. If they wanted to slam bully content, for example, sure, have a report system, but have a person look at it. But if they're not going to do that, they shouldn't have that. Because it's a very, very serious thing to deal with when you upload content. And if we can't deduce what makes what, then we shouldn't be having these systems that can punish big groups. I mean, look at these payment processors like PayPal and this and that that's going on in the art community, where people who make not safe for work art, that's explicit content, that's sexual in nature. They could be drawing fucking naked women, naked men, whatever. But payment processors will not allow artists to make money off that because they think it's porn or it's prostitution or whatever. But that's not the case. Artists are making art that's explicit, but they can't use these payment processors because they think this is prostitution or whatever. It's sex work. But these are just drawings. They're just paintings of naked people. That should be okay because it's art. But these are blanket regulations that affect everyone. Look at Gumroad. Gumroad is removing any artist that has NSFW content on them because the payment processors don't want to process money that may or may not go to people you're using for prostitution or whatever. And it's like this isn't it's doing more harm than ending prostitution. All it's doing is causing these artists to lose revenue for making art. And that's the problem. That's the problem with these kind of regulations that aren't foolproof, and it's gonna harm more people than it helps.
Bullying content, okay? And it is considered either defamation or slander. I'm not sure.
Figure it out. You know, we have our defamation, slander, blah, 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 every day. And this dude complains about how trolls don't get information right. He semantics the fuck out of other people. If we say, oh, he pays rent. I'm not paying rent. I live in a condo, stupid. Okay, this is a home, okay? Stupid. But man, he can't figure out defamation or slander. Figure it out.
Which, okay, it's definitely one of them. All right? And absolutely, I believe this person. Okay? Because right now,
it's so he said before, oh, well, I could be wrong. He could be wrong. I believe this person. Okay.
there are female content creators who have had the same kind of thing happening to them as happened to me. And when they spoke up, YouTube and or Twitch and or whatever platform took action.
This is stupid. Because this fucking guy went on and on to say, you don't know how people are gonna react, man, and this and that. Make fun of me, don't make fun of Cat. All this shit. And he's brags about how he's being thick-skinned, but he's like, why don't I get included in these groups? But the thing that's really frustrating is that he didn't even try. If he thinks this is bullying content or all this stuff, why doesn't he report it? If he believes that. But then he'll say after this, I don't believe people should be reported for this. I don't believe people should be taken to task for this. So then why are you complaining? Why are you complaining? If you don't believe in shutting channels down, why are you complaining that you're not protected if you're not going out of your way to try? He's not even trying to report it, but he's like, why don't I get protected? What are you complaining about? What are you complaining about? Why are you crying?
Okay? I firmly believe.
And the thing is, all these groups, women, people of color, whatever, all these other people, they get harassed way differently than DSP does. And DSP is still not as much being harassed as other people out there, even in his own lolcow community. And this dude is saying like, well, what about me, man? Like, come on.
That is because of this modern day.
And this is coming from the guy who says that all women streamers, they stream because they want to take money from you. They do the bikini streams for this and that. What if they have a family and they can't get a job? What if that's their only way to make money? What about that? Like, he just assumes that all these women that make money off their body are just evil people. And they're doing this to exploit people. But, like, people are looking for porn anyway, so why not get paid for that, you know? Like, who cares?
Very progressive movement in modern society that there are certain groups that are protected. I am not a protected group.
Dude,
White male.
Yeah, how many white men, straight white men, get killed for being straight and white and being a man? How many? Probably not a lot. I'm not gonna get into the sexual assault stuff. I mean, I think there's probably gonna be some ratios you could find and data you could find, but like just that alone, it's like it's different. Everything is different, and this dude doesn't understand that. He doesn't understand that some marginalized communities get worse than he has it. I mean, like, come on. I don't need to get into examples for this. Like, come on.
I'm the least protected group right now. Basically, I'm out here, gotta just fend for myself. No one's gonna stick up for me. No one's gonna say, oh my god, look.
Dude, he had people stick up for him, though. He had people stand up for him. And he's like, no one's standing up for me. What about your fans? Oh, the trolls say I take advantage of my fans. He literally has fans that stand up for him, and that's not good enough for Phil. Having people like him and stand up for him, that's not enough for him. He wants entities to stand up for him.
Thousands of fucking awful things being said about Phil, literally invented on a daily basis. Let's
but
shut him
again,
down.
People were saying shit about Bad Bunny. I did not see a mass ban or anything happen for that. Every time I've seen a woman streamer do something bad, I have seen clips and I have seen like tweets about it going being on trending, all this stuff. DSP does something bad, it's like only in the detractor sphere I've seen people bring it up. And like, look at Critical. He brought up the Scorn segment in a 2-second stream clip. Like, it was a little segment in a stream, but he did a video for Bad Bunny. But DSP, he's constantly being a shitty person. Not a lot of content out there. I mean, it may be changing now because I did start to see a little bit more clips about him surface, but all those clips are always about just the content he makes and not the person. And that's a whatever. I'm not gonna tell people what to make or how they should make their content, but this dude is saying dumb shit, man.
No one cares. But if I were in one of these groups then immediately they would take action. Right?
And again, this is a dude that doesn't want to have special treatment. And the super ironic thing about this was when he was on Twitch and he made fun of a person's blue hair, he had an indefinite suspension. Then it got walked back to a 3-day. Then I think got walked back to a 24-hour suspension. That's not special treatment? He was on the prior program for so long. And now he's saying that he's not in a protected class. Why isn't he banned on YouTube then? If he's not protected.
That's the thing. That's the thing in culture right now. You have to be one of these groups, right?
And this is Mr. Ally, man. This dude is so fake. So fake. He will go around saying, yeah, guys, police brutality is bad, man. But he will always side with the police at the end of the day. He will always say, oh, well, what can you do? Just follow the law, man.
I'm not saying that I agree or disagree, but I'm saying that's just my situation, right? Like right now, if I were to actually go and flag content and say bullying content, YouTube would not give a shit.
How does he know? How does he know? He doesn't do it. He doesn't do it. So how would he know, correct? He only has issued copyright strikes. And those got granted. When he did them, they granted those. And I remember when Tevin got banned, the DSP was bragging about that. Oh yeah, they finally got rid of him, man. He was toxic. Twitch loves positive people. And look at him now. This dude really wants to pretend that he can't get anything done, but he just doesn't want to do it. He doesn't want to, because he doesn't want the outcome of like people saying this guy's is old bitch, he's flagging people, so he doesn't do it. He wants someone else to do it. He wants YouTube to do it on their own so that he doesn't have to. See, that's what it is. That's what it is. And it's not that, oh, I can report it, because that's a bullshit lie. It's that he wants YouTube to take action on their own, so when it happens, he doesn't take responsibility. He can't say he did it, because he knows if he did file a report, his name would be attached to it, and he doesn't want that to happen. But if someone else did it, he can just say, I don't agree with it, man. I don't agree with it, man. Or if YouTube does it on their own, he can say it's the website. That's what he wants. That's what he wants. But he shouldn't, because again, if YouTube does it to other content creators, what's to stop them from going after him? Because again, no one will know the criteria that YouTube will operate on to say what's bullying content. And on one bad day, these could be playing Street Fighter 6, rage at the machine, and YouTube could say, "Oh, he's bullying, ban him." And the thing is, that's really funny. He's got erroneously banned before, and he's saying that a website should just ban you if it deems you as a bully. But what if it erroneously decides he's a bully? This dude has no forethought or anything. He can't think critically about anything that's happening.
They would ignore me. Yeah.
Yeah.
But if I had a case, you know, that it was discrimination on the case of the gender, race, you know, sexual orientation, if I could say all that, then it would be shut down. But I can't do that because I'm a straight white male.
But why don't you report them then? If that's what you feel, why don't you do it? Why don't you try? What do you have to lose?
I don't have a case to be in one of these groups that right now everyone feels needs to be protected. So these people...
Look at this. He wants an army of people to just protect him for the sake of it. I mean, like, I can understand a lot of these other communities having people protect these communities because I can at least understand where it's coming from. But where is DSP coming from? He's just a little pig man who just wants to make money on YouTube. If that's the case, then just do your little content. He's able to do it. He's acting as if he can't do it. He's doing it now.
Can literally sit here on the internet every day bullying me, and I have no recourse besides a lawsuit.
The thing is, the other goofy thing about him saying this is that he tells us every day the trolls don't affect him. Oh, the trolls do this. They think it affects me. It doesn't. So he says it's bullying, but according to him, it doesn't affect him. So why should he care? It doesn't affect him. So, you know?
Do I think I'm going to be suing anyone with a lawsuit? No. You know what they say here? Again, my philosophy has been just ignore it and move on with my day. Why? Because I've learned in my
So move on and ignore it. So then why did you cry about not getting protected?
life, you can't fight fire with fire. Right? You can't. You can't. When everyone...
That's not what that means. Fighting fire with fire would mean that you would be making detractor videos about detractor videos.
attacks each other, everyone dies. Right?
Oh my god. That's not even a saying. It's, you know what they say? Eye for an eye, everyone ends up blind.
There's no winner there. You can't fight fire with fire. It's just not possible. All right? So I just say, I'm not going to fight it. What am I going to do? Sit here and be a litigious asshole on YouTube slapping fucking...
And now you're a litigious asshole doing this. But he just cried about how he's not protected. But now he would be an asshole if he was? Okay.
Lawsuits against YouTube channels and shit that benefit from slandering me every day? No. Number one, it's too expensive. Number two, it's too time consuming. Number three, it's not worth it. It's like...
So then why are you complaining? Why are you complaining? This dude is complaining about something. He says it's nothing.
Say it's like the Hydra. For every one head you cut off, 10 more come out. Unless YouTube actually becomes a fair place and says we're really going to enforce our rules instead of selectively enforcing it. Because that's the problem. YouTube has terms of...
So many channels get wrongfully terminated for multiple reasons, for X, Y, and Z. And they have more of a place to complain about anything than DSP. Dude, shut up.
But they don't enforce them. They selectively enforce them in cases where it benefits them. So if it makes them look good because they have a protected class who's being harassed and they did the right thing, they'll do it.
The other funny thing is he complains about equivalent moderation, which, okay, fair point. I mean, these platforms should have fair moderation, okay. But his own chat has unfair moderation itself. It has preferential treatment. So many little accounts that give him like quarters every day or dollars every day that they say something trolling that would get a normie banned, they get a pass. Or they get a daily warning. Lights for Soul kept getting daily warnings. And then he got banned at first. It was because he called his community autistic. Then it was revealed he banned him because he charged them back. And now he's welcomed back into the community with open arms. And Lights for Soul can shit on his chat all day. Rob on Wheels, when he was the DSP fan, shat on his chat, was cool and fun. All these accounts shit on other people in his own chat, allows them to stay. Because he wants to milk them.
If it's someone like me who's been harassed for over a decade by literal slander and defamation on...
What about Kevin? Kevin Bernstein got harassed by OIC. OIC threatened to dox Kevin, did all his other fucked up shit to Kevin. What did DSP do to moderate OIC? No, he just told Kevin to shut up and move on. So it was Kevin's fault, apparently, which is victim blaming, correct?
Daily basis, bullying, vile things, harassment of myself, my family members, my fans, my moderators. It's all documented and factually...
OIC harassed your fans, and you did nothing to stop that. You told Kevin to shut up.
Proven that it all happened, but YouTube doesn't give a fuck about me right now. And they never will. Unless they change.
They don't give a fuck. DSP, YouTube overturned the bullshit claims against you, stupid. Remember these copyright strikes he got? Which is why I always say at this point, DSP should get monthly strikes. He should just get them. Like, I don't care. Like, you know, normally I would say don't do it and this and that. But this dude, like, he should get a little extra work, you know. He should really start earning his money, you know. Get a little drama going, you know. He could do a little workout and all this other shit. Because this dude is like saying YouTube doesn't care for him. He gets false copyright strikes. He's able to get them overturned. Come on, come in now, man.
Change their policy to adhere to everyone equally and actual enforcement across the board. It's just not right.
Why don't you
I
do
agree
that?
with this person 100%. This should be fair. If someone's going to get the right treatment, everyone gets the right treatment. If you have a bullying policy, fucking enforce the bullying policy now. Not
Again, look at what happens in the DSP chat every time. Derek spams, guys, just block Derek. Just leave Derek alone. If Martin Luther King Cobra JFS spammed, he'd be banned. Big Fridge, If he spammed, banned. X Furious, banned. DevKit Gaming, banned if he spammed. But Derek, he gets a spam every day. Every day. Every stream. That person can spam. But everyone else, they can't. Is that equivalent moderation, DSP? It's not.
2 years, 10 years from now, not 3 more generations of content creators down the line, actually enhance it. Do it now.
Do it now.
Right?
Right?
People who sit on their channels all day bullying people should immediately be shut down. And I'm not just talking about my detractors. I'm talking about big fucking YouTubers who do it. People who have entire shows based around drama.
Of course. He wants it to widespread the whole site. The big dogs like Keem. Get him out.
And gossip and bullying should not exist on YouTube because they break the bullying terms of service.
But again, what's to say it is? Are tabloids bullying content? I mean, you may not like the tabloids, you may not like TMZ, but they're still able to operate. Because what's to say what's bullying and what isn't?
But they do. Why?
Why?
What's the answer? Will anyone ever hold YouTube accountable? Or let's be honest, it's not just YouTube, it's everywhere. It's all the platforms that allow it. Facebook allows it, Twitch allows it. It shouldn't exist. It should all be gone. It should be wiped off of the fucking site if they actually have a terms of service against it, which they do. But they don't. They don't enforce it. So, what are you going to do, right? Again, I'm just a guy. All I can do, and I appreciate the comment, and I'm glad that we talked about it a little bit today, and I'm sure this is going to stir up discussion about it, right? Like, wait a minute. Why is it that certain people seem to actually get the terms of service to stick up for them, and others, it's just ignored endlessly? I'm probably the textbook case of someone who's been harassed constantly for a decade, and YouTube does not care.
But what about the time you were suspended on Twitch indefinitely, and then that became a 24-hour suspension?
They just allow all of it, and it's destroyed my business, destroyed my popularity.
I mean,
destroyed my...
he had a Twitch contact. I don't have a Twitch contact when I was on Twitch. Come on.
Reputation. And if you actually look at the content I make today, this is better content than I've ever made before. In comparison, this is better content than a lot of other content creators out there, but they don't have a giant bullying community.
His content is better than everyone else.
The content I make.
Remember, guys, he's the little guy. He's not egotistical. He's not arrogant or anything.
Today, this is better content than I've ever made before. In comparison, this is better content than a lot of other content creators out there, but they don't have a giant bullying community against them saying they suck.
And then look at this. They don't have a community of people telling them that they suck. So you want other people to get bullied? Why?
So they actually can get, like, traction on YouTube. They can get views. They don't get insane downvotes on every piece of content. They don't get people crapping on them constantly.
But you don't see downvotes anymore, so it's okay.
They just get to enjoy having a vibrant community of people who like their content. I'm not allowed to do that.
Again, shits on his community. He has a community that he supposedly likes, by the way. But now he's saying he can't have a community that likes him. Okay. That makes sense.
Right?
Right?
It's fucked up. So, that's why I am where I am. And I always will be at this level, and that's why I've grown to...
And I like how he says this, and he doesn't think maybe these other streamers he's watching or these other content creators, maybe they do have a hater base. But maybe they just don't spend the time ranting and raving about detractors on their own fucking content. What about that? Because some people just know that people say shit, and then they're just like, okay, well, I'm not gonna fucking talk about it. What about that?
Accept it. Unless I'm going to go stoop to their level, right? Unless I stoop to the level of those that slander me every day, I will not be able to basically get out of where I am. So it's basically, do I become them? You know what they is? Do I become the villain just like them? Or do I just say, fuck it, I just keep going on my merry way the way that I'm going? Honestly,
in ways he has become the villain. Not the person. Just the meme. Because he has shat on people with face cam on their stream layout, accepting contributions during a stream, giving shoutouts, having LED lights, doing a stunt to get money, which is putting on the glasses and hat, and all this other stuff is all stuff he said would be bad. And look at him. I mean, he also called doing react content is lazy content. That is, people want to get paid and not work.
Enjoy going on my own merry way, right?
Right.
I'd rather just do my own thing. I would. So let's just do that, right? I understand there's people here who, I mean, basically what I'm hearing from this person's comment, which again, I appreciate it, is, you know, in a perfect world, YouTube would care and all this content that's out about you every day would be flagged for bullying and YouTube would shut it down. But YouTube's never going to do that. I'm just gonna assure everyone that it's not going to happen.
Okay, thanks for assuring me.
Again, if I were one of these considered now in the modern day protected groups, they would actually look into it. They're never going to look into it for me.
Oh man,
I'm just gonna assure everyone that it's not going to happen. Again,
dude, it is insane. We're only 30 minutes in.
and if I were one of these
My
considered
God.
now in the modern day protected groups, they would actually.
This
look
is
into
like
it.
sick.
They're never going to look into it for me. I've already been the whipping boy of YouTube for 10 years. If they didn't
protected
do it in the last
class.
10 years,
Okay.
why would they suddenly do it now? Right? I don't expect them to ever have my back. Ever. So I just move on, doing my own thing. And that's it. And that's what I wish most people would do. Because that's the sad fact is they don't. They actually entertain the trash content because they're stupid. They're ignorant. Instead of taking 10 seconds to research, like how many times do we get people coming by and say, my God, I heard negative things about you from Review Tech. I heard negative things about you from this channel. And I actually came and checked out your channel.
What if these people are LARPers and they're just saying this to like butter you up?
And then it was good. I had a good time with it. It was fun. We had a good chill time. We enjoyed the game. We hung out. We had fun.
The thing is, there are times where I try to like go in with an open mind to his streams, and it's just boring. It's just boring. I end up putting on music, and I just like, and then hope that he goes on a rant. That's what it becomes. It starts off like, okay, maybe this will be the stream. This will be the game I'm gonna be into, and then I just get bored. I open up my music player. I blast Big Blast Sonic. And then I'm just like, I hope he goes on a rant. Maybe he's going to talk about low support. Maybe he's going to yell at a chatter. What's he going to do? And that's what it becomes. Because his content is fucking dull.
Conversation. You didn't e-beg all stream? Yeah, you mentioned it a couple times.
You didn't e-beg all stream, but you mentioned it a couple times. My God. What a statement. The qualifier or whatever the fuck to say, yeah, I did it a few times, man. Like, dude, come on.
You didn't e-beg the whole stream like they claim you do?
No one that makes those claims. If they're making that conclusion on their own, that's on them, man.
Well, I don't get it. I don't either. But now we have our answer. It's because it's profitable to hate on YouTube. It is profitable to be a professional bully on YouTube. YouTube allows it and doesn't care unless you're in a protected class, which I'm not. So I have to put up with the daily abuse, and that's why I choose.
But you know, it's funny he says this though, because he also mentioned Etika. I mean, this is gonna sound whatever, but he mentioned when he talks about Etika, he talks about how Keemstar contributed to him committing suicide, all this stuff, and I said my piece about that too, where it's like, you know, I wouldn't blame the videos. I would just say that it just made it hard. Like, I could see this taking a toll. Just the presence of all that stuff, you know, that could get to someone. That's one thing. But I wouldn't blame, like, the person who uploaded it specifically for what happened. That kind of stuff. But DSP kept saying, well, Keemstar bullied Etika, man. Look what happened. And all this other shit. All that. And this dude is saying, well, I'm not in a protected class because I'm a white man. Like, what are you talking about? Why didn't Keemstar get obliterated after Etika then with that logic, right? Correct?
To ignore it. That's why I don't entertain it. That's why I don't watch it. That's why I don't respond to it. That's why I don't react to it. That's why I don't care. All right?
But he did react to it. He watched a documentary on Keemstar. He watched a few Wings videos that made fun of him. He watched a video mocking LTG. He doesn't watch it? Really, dude?
So if you basically watch that content, I can't help you. I feel like this is something that you have to do. You have to do self-inflection for yourself. Why am I enjoying watching
Self-inflection? You
content
mean
that likely is
self-reflection?
fake, or at least only
God.
based on a
Oh,
negative truth, but
no.
completely
Don't do this bullshit to me. Safari, don't do this to me. Oh god. Hold up. Okay, hopefully this will work. I may have to restart Safari, but this is weird. It was working fine, now it's doing nonsense.
watch that content. I can't help you.
I can't help you.
I feel like this is something that you have to do. You have to do self.
Yeah. Okay, I remember what I was gonna say. This dude talks about self-reflection, but he should do self-reflection when he gets mad in Street Fighter. Like, the fact he rage quit so many matches and all this stuff and saying that people should be a professional player and this and that, he should do some self-reflection on that.
Inflection for yourself. Why am I enjoying watching content that likely is fake, or at least only based on a negative truth,
my
completely
CPU is like doing like 10%,
and I just love making fun of this
15%.
guy every day, right?
And
how many
like,
people will make fun of me today
not
because I'm
doing
wearing a
a
bunny on my
lot.
shirt, right? Which I love. I think
Wait,
this is
what?
cool, but completely over exaggerated, and I just love making fun of this guy every day, right? How many people will make fun of me today because I'm wearing a bunny on my shirt?
Well, look, there's an hour-long video of you losing your mind. Of course we're gonna make fun of you. Look what we got. And we didn't even do anything. Like, that's the funniest part. Literally, nothing happened. DSP just got a weird comment and went off.
Right? Which I love. I think this is cool. Look, I think it's an awesome shirt. Oh, 40-year-old man has midlife crisis. Where's bunnies on his shirt?
This is kind of like a dig at when people were saying that he was going through a midlife crisis for wearing gamer shirts. But the thing is, it was just ridiculous. See him just kind of wears pajamas every day on stream, and then he does this, and he still wears pajama pants because they're comfy. Like, were you a teenager? Like, come on. But the thing is, it's not even that, in my opinion. I think it's just he has no style. He has no taste. He's just wearing stuff for the sake of it. Like, he's wearing these shirts just for the sake of wearing a nice shirt. And he thinks this looks nice. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and say he needs to buy a very expensive shirt. He could buy cheap shirts that look nice. This dude is like acting as if like people are saying that he should buy a $100 shirt. No, he should just buy nice looking clothes. Like, there's a old vlog of his where he had like a sweater and a collared shirt, and according to Phil, that was his work uniform. That looked nice. Why not wear stuff like that? No, of course not. But even then, he only wore this because LTG bullied him into wearing collared shirts. So it's not even, like, again, it's another thing that he didn't even do on his own. He had to be bullied into doing it. And this guy will say, I listen to you guys, I'm so receptive, I love you guys, we're so cool. But all the stuff he did was stuff he had to be bullied into doing.
You're a loser.
And
anyone who thinks that's valid content is also a loser, a life loser. In the moment, you have a pattern of being a fucking loser. All you do is watch
So what if I change? So I'm a loser for life even if I change? So why would I change then? Huh?
Toxic shit on the internet. You're not wired right up here. You can't be a valid.
This dude is now telling us that we're not wired right up here. But then he's telling us that it's fucked up that we call his fans dense. He just called people saying that they're not wired correctly. Which could be seen in many different negative lights. Come on.
Contributing part of society if you just sit around hating on people all day. Do something about it. Instead of just sitting on your lumpy fucking ass there, watching crap and toxicity all day long, unsubscribe from the toxic creators and go do something positive with your life. Because guess
I don't subscribe to just toxic creators. I have positive subscriptions. Like, I follow a podcast that talks about guiltier characters that they like, and it's like, oh, this is cool. I get to listen to some stuff about Alfelt recently and all this kind of stuff. But I guess I listen to only toxic people.
what? You're going to get far more enjoyment out of the positive things you're doing with your life than just sitting there in your chair hating on people.
Why doesn't he just do this then? Why doesn't he focus on the positive? Like, he tells us that we should focus on positive stuff in our lives and this and that, but he's sitting here doing an hour-long video complaining about trolls. This is focusing on positive stuff in your life? I thought you're happy.
The internet because you're fucking jealous of them. Because that's the truth. You're mad that I am still here after 16 years making content, having a good life.
No, I'm not.
Happily married.
I'm not even.
Great time with my viewers. You can't take it.
Hold up.
And that's what.
All right. Hopefully now it can just work. I just reset Safari. Sometimes Safari gives me a pain, man. It's a pain in the ass.
Out of the positive things you're doing with your life than sitting there in your chair hating on people on the internet because you're fucking jealous of them. Because that's the truth. You're mad that I am still here after.
I'm not mad that he's still here making money and doing all this stuff. I'm more mad that this dude is so unhinged and he doesn't like have critical thought about what he's saying, and he's just not focusing on the positive content in his life.
16 years making content, having a good life, happily married, great time with my viewers. You can't take it.
If he's so happy in his life and all this stuff, then why does he constantly need to tell us how happy he is? And why does he keep going on these random unhinged rants?
That's why it's your jealousy that propels you to act this way. Fucking stop.
Stop.
Do something positive for yourself. Get a life.
Get a life.
Because time's a wasting. I'm 42
Time's
years
a
old, and I'm
wasting?
realizing now every moment in my life is very important. I need to relish and cherish every moment because my moments are getting more precious and far few. Right?
What?
I'm realizing now every moment in my life is very important. I need to relish and cherish every moment because my moments are getting more precious and far few. Right? Many of the people who hate me are in their 20s.
This
right?
dude, he's 42 and he's talking as if he's 80. Like he's gonna die next year. And like at some point, I don't want to be super toxic. But this dude, he's talking as if he's on death's bed. Guys, I realize my life is about to be over, man. I realize, but guys, he's not going through a midlife crisis. He's just very concerned he's gonna die. That's part of midlife crisis. You're thinking about how close you are to death. And he's sitting there like, guys, I'm not going through a midlife crisis. But then what's this? I realize I'm nearing death, guys. I'm so close.
Teens. That's why you're just so immune to any of it, right? You're going to live forever. You're going to be fucking, bouncing off the walls, immune to bullets and fucking superhero powers. No, you're not. You're going to be my age one day. Hopefully.
This dude is talking to an audience like they're children. And he thinks that this is endearing and will make people want to listen to him. Like, this dude got so mad at that lady in the hospital who was condescending to him. This woman was the most condescending person ever. And listen to him. He's sitting there like, guys, you may not know this, but, like, you're gonna die. And, like, you're gonna realize too late that you wasted your life, man. I'm only saying this because I care about you. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, fuck off. If I die, I die. Okay? Okay? And I don't give a fuck. I just don't give a fuck.
Hopefully you make it that long.
Hopefully I make it that long. Hopefully I don't. What if I don't?
And you're going to realize, oh shit, I wasted all my time in my youth just sitting there hating on.
Because, the age of 42 is such a sought after age. No one reaches 42. Only the lucky few, right?
People on the internet because I'm a fucking loser. These are years you could have been building relationships, doing things for yourself, getting a job, working, making money.
This dude is dedicated and like in love with the idea that his detractors are like 13 years old. And let's say that they are, okay? Let's assume that they are. That they're all teenagers. How could they get a job? The working age, I think, is 16. How can they get a job at 13? We have child labor laws, buddy.
Getting a home, building up.
There's all these articles I see where it's like, yeah, no one's gonna be able to afford a house. And he's like, you just buy a home. Come on, guys, buy a home. I bought it.
A foundation for the rest of your life. Instead, you're sitting there throwing money at fucking people who are scum, who have failed doing that. They tried doing that in their lives and they failed at it, so now they just hate.
What if they like them for the underdog thing?
People on the internet, right?
Right.
Do you really think that these YouTubers who are just toxic drama people could do anything else? Why do you think they still do it? They couldn't ever spin it into something else.
Why are we pigeonholing all these people? I mean, you could say the same about him. Why do you think he's only doing gameplay videos and react streams? He can't do anything else. He can't review games.
No one gives a shit about them besides the toxic shit they make.
DSP can't do a documentary because no one cares about him.
So, if you're someone who watches it, time to look at yourself and move on.
Move on.
Now is a good wake-up call. This comment is eye-opening.
No, not really.
I look at it, I'm like, if that's really the case, and what they're saying about this stuff is true, that's pathetic and sad. Because here's the truth. It doesn't matter what these people do.
Dude, this dude got a comment that is not vetted, has no citations at all, like nothing of value about anything. It's just a long comment that validates what he always told us, and he's saying that this is a wake-up call. No, it ain't, bitch.
I'm still gonna be happy. It really doesn't matter whatsoever, right? No matter what they say or do or they make up, I'm gonna continue on my way here, making content that's meaningful to me and my audience. And it doesn't matter how much slander they say. If it was gonna hurt me, it would have hurt me in the last decade. And yeah, I'm a rinky-dink small guy now, but I still have enough intelligent, positive people around me to understand that it's not true and that people can have fun and have a positive time here on the channel. If anything, it's hilarious because they say I'm such an awful person, yet then I also get criticized because I don't do things like sexual content in the games I play.
You could be an awful person and not do dumb shit too, DSP. They're not like connected. This dude is so lame. So lame. Because okay, we're gonna be extreme about this. Let's say I robbed a bank. And the cops pull me over and I say, "Officer, I'm not a bad guy. I robbed a bank, sure, but look, I am not a sexist." And then the cop's gonna let me go? "Oh, okay, you're a cool guy. Okay, just go on your way. Just give me back the money and I'll let you go." Okay, cool. No.
I skip it. So I'm an awful person, vile, the lowest of the low, but I don't do any adult sexual content. So isn't
what?
Do things like sexual content in the games I play. I skip it. So I'm an awful person.
No one has said he's an awful person for skipping the sexual content. They just say he's a stupid baby that can't handle women or any sexual content. That he's just a baby. That's all it is.
Vile, the lowest of the low, but I don't do any adult sexual content.
And then he says, "I don't do adult sexual content, so why am I such a bad guy?" What connection is this? Dude, maybe you need this self-reflection. Because that's not the quality of a good or bad person. You're just not doing sexual content because you don't think it's funny or whatever the fuck. Whatever cringe idea you have. People say you're a bad person because of how you treat your audience. And it's so funny, right? When something bad happens to his audience, he never addresses it. Only when it gets ballooned a little bit, then he'll go on the next day and then walk it back. There was something that happened recently, and I can't think of it now. But he said shit to his audience. A day later, he walked back what he said because he knew what he said was a little ridiculous. Because this guy is an idiot. He thinks that making sexual content makes him a bad person. No. No one said he was a bad like even when he was making it, like ogling Eva in MGS3, no one was saying he's a bad person for that. They're just saying this dude is very cringe and it's over the top. And he needs to calm down. Not that, oh, how dare he does it, he deserves to go to hell. Like, what?
So isn't that kind of contradictory? I don't do the stuff that you could say was over the top and bad in the past, but you know.
How is it contradictory? Again, this is the same logic of him saying, "I changed, therefore, I can't improve no more. I changed, man." But you can still change for the worse. Like, come on.
But again, nothing they say makes any sense. None of their narrative makes sense when you analyze it.
He doesn't make sense. His narrative doesn't make sense. You analyze it and you'll realize you're gonna break your brain. This dude is cooked.
Intelligent perspective. It never has. It's all based on a one little thing, extrapolated, exaggerated times a million. And that's how they come with their narratives that make money, you know? So anyway, I read the comment, I was like, wow. Insightful. Obviously someone who probably has inside information, eye-opening, and you know, every once in a while, it's good to at least inflect on and talk about it a little bit. But at this point, it's like, for me, as you know, my philosophy is I'm not going to fight fire with fire. I'm not going to go start flagging videos. I'm not going to get a lawyer and start suing people. I'm just going to make my content every day and ignore it all. I don't, again, it's funny because
is this ignoring? He has there's a clip, an hour-long clip of him talking about trolls. This is him ignoring? Does he know what ignoring means? Does he know how to ignore people?
As I was saying this, you know, the only one I brought up was Duty because he was referenced in the comment. As I'm looking at the chat, people are bringing up tons of others. And I'm like, I realize I don't know any of these people. Like, the people you're bringing up all this stuff. I'm like, I don't even know who any of these people are. At all. I know nothing about it. Right? Like, I don't know. So, whatever. I guess there's another generation. I feel like I've been around now 16 years. I've probably had 3 to 4 different generations of haters. Like, originally it was the DSP cult leader. Then it was Evil AJ. Then it was the Sons of Kojima. And the This Is How You Don't Play movement. Then it was the Tevin restreamer, right? And now it's like these other YouTubers do these streams and other shit, right?
Right.
It's just generation after generation of people with no talent and nothing to add to the planet.
He's not ignoring the hate. Stop saying you do.
Dumb and throw money at them. Hopefully one day people will wise up. But I can't make people wise up. So I'm just going to stay in my lane.
I hate him saying this is how you don't play movement. It's just like he makes it sound as if some historic thing that happened. Like, it's going to be in the history books. In 2012, there was a movement on the internets called This Is How You Don't Play. And the movement was headed by the leader of the group, Evil AJ, with his video, This Is How You Don't Play MGS2. And he vowed that he was going to get Phil to change his ways. I don't know.
I'm just going to hang out with you guys every day. And that's that. I'm just going to say, move on if you can. If this is the first time you've heard something like this, please move on. I guarantee you, even if you hate me, just move on from hating on me and do something else with your life. You're going to have a better time.
Of course. TSP wants trolls to move on from trolling him. I mean, again, that did kind of happen. And then DSP decided that he was missing the attention and just decided to do more dumb shit. It's so funny to me. Like, this is around the vest streak, I think, where, like, just before, people were just like, yeah, there's really nothing to talk about DSP, man. And then the vest streak happened. And then, like, people were just like, yeah, he's gonna, like, it's gonna be whatever. And it intensified the begging. If anything, the vest streak made the begging more permanent. Because before, it went from, oh, today was a slow stream, which is very ambiguous. We don't know what that means. And, people said it must be about support, whatever. But then the vest streak happened, and that literally solidified the begging. It kept it around. Because it taught DSP that he could get $100 a stream. That's what it taught him. That was the lesson he got from it. And then after that, he's like, he kind of knows he can't get it, but that won't stop him from trying.
Can confirm 100%, and this is from experience. When I was a hater in the Street Fighter community, and I took all my time hating on West Coast players and the Cannon brothers who ran SRK and stuff like that, I was miserable. When I stopped being toxic in that community and I focused on being a good player and running tournaments and actually starting to get respect for what I was doing, I had a much better time.
Isn't that funny? So, before he had respect or whatever, he was miserable and he was hating on people, whatever. But then people gave him respect for how he played a video game, and suddenly he loved life. He loved everyone. It seemed like the only way for DSP to like find enjoyment is to get validation for playing a video game from random people. Okay. He can't possibly find positivity in being a different person, just kinder to people off the bat. No, there has to be something like he has to get the respect immediately first.
And in fact, the only reason I stopped is because I got my back injury. Like, I hurt my back so bad I couldn't travel to play Street Fighter anymore. Like,
and even then, he was still kind of a shitty person. There's a video of him saying that he kind of bullied a kid off of a cabinet because he didn't want to share it or some shit like that.
It sucks because if I had been a positive person much earlier in my run was the late 90s to around 2007-ish. If I had been more positive earlier, I probably would have had so many friendships and things. And instead, you know, I got a bunch of rivalries under my belt, but a lot of toxic shit that I did too that I regret. And I know for a fact, like I know for June the King, when his documentary comes out about me, he apparently is going to go very deep into detail about my early days in Street Fighter and how toxic I was. I 1,000,000% fess up to all of that.
1,000,000%.
It's all true. I was a piece of shit.
The reason why he does it like this because he has the dumbass mentality that if you're super duper serious, you go all the way. This is like, okay, yeah, I promise. But he's throwing off mega promise. Obviously.
Early Street Fighter community to a lot of people online. Only online. Offline.
Now this is Now this is funny to me. This dude has chat on so many people. They wouldn't be so they say a lie, they say all this shit because they can't get away with it. And it's on anonymity. No one's gonna care. They say whatever they want because they're bitches in real life. If they saw me in real life, they wouldn't say shit, man. And look at him now, admitting that that's what he does. So he's a bitch. DSP is a bitch. Wow.
I was a nice guy, but online, I was a piece of garbage. I know it. And now I look back, and I fucking regret that so much. How awful I was to people who didn't deserve it, just because I was getting a laugh. And
no, that's such a load of shit. That's such a load of shit. Because if that was true, he wouldn't need Craig to tell him that he should apologize. Because Craig mentioned some guy, and DC was like, I don't know, he's still around, I didn't apologize. And they're like, yeah, man, this is Twitter. And then that's what triggered him to apologize. He wouldn't apologize. No, you wouldn't. Shut up.
We're laughing at my razzing other people and being a dick to other people.
It's so easy to feel remorse when those people aren't around anymore. This dude is such a bitch. And he's like sitting there like, oh yeah, man, I would apologize. I'm a real man. Unlike the trolls. But this dude doesn't even want to attempt trying to find them to apologize if it's so bad what he did. And I guarantee, like, probably all he did was just nonsense. Come here.
I'm like, man, if only I'd been more positive in that time, things could have been so different. You know what I'm saying? And it just sucks that I wasn't. And now I feel like this is going to be a whole generation of people who are doing this on YouTube. And it's not just about me. It's about all these people.
And the other thing is bullshit, as I mentioned earlier, he shat on an FGC player that was, you know, more modern. That was more recent than his career. And he was like shitting on the person, saying he's not going to give him respect because, you know, it's the FGC, man, blah, blah, blah. But when it was Snake Eyes, a name he recognized, he bent over for him. He was like, oh, I love you, Snake Eyes. Please come over. Please love me. But when it was some random guy he doesn't know, fuck this guy. This guy's a piece of shit. Hey, Phil, that's an FGC player. Oh, yeah, he's a little bitch. He needs to grow up and grow some thick skin if he's going to be in the FGC. But Snake Eyes, or it was someone that was like, well established, he would then say, oh, I'm so sorry, sir. You're so cool.
Look at the communities against fucking Wings of Redemption and shit, right? Like, these people eventually are going to look at themselves in the mirror and be like, what the fuck did I do with my life? I wasted like 5-10 years of my life on this, and nothing happened for me. It benefited others who were basically people taking advantage of me because I'm stupid, but it didn't benefit. Phil's still here doing what he does.
Wait, what?
And nothing happened for me. It benefited others who were basically people taking advantage of me because I'm stupid, but it didn't benefit Phil.
This is gonna make you want to make this realization, right?
Still here doing what he does, right? The detractor people running the channels and restreaming and shit, they made out with a ton of money and probably will one day cut and run, like most of.
They will one day cut and run. That's very funny because he's kind of insinuating that they may just decide, I'm not going to do detractor content anymore or whatever. The thing that DSP's been telling, like, oh my god, dude, listen to this guy. He's sitting there saying, guys, you need to understand and stop what you're doing. Stop being toxic. But then if they did stop, oh, they cut and run, man. They took your money and left. So then they shouldn't stop. Because then they'd be cutting and running, right? But they should stop, but if they did stop, then they'd be cutting and running. But this is also coming from the guy that said that he's only going to do the documentary when he's done doing streams and doing content. So in a way, he's cutting and running. He's just making a documentary, uploading it, then running away. Well, I'll be, sir.
Them do. And you're the one left there with nothing, sitting there with an empty bag. Oh shit, what did I do for 10 years? I wasted all my time and I gave all my money to morons, right?
I mean, honestly, if you're giving all your money, like your entire bank account to a streamer, no matter the subject, I mean, you may have other problems than you watching a streamer. I'm just gonna put that out there. Because, I mean, that's just bad spending habits.
Again, case in point, look at side scrollers. How many months were they shitting on me constantly, making shows about me, entire streams, milking my detractors? What did they do with that money? Did they reinvest it into anything important?
Dude, this is wild he says this. What did they do with the money? Sir, what did you do with the Vestreak money? What happened to that money? You know, the 273 Vestreak money you got? What happened to that? It went to bills. All of it. All of it. $100 a day? No, $200 a day. All went to bills. Uh-huh. You couldn't invest that? So how were you able to afford the fight stick? And the same game again on PS5. Oh, it was Street Fighter 6. How did you afford that, but you couldn't afford the mini PC? Why couldn't you take the $500 that would have went to the fighting game shit and put that towards a new PC and then just build off that income? You know? Like, if he's able to take aside $500 to do that, he can't take $500 aside each month or whatever to get a PC. He can't do that. Why couldn't he buy his own face cam? Why couldn't he buy his own LEDs? Why do these things have to be donated to him? The only thing he's willing to buy for his business is consoles and controllers and games. To a degree. But why no equipment? Why not save up money for a new PC? Why not save money for that? Why did he need someone to donate the original TV before the one he has right now? Why was he able to buy the TV then, but he can't buy anything else for his business now? He has all those tips from Baldur's Gate 3. What happened to that money?
Are they making now political content that you don't care about? Because you're stupid. You gave them money because you're dumb, and now they cut and ran with it, and they do what they want now, and it's your fault.
But this dude was like, these people, they toxic content. So then the side scrollers decide, okay, we're going to stop talking about DSP because what if they thought this is negative content? We want to do something positive, something else. And they do something else. Now it's bad. You see how you can't win and why no one should give a fuck about what he thinks? Because people do what he wants them to do and they're still in the wrong. If they stop making DSP content, the thing that DSP wants, they cut and run with the money. If they keep doing it, they're toxic and they're doing it to get money. So what should they do? What is the answer then? If no matter what they do, they're damned. They're damned no matter what. But DSP gets mad when he's damned no matter what. If it's damned if you do, damned if you don't for Phil, that's fucked up. But if someone else is damned if they do, damned if they don't, oh well, too bad. So sad. Correct?
Oh, you're the one who fell for the trap. The gullible people to be milked. You know, people need to stop being so goddamn gullible. In my case, I am providing you with content that if you like it, support it, and if you don't, you don't have to. I'm not creating a community of hate around someone that's a flash in the pan now because it's popular, and then I'll move on later. What I do is trying to be essentially someone making positive content for people who will get something out of it.
But wouldn't that mean that they're less about the money? Because if they focus on nothing but DSP, wouldn't that kind of build DSP's case more that they're only doing it for the money, that they keep doing it instead of them just doing it for a while then they moved on? Like, them moving on insinuates that it wasn't that profitable to begin with for them. Okay.
No one gets anything out of shitting on Darkside Phil or Wings or anyone else. It's literally trash content for trash people. Stop being trash people. Those people that live in the garbage bags in the Like a Dragon series, they pop up, they're living trash bags. Do you want to be that forever?
Forever?
No. And Tigaholic says, the big problem for you is detractor content appears before your own channel just by searching DSP.
Good.
Because of YouTube. Because of the YouTube algorithm and them allowing bullying content. They should be enforcing their terms of service and shutting it down, and they don't. Why? We've already talked about it, because I'm not in a protected class, so
Why?
I'm not allowed to have the same protections as
Oh
others.
my god.
Right? That's
All
the
right.
problem.
That's the problem. I'm a white man.
All right. I've said my piece.
The true.
We got it out of the way.
The true.
We just discussed it. As I said, I know
victim,
discussion will probably
the
pop
white
up all over
man.
the internet now about this because I brought it up. But that's all I have to say about it.
Oh, yes.
All right? I'm just going
Alright.
to move on now, and I'm just going to make my content and be positive and say whatever. And, you know, a million other fucking negative things. That's the thing. It doesn't matter. It's just like this person says. It doesn't matter what I do today. It doesn't matter if my gameplay is good or bad. It doesn't matter if I'm good or bad. It doesn't matter what happens
Oh my
in
god,
any of
we're
my
still
content.
going on.
They will
And look how long this video is. We're 44 minutes.
literally still say the
Holy.
negative thing no matter what. It will never end. It will always
Dude,
be
this is
endless amounts of
3
negative content.
hours.
'cause
If
it
I
benefits
combine
them.
this with the
If
first
it stopped
part,
benefiting them, if YouTube overnight said no more bullying content monetization, anything that's considered like bullying,
dude,
will not be
I'm
monetized.
terrified to look
these
at
people
what
will vanish from the internet tomorrow. 'Cause
man,
these
I
are
don't
not
know.
the
I
Sons
don't know
of
if I'm gonna
Kojima.
upload this in one
The
video.
Sons of Kojima did not
It-
monetize their content because they felt like they actually had a moral leg to stand on. In a lot of cases, in retrospect, I will admit they did. These are not the Sons of Kojima. The Sons of Kojima did not monetize their content because they
Yeah, they just controlled people and policed them. It wasn't a good time.
felt like they actually had a moral leg to stand on. In a lot of cases, in retrospect, I will admit they did.
But what about so see how unfair this is? So we should praise them, but what about what about the trolls like me or whatever that upload videos and don't have those monetized? Does that mean my opinion is watered down because of what someone else did? That doesn't make any sense. How would DSP like it if I water his opinion down because he's associated with EDP? Correct? I mean, he wouldn't like that much, right?
A lot of the things that they said about me were correct. I see that now because I'm older and more mature. And now some of the Sons of Kojima who basically are like, we're probably like, what the fuck? Phil is saying we were right? I'm not saying they were right about everything. They were
No, you're just saying this because they're not around anymore. If they were around, if they were more frequent, you would like not say this. Like no. And this is why, like, no one should give a fuck about this guy giving you credit or anything. This dude is a baby. He just wants things to validate his own little PR segments all the time. The only reason why he's bringing up the SOK this way is because he could not profit, but oh my god, what's the word? Whatever, he could use it as PR spin for him.
crazy in a
A
lot of
positive
cases. But
spin.
a lot of the things they said were valid criticisms. And if you haven't noticed, I have changed a lot since those days.
But it's also funny the criticism that the SOK, like let's even say that, right? They have criticisms of him which are still happening today, and people have the same criticisms of him. But now he's saying since now we're making money that those criticisms don't count. What? Huh?
Really tried to change for the better. But that's the thing. The people today don't care. They're not here for improvement. They're here to write a meme to make money from gullible people. Okay. I never understood why haters want to drive you from the internet. Wouldn't they kill their own careers by ending yours? Again, it's really weird because here's the thing. I feel like those who
see what's dumb about this though? So if we get rid of Phil, we lose our job, our career of making fun of Phil. But Diesel wants us to realize we should stop making fun of Phil and move on. Therefore, we'd still be out of the job. So why care?
Me to make money don't want that. But the sad fact, what they don't understand is that they would then create.
What?
It's really weird because here's the thing. I feel like those who restream me to make money don't want that. But the sad fact, what they don't understand is that they would then create people who hate me irrationally.
And this is what I mean. Now he's saying that since someone could be watching our video and use our videos to validate their beliefs or whatever, we should be accountable for that. If that's how DSP feels, then why couldn't he be held accountable for Vidar Viking? Vidar Viking went to Kiwi Farms, started shit, and all this stuff, and all Kiwi Farms asked to Phil is, what was his thoughts? Do you agree with Vidar? Will you defend him, or are you gonna say that's fucked up? And he couldn't do that. He couldn't do that. It got to the point where Kiwi Farms has realized DSP is too dumb for this. He's just dumb. He's just a dumbass. And he is. He is a dumbass. This is a funny face. It's kind of creepy. But now he's telling us that we should be held accountable for what others do, but he couldn't be held accountable for what Vidar did, because he doesn't feel that it's right for him to be held responsible for what other people do off his streams. So why should I be held accountable for what people do outside of my videos? Why are the trolls held accountable for that, but you aren't for your fans? That doesn't make any sense then.
For no good reason, who do want me off the internet, okay? I don't believe that anyone who's benefiting from restreaming me or making content about me daily wants me to lose my job, because if I do, then they can't make content about me anymore and they lose their jobs, right? But the problem is people watch their content and now they don't have investment. They're not making money off of me. And now they want to see me end. And so you get people who put together entire packages of stuff that they submit to businesses 3 years ago, shit from 10 years ago that I said on YouTube that's, you know, ancient history. Oh, this is who Phil is today. See, he calls himself the king of hate, and he's a racist and a bigot and a sexist, and here's all the things he's done. And it's shit that's 10 years outdated. And the businesses are so dumb they believe it and think it's from today, and then they fucking ban me from everything. It's stupidity.
He didn't get banned from YouTube.
But that's what happens. Those people are not right in the head. They're
Back
out
to saying we're not
to
right in the
get
head.
me hurt. Not the people who are the direct content restreamers, but the people who watch that and then get brainwashed. Red, we have the membership for 10 months.
Vidar? Was Vidar brainwashed?
Detractor content. Damn straight.
Damn straight.
PB Phil did a super chat. You have to understand your haters point to us all these hater channels to learn the truth about DSP. It's not like we seek them out. Huh? You have to understand your haters point us to all of these hater channels to learn the truth about DSP.
guess so.
It's not like we seek them out. I don't know what that...
The first half doesn't make sense, but I think it's saying, like, trolls will say, go to check this guy out. But, like, the first part kind of throws that off, you know?
means.
What does that mean?
It doesn't even make sense, actually. So, I don't... If you could reword that, but I don't understand what that really means. Maximum Turbo did a super chat. He says, detractors, stop. DSP wins every time. No, I don't win every time. You know, there's...
Dude, we literally have this clip.
Trolls have lost.
He literally talks about how he's winning and all this stuff. He has so many little brag segments.
The reason why my channel is so small.
They're trying to stop me, but they can't do it. They're so pissed off.
Over the years, and it's hard to maintain. I mean, this is why. When literally every day, someone is saying you've done something heinous and you didn't. Or they'll be like, oh, here's what he did today on his stream. But then they interject clips from 10, 15 years ago of stuff that I regret, have apologized for, and don't do anymore. And say, oh, this is him today. No, it's not.
Whatever. He didn't apologize to Lavinia.
Anyway. Let's see here. I received a $1 tip.
Groom Pandali out of high school. You're lying. Uh-oh. Get him out of
From
here.
DSP super fan. Basically, he says, he keeps saying afuera. Like trolls afuera, detractors afuera.
What does that mean?
Right.
Huh?
Anyway, thanks for the $1 tip. Everyone afuera. Yes. Excuse me.
Ban him now.
Let's continue. I got a $5 tip from Kuma Bear.
When does the chill part
Stop
start?
talking about your detractors. All right. How often does this happen? This is just...
Oh my god.
Because I got a comment that I found very insightful. All right. I thought that it was worth...
Oh,
because it actually analyzed it in a very interesting and way. That's like, oh, okay, now I kind of get it. You know, because everyone comes to my streams all the time and asks me, why do you think so many people hate...
So this is dumb. This dude says, I want to focus on positive content. Positive. It takes someone else to mention it so they can blame them for it. Oh, okay.
You or make the content about you. Here's your answer.
There's your answer.
It's an answer that I can't give because I don't pay attention to it. It's okay every once in a while to call this shit out because the truth is no one else is going to do it, right? How many years has it been where someone had a chance to actually cover the hate against me in a rational way, and no one has? Why? Because it doesn't benefit. Because what makes money? The drama.
Probably because they don't give a fuck about troll channels. I mean, troll channels are infinitely just smaller channels or just normal people, or they're just whatever. It's just whatever.
Toxicity, the negativity, actually covering my story in a way that analyzes how Phil has made tons of mistakes, and here's what they all are. But here's the insane amount of nonsense on a daily basis that's put out about him. That's bullshit, right? Why? And then analyze that and actually dig into them and expose them for the fucking frauds that they are. It's never been done. If someone were to do that, I'm calling it right now.
The reason why no one's saying that these trolls are frauds or anything like that, because I haven't seen a lot of trolls like go out of their way to brag in the way that DSP does it.
If someone were to make that video, that documentary exposing the frauds that are DSP detractor community, that would get far more traction and attention than any video about me. The videos about me have been done to death, and it's all the same shit. You haven't even heard a new thing about me in 5 fucking years. It's all the same.
Honestly, it's so silly he says this because... Sorry. Because the thing is, a lot of these kind of streamers like DSP and that aren't innately not interesting people. They just play video games, and that's kind of all they do.
Shit regurgitated over and over. Now analyze those motherfuckers who do this on a daily basis. You're going to get down to something people actually are interested in.
Those motherfuckers.
But no one has done it. I wish they would. I really wish they would. From Kirk,
yeah, because
it's all my fault. I'm sorry. Haters on Afuera. It's totally all Kirk's fault. 100%. He went back in time in a DeLorean, and he started the hate movement against me.
Oh my god.
In truth, there always was people who were hateful against me, but it definitely was the Ret Super Eye or whatever it was that they razzed me and made fun of me, and people were like, wow, that was really funny. And then immediately after, even though he doesn't really admit it, Evil AJ made This Is How You Don't Play Metal Gear Solid 2.
Dude, it is so funny. First it went from saying, oh, Evil AJ was the OG troll, but now it's Red Super Eye was the OG troll. And then he's like, well, Evil AJ doesn't give credit. Why? What?
And that took off like wildfire.
Whatever.
And people said, oh, wait, Evil AJ just got like 1 million views on his video. That's crazy. Now, what if I do that? So they all did. And they all just made fun of me. And it became this virally popular thing that people just kept riding their wave of popularity to do it. And then eventually these things became monetized. And then eventually it became...
Where is the evidence? How does he know these videos are monetized? What's the evidence?
Making fun of Phil's gameplay doesn't work anymore that
well. Dude, this video is going to be too long.
Let's now attack his character. Let's attack his mannerisms. Let's attack what he says, how he acts. He's you know, other... And then
dude, the mannerisms shit is just like a side note. Because it's just goofy. I've never seen people talk the way DSP talks. And I live in Connecticut.
Now behind the scenes of his private life, let's try to get into his personal information that no one should have access to, and let's try to do this and do that. You know what I mean? It just got worse and worse and worse and worse over the years. Because again, people were getting views, popularity, and eventually profit, money from hating on me. That's the cycle that it took over the years. Big Fridge did a super chat. He says, why don't we harass side scrollers? Because we don't harass anyone. As I've already said, I said it right here during this podcast. You don't fight fire with fire.
Don't fight fire with fire, guys.
Just because someone has treated you badly doesn't mean you wish them ill. Which is happening now with Review Tech. I don't want him to have a bad life.
And now we're talking about Rich.
To be going through stress. I don't want him to be going through bad things.
By the way, say good riddance about Rich, by the way.
Have a better life. Because maybe if things were going better for him, he wouldn't do toxic content. Right? Right?
So... if things weren't going well for him, right, correct, then why did you make fun of him? Why were you constantly, like, bullying him when he would come to your streams? Why were you saying that he's dead to you? Why were you telling him Keemstar Light? Why were you telling him that he's a pathetic person? Every time. If his life was so bad. That sounds like you were bullying him, Phil. Why were you bullying Rich? Huh?
Even though things apparently are going bad for him, I actually wish him the best, right? I do. I don't want anyone going attacking other channels. I condemn that. I would rather just have you sit here and hang out with me and enjoy the positive content than go propagate more negativity across the internet. There's already more than enough toxicity and negativity on YouTube. We don't need to be creating our own. Okay? That's my mentality. You could completely disagree. That's where I stand. Fair enough?
Fair enough. Okay.
Mav Strike did a super chat. He says, if the trolls are a problem, why not hop off the internet secretly and get a normal job? Number one, you want me to quit my dream job that I love because of a bunch of fucking no-load trolls on the internet. That's what you're literally telling me. I should quit the best job I've ever had that I love doing, I feel, is helping people on a daily basis in a positive way.
Like, he really doesn't get that the length of bitching he does about trolls makes it sound like he needs to get off the internet. Like he makes it sound way worse than it actually is, honestly.
Away because of a bunch of troll people on the internet. I mean, I don't even have to say anything past that, do I? But I will. All right, but I mean, that's number one.
Oh my!
You don't let
holy shit! He describes his point. I don't need to go further than that, but I will. Oh God!
You? What kind of world is that? Oh, I'm facing adversity. Let me run from it. No. You face it head on. You challenge it. You persevere through it. You don't quit. That's ridiculous. Okay? Now, on top of that.
So then whatever.
You know, when it comes to
why didn't he show up on
this job, it's the best job I've ever had. I'm my own boss. I've seen tried and truth over the years.
You know what, honestly, no matter what, if the SOK were so cool, why didn't he go to the SOK cast? He should, you know what? I want him to say on his little podcast, you know, the SOK always wanted me to be a guest on their show. And you know what? In hindsight, since I think that they had some good points, I should have been on it. I would have probably awakened a lot of people to realize I'm a cool guy. And then then what he should do, go say that, and then say, you know what? I think I'm gonna go on that show. That being said, I hear their podcast is pretty good, man. And I'll go there, I'll be able to, like, talk with them and be a chill dude. And maybe we can, like, become best friends. I can be a regular guest, okay? Correct?
People support me no matter where I go or what I do. Whether it's on YouTube, whether it's on Twitch, whether it's on a third-party site for 2 months like Whip TV, whether it's on a social media site, wherever it is, people are going to follow because they actually see through the bullshit and like me and want more content from me, and that, you know, and I appreciate it.
So then if that's the case, then how come he feels the need to go on massive rants? Because he's afraid that his fans are going to see the misinformation and fall for it, if that's the case. You know what I mean?
The actual positive community is an amazing one. I don't want to throw that away at all. This is 16 years of my life of investment. And for a lot of people, it's a lot of time investment for there too.
It's crazy how much I had to say about this. I knew this was going to be a long video. I did not know it was going to be this long.
Imagine doing something 16 years of your life you love and you just quit on it because of fucking hate on the internet. Like, what?
What?
Right? Like, what are you, nuts? And then on top of that, Mav, I get the feeling you obviously don't know what it really is like out there in the real world. There is no overabundance of high-paying, great jobs out there.
And they're talking about jobs. Holy.
Although our government in the United States, jobs that are part-time. This is what our government has created for us. A service-based
economy.
Probably have to hold 2 to 3. Sometimes probably working more than one job.
Okay, we're still on it.
It'd be great if they did, but that's the reality we're all living in. It ain't the rainbows and unicorns that the news likes to spread. Oh, didn't you know that more jobs were created? Yeah, what kind of jobs exactly? What kind of hours at those jobs? Please give us information on the jobs that are being created rather than just saying jobs. Because,
oh my God.
Go out there and get a job. I could do it.
Dude. Wait.
Right now, I could go work for any fucking retail job, any restaurant. I could just go right out there right now and work these jobs. And I would bust my ass and not make as much money.
Why not? Yeah, but you're making that money plus the money you make on stream by doing both.
And make a living that I do now. There's no point. America is broken right now. America needs to be fixed. Okay?
Okay.
BB filled in another super chat. Can't you claim revenue from some of these hater channels? I wonder how much money your brand generates in total per month, including every hater channel. Here's the funny part about that. That's what Machinima said that they were doing.
Dude, it is so wild.
Did it?
We went from complaining about trolls to now about money. But he's not about the money, guys.
They never actually paid me that. All right? But Machinima claimed that because I was part of their partner network, okay, that All the content,
and that's why I wanted to
was
join
under their
Laveria,
umbrella,
right?
And if anyone was using my content for their own, even if it was legal, like you could say fair use, because someone cut my content up and put it into their hater content. But the truth is, supposedly, right? Apparently, the ad revenue is owned by the original creator, which is why when I'm on YouTube and I'm making a video and some bullshit asshole claims my video because there's something in it, I'm like, but that's, what are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
You know, fair use, yes, I can legally use it, but it doesn't entitle me to the ad revenue. So that was Machinima's take. Machinima's take was, oh, we could just claim whatever. So apparently they went out there and they were blanket claiming anyone who had my videos in their content. And of course people blamed me for that, even though I wasn't even involved in it. Like, I never was told, oh, these are the videos we're claiming.
But did you tell them
I was never given.
Did you tell them to stop? When they told you they were doing it, did you tell them to stop? Or did you say, okay, cool, dude?
Oh, here's all the revenue we're pulling from those channels. Never. And I don't, to be honest, I don't think they ever paid me for it either, because I never saw like an increase in income when they claimed they were doing it. I think they kept it all for themselves.
It's kind of funny he says this, but he also says that Machinima also overpaid him sometimes. So that makes you think.
If they ever did it. So
if they ever did it.
It is what it is.
It is what
you know,
it is.
but here's the truth. I don't know what the legality is or not. Machinima felt it was legal. I can't confirm or deny. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know about fair use law, copyright
Oh my
law.
god, this dude. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know about this, but man, Apple copyright strikes him or claims him, whatever the fuck. I know all about copyright law. Okay, this is legal and it's not illegal to do it. Okay, I should have the right to do it. But now he doesn't know the legality.
For courts to be hashed out or whatever. But basically, I don't even know how I would go about doing it. From what I understand, these major corporations, you know, they get themselves into YouTube systems somehow to get their content flagged or whatever. But YouTube is not going to take my daily videos every day. I'm a little small-time guy. They're not going to take a video that has a few hundred views and load it into the content ID system, you know, for free, and then have that match to other people's content.
But
it sucks because you're right.
There is like a section in YouTube that you can match your content, though. It exists. I mean, it's buggy because I think I looked at it once and it said that someone took my content and it was like some other random person I don't even know, and it's like, no, they didn't. This is not even like the game I was playing. Like, it's completely wrong.
People are making money on my name by slandering me, and they're using my content to do it. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I should have the ability to do something about it, whether it is to shut down the content, to flag it as unmonetizable, as bullying, to get the ad revenue on it myself. But there's no clear-cut path on YouTube to do any of that unless I get a lawyer, which I can't afford, and then maybe they'd work with YouTube to figure it out. But like I said, again, you don't fight fire with fire. You don't. I don't see the benefit of that for me. For me, it's just make the content I'm making every day and enjoy the life I'm having and living and just focus on the positive, right?
Dude, there's still more.
Okay.
My god. Dude, this is an insane video.
Yeah, this is a silly quote, but you either die the hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Says,
it's a silly quote?
Well, yeah. Again, I used to be one of the highest, most positively regarded.
I like how that's a silly quote, but he said you become the villain earlier, unironically. Okay.
YouTubers. And then somehow, doing literally exactly the same thing that I have done for years and years and years, I became the villain. Even though I didn't change. Right?
But you said you did change, but now you didn't change? So then you are still an asshole. Because if you didn't change, you'd still be making sex jokes, correct? Huh?
Kirk did another dollar tip. He says something political. I'm just going to ignore it.
Ignore it, of course.
Duty streams have a spoon. He could probably eat it out of his own ass if he wanted to. Covenant Lazarus did a super chat. Can you claim music made about you?
He specifies that, so it sounds like he wants all the trolls to give him sexual satisfaction but duty. Why? Why are you discriminating against duty? Why don't you want duty to eat out your ass, Phil? You want everyone else to, but not him? Wow. Wow, he's discriminating against duty. He doesn't want to have sex time with duty, I guess.
Again, I don't know how to claim anything. There's no claiming tool on YouTube. You would have to have a lawyer and submitting your content to do it. There's no, oh, someone used your content. Here's how to easily claim it. That doesn't exist. It doesn't exist.
So then why do you see lawyers?
A liar. There's
Remember
no
this
easy claim
these weird
tool.
times where
There's a copyright matching
whatever.
tool. And what that does is you can send a request to take it down, or you can copyright strike. That tool exists. There's no content claiming tool for you to just get money from people. It doesn't exist, all right? And again, major companies have legal teams. Their legal teams probably take all their content, and then when it's loaded into YouTube, they then say match all this, and then they have legal ways to get the money. A common tiny person like me doesn't have that. It doesn't exist. And he says, they're losers. You're their whole personality. I'm their whole existence. If I didn't exist, they would not exist. Right?
Okay.
No one would have ever known who the fuck Tevin is. No one would have ever known who the fuck any of these fucking nobodies are.
All
if
right.
I wasn't here making content.
That's true about anything.
and truthfully, in reality,
I mean, these people would not exist if it wasn't for video games. Yeah.
They only got their ideas from others that came before them, right? They got their ideas from the Sons of Kojima, from Evil Age.
He says this, but this dude literally gets all his ideas from other people too. Come on now, dog.
Okay. From people who, as much as they disliked me, never monetized their content.
Okay,
They're all frauds.
But what if they did? Let's say that they never disbanded. What if they decided, let's monetize the videos? How does he know that they would never monetize their videos? He thinks that it was some holy crusade against him. Fuck off. Dude, there are people who criticize the SOK for virtue signaling using that shit. Saying, oh, see, we didn't monetize our videos, so we're cool. And then people said, okay, you know what, who cares? Who cares if you monetize it? Just make good vids, I guess. You know? Whatever.
They're all just frauds copying each other. At the end of the day, again, no talent.
So let's get this straight. The guy who got all his humor from Howard Stern, South Park, he gets ideas from other people, who has the whole feedback segment. That isn't being fraudulent or lazy. But trolls just getting inspired by other trolls, that's lazy and awful. Uh-huh. Okay.
Talent, they'd go do something that required talent, and they'd actually make money doing it. All right.
This, again, coming from a guy who had a face cam in his streams because other streamers had face cams, by the way.
Good now. Have we talked enough about this? Like I said, I only wanted to talk about it because the comment is fresh. It just hit my video today. And I was like, now's the time. If we're going to talk about it, let's just get this out of the way. And now we can move on. Today, I'll be honest, I don't want to talk about it further. We just went super long on the podcast because of it. Now we can say we've talked about it. We ended it. It's over. The discussion, you know.
It's over. We survived.
Now, enjoy Helldivers. We can enjoy some Street Fighter, right? We could have a good time.
Right.
All right, guys.
All right,
we got to end the show. Really. We have to.
Really?
It's going way too long. So thank you all. I appreciate those of you here hanging out and supporting the stream today. And it's time to move on. It's time to end the show. And it's time for us to do some Helldivers. Okay? All right, everyone, thank you so much. And again, I will just say this in summary.
Oh, no.
All right? Today we talked about that very hot topic of the detractors. I said my piece. I'm done. I'm not going to be sitting here talking about it. Please don't bother me about it all day or for the next week. I don't care. I also don't care about any of my detractors' responses to it. I just don't give a shit about them at all. I will say this. Do not fight fire with fire. I condemn any negative actions towards others. I don't want other people harming others in any way, even though they've harmed me. All right? I want
you to do what I do
all of that.
The rule of law, the idea.
Just being honest, I don't
You
want
think about the choice you're making.
toxicity and
I want
negativity
you to
and stuff
speak
thrown at
the
other people.
truth.
I would much rather have some
chicanery,
people,
I
hopefully,
found it
eventually,
He'll never change.
wake up themselves
What a sick joke.
and say, wow, what am I
What a
doing?
sick
Wow, this really is
joke.
a waste of my time.
This
That's eye-opening. Let's
chicanery-
move forward. Right?
I did not
As
make a
opposed to,
mistake.
well, now let's all just
I want
attack
you to
each other
speak
and be
the
nasty to each
truth.
other. That's
You
why
think about the choice you're making.
What about side-scrollers? Leave them alone. I want nothing to do with that.
Crazy.
Leave them alone. What about Rich? Leave him alone. Leave everyone
Leave him
alone. The truth is, one day, all of this is going to fall on its head.
He'll never change.
It is. One
How?
of this is it's just going to
What?
blow up for them. There's nothing they can do.
What's gonna happen?
There's no way. This whole thing has been an insane ride anyway. And if they actually think that this is going to be something that's going to last, no.
What if it did?
It's just, right now, the internet is kind of like the Wild West. It still is, to this day. even though these businesses claim they have terms of service and everything, they're so selectively enforced, they don't give a shit.
Oh my god.
So one day it will all come back to bite everybody. But I'm not going anywhere. You know what I'm saying? So,
but what if these changes?
Don't worry about it.
Like, he's alluding to these changes that it's gonna affect us. But what if they affect him too? What if it becomes like everyone on this platform has to go through an approval process to upload videos? That's not gonna do shit for him. What if they remove his streaming capabilities? What if they remove his memberships?
Don't retaliate. Don't do nothing negative to anybody. Just everyone relax. Sit here. The best way you can support my efforts to be positive is to come support the positive content and hang out with me. That's it. I don't want anyone doing anything negative to anybody else. I condemn it. Don't do it. I will be upset with you if you do.
I rebuke you.
Okay.
Oh my god, thank God it's over. Holy shit. I am so sorry. This video is gonna be mega long. I don't even think, even if like I didn't have these technical difficulties, it would still be this long. So I'm just gonna end it now. Thank you guys for coming out and watching this. If you made it this far, Jesus, dude. Like, man, you're a troop. You're a soldier. But I really gotta
Time to skedaddle on out of here.
skedaddle. Bye.